How's it going, everyone? Zimcast number 138, talking about how ought to write Godzilla franchise retrospective. So, what that means is we'll be going over all the different designs of Godzilla, and through that, we'll be also talking about how those designs influence how the stories themselves are written, along with what could have been done to improve on them, where they falter, and things of that nature. But always joining me is the wonderful people in chat. The Stripe Blizzard, how it's going? The Cougar McDowell files have finally been revealed. I could care less because it's Cougar McDowell. Dude has no influence on what it is that I do here on the channel, so that's interesting. Hoshi, what's up? Zamaretto Flash Fiction Story. Any thoughts on it? I have not gotten around to reading it. I've just been very busy with a whole bunch of other stuff, unfortunately. Good day to you, my emperor. Minecraft World, the one, the only. Serena, we're back. Back in black. Something there. And then you get to be back. And the Acno Goji, one and only. Thank you, everyone who is always here to support the channel and, make things a little bit more interesting on the cast of the Zims here as we're getting more and more people into the chat. But without further ado, I think what we can start out with is just begin with a little bit of stream submissions, the wonderful things that we do here on the channel, which is focusing on the art that is posted by the lovely people in the server. Isn't a whole lot this time, but that's fine regardless. I still like showing off the art that everyone gets to showcase to us. So let us begin. Now, starting off, we have the stud himself, the Nico, with essentially the paradox forms of some of the different kaiju that are in the Ultra Godzilla universe. In this case, it is Wrathful Zenith, Paradox Zeton, which the face kind of reminds me a bit of, I think, it's like the gigantic form of Zeton that fuses into, because it's not the EX Zeton, it's the one that was in Ultraman Saga, like the big form before it transitions into the mini form. But the body, however, reminds me a little bit of just regular EX Zeton, as well as I think it's Fire Zeton, where Zeton gets like a lot bulkier, specifically in the body here. But in this case, you have the tail, the more dinosaur face, and I guess that in a way it kind of makes sense now as to why he's called Space Dinosaur Monster, which is like one of the funniest things when it comes to Zeton as a design. Looks nothing like a dinosaur. Space Dinosaur Zeton. So I love this. The paradox forms for just Pokemon in general have always been interesting, but I don't know. It's always been kind of just weird that like the names of the paradox creatures in Pokemon, which I'm not going to harp too much on it because it's keeping the convention there. But I love the design. It's really cool, my man. Zeton's an awesome monster. And next we have Nododon, which is a spiky Nodosaur monster. Now, color-wise, it feels similar to how, I think, I may be wrong, and I think I am. No, I definitely am, because I was going to say it reminds me a little bit of Stego's from Fossil Fighters colors, but no, Stego's primarily green, if I recall correctly. But just the general appearance, I think it's probably just this color here, which reminds me a lot of Stego from Fossil Fighters. Although I think there was a Nodosaur, there definitely was in Fossil Fighters, but I never used it all that much, so I can't remember off the top of my head what it looks like. So there is that. I love the design. The red zone eyes, I think that probably had you done a different color in the background, it would have made the spikes pop just a bit more, in my opinion. But I like what you did here, man. Awesome job as always. And now we've got the Hoshi with several of his rogues galleries for his main kaiju Appo. Out of all of them, I would say Zappo's probably my favorite. Viento's probably my next favorite. Rico's probably my third favorite. Um, I'm not sure about a least favorite though, but I don't know. I just like the proportions on the color of Sapo. He's definitely my favorite. I also like him as well, although I think posture-wise, you could have done a little bit more just to make his design stand out a bit more. But like overall, I like what it's trying to go for here. The colors are nice. The body types are varied, so I like everything you did here. I'd probably say also with Mecha Appo, it looks a little too much like a Gundam, and you probably could have done a bit more to make him appear closer to his design overall. I think maybe doing something probably with the face to still give him like the aardvark looking nose there, and that'd be one thing to give right there. And now this one is what he wanted to do was like instead of Mechagodzilla for GXK, not GXK, GVK, it was an original monster, and this is his design for it. So I guess the Roach got his wish with a multi-legged Skullcrawler, because it gives that design a little bit, it kind of reminds me of like a Skullcrawler in a lot of ways, which maybe the influence may not have, but I like it here. Definitely very Hoshi inspired. I think the white on black with the red accents going through the tail is pretty nice. So there is that. And now we also have the good old, you know him very well, the 98 Lover, the Vic, with one design of Kamen Rider, which, if you're a big Rider fan, it's a Rider design. I like primarily, if there's to say details about it, it is the soft colors here on the chest reminds me a lot of how it actually is on the suits, especially compared to how the lines here are on like the shirt itself. Like it really feels like you captured a lot of the details on the suit really well. As well as I would love to see you do something with like Shin Kamen Rider with the coats and how you differentiate the textures on those. So there you go, my man. Good job on that. And second to last, we have Sanda versus Gaira, but in the classics, Goku and Vegeta poses here. Sanda with Goku, Gaira with Vegeta. And yeah, no, it kind of is that kind of vibe there for these two with their rivalry. So awesome job with that. I'd say, like, only details being maybe just to have the actual poses fit properly, you had to shrink a little bit of the proportions. So that might have been the reason as to why. So there is that, but I still like it. So good job on that. And there are a few more that we'll do as last minute before we actually jump on and start some things. So we have from Minecraft, it is Akashi from Kaiju Caramelize, done in Derek J. Wyatt's art style, which I'm probably blanking on the person itself, but I think that if I knew who the person was, like based on the work they've done, I'd probably know, because I'm terrible with like creators' names sometimes. So pretty good job. I still think, actually, maybe I can zoom in from this way. Yeah, definitely good here. Continue to work on your line work, but you've definitely gotten a whole lot better when it comes to how your line work looks. So good job on that. Oh, he's the guy who did Transformers Animated and Ben 10. Got you. Well, Ben 10 Omniverse. My mistake. Okay, no, that makes sense. Because in that case, I was like, it kind of reminds me of Ben 10 Omniverse, not specifically classic. But good job, my man. And to end off some things here, we have two last ones from Zilao and another person, one of my children. They did an Anguirus piece here, which, there you go, perfect. As it just does that for some reason. Now, I wish I could rotate it, but I probably could if I wanted to, but not in this case. And then it just dies. I love when that happens. There we go. All right. So, with the overall design here, I like how the carapace kind of shuts out over where the neck is. And I think that, like, it would be interesting to see it a little bit more uniform here, almost being like a cover for how vulnerable his neck is. And this general part of the face, I really like. I personally like it when the crests are a little bit bigger, but overall the posing is really, really good. The tail, how that bends, is really good. The addition of the spines here is interesting, and how at least they're shaped here, the bits on the upper or the lower forearms, reminds me a bit of Ultima just because of how they curve like this. But Anguirus has those as well. They're just not as prominent on a lot of like figures and designs that you see later on past the original, not the original, 68 version of Anguirus. But like, I like it. It's really nice. The shading on it's really good. I want to see what it looks like in color, because I could see this probably just being the classic Anguirus colors, although it would be interesting to see what it looks like with more singular point color, because it just gives the impression more of singular point. And to end off, oh wow, there it is. It's actually it's a Google Doc from Serena with more rigging on the Queen Ghidorah, as well as a few other pieces here. And that one I'd have to download, so that one's gonna be a little harder. I'll have to probably download it for next stream. And I always love when it doesn't let me zoom in. And you can see here, as I love again how this works. So the scale detail has improved a lot. It's getting like, that's the bit that you had to put money on it, guys. We need to see who's gonna finish their little project first. Whether it's gonna be Serena's Ghidorah design or if it's gonna be Kuru's Shin video. Which, speaking of Kuru, where is my other Chud son? Oh, there he is. Well, one like let's first colors from Fossil Fighters and let it ride. Yeah, that's on. See who finishes their project first. Either Serena's Queen Ghidorah model or Kuru's Shin Godzilla video. But it's been improving a lot. Like, good job on this. But that will be it when it comes to all of the stream submissions at the moment. Again, as always, guys, if you want to be a part of the stream submissions or you just want to be a part of the community and show off what you want to talk about, it doesn't necessarily need to be Godzilla, because I think that'd be interesting to see more discussions pop up in the community. I'll put in the link to the Discord right here for everyone who is interested in joining. Now, without further ado, we'll start to invite the select people that I picked for the stream here, and I'll probably do a few more links as well for people who may be available, not necessarily, because I know they may be expressed interest and may have wanted to join. But I'm doing it for only just a select group of people. So where are these? I already have the people picked Hoshi, so unfortunately. There we go. Alright, so from the back to the front, start inviting people. We've got the Kuru Garulu himself.
I don't even... Holy crap, that music is loud.
Is it like, how did it sound in the video?
A little loud.
You know what's annoying about that is that I keep bringing it lower and lower every single time. Like every single stream it has been, I keep decreasing the volume. And then, there you go, see? And then it goes like essentially to nothing. I love how that works.
Yeah, and this is why you really need to get OBS.
I have OBS already, it's just a matter of transitioning over like all of my prefabs for things, which is annoying. And now like I switched the music from like 13 to 12 and look at like how weird that is for the transition. I do not know why it is always like this.
Yeah, it is such a like it's a fickle thing. But like I don't even know why
music is a fickle thing.
I don't even know why we're even talking about this. I mean, in the words of like very much fellow intellectuals, Godzilla's not a character, he's a concept. Or
no, he's a consequence. Yeah, he's a consequence. I thought you knew this already.
Yeah, but like, don't you know? Like, that man who said he's a consequence is a fucking poser, Brit, and all that. I'm talking about the OG, the Maximus Alois.
Maximus Alois. Maximum Aloha.
The one who's like says Godzilla's not a character. He's a concept.
Gigantic. Wait, no. What would be like a Ceratosaurus version of it? Instead of Max Allo, what is it like?
When bro says
biggest Ceratus.
Yes.
Or we'd have to do it as a Torvosaurus one as well. Be like, tallest Torvus. Tallest Torvus.
The bestest Torvus.
Bestest Torvus.
Because Torvosaurus is the best of the LARPing legends. Legend of LARP.
Hey, can we get so much LARP? It's a crime. But let's introduce a few more people on here. The Block Man himself, the Minecraft world.
Megalosaurus.
Megalo.
I'm megging it.
You know what's the weirdest thing? There was one guy, I forget who he was. He's a paleontologist, big old chungus of a guy. And you know how he pronounced Megalodon?
Megalodon.
No, Megalodon.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, Megalodon. And I was like, what? What are you talking? When I first heard him say that, it was in the background. I was like, what are you talking about? What animal are you referring to? And then like I looked and he was holding up a Megtooth, and I'm like, why do you call it that?
That's not how you say it.
Mm-hmm. But
well, I mean,
next...
clearly we just lack the intellectual to understand these people who call Godzilla a consequence or a concept or say Megalodon. Clearly we're just not. Clearly we're just not as smart.
Guys, you're both
Mechalodon.
Wrong. You guys are both wrong. In the words of J Film, in the words of the astute caller Jason Filmuth, he's a setting. Godzilla's a setting.
No. But we got my other Chud child in here. We got the Sarima.
It's me, the DEI hire. Also, that music's really loud, buddy.
No, again, I can hear it now. It is like essentially like nothing, and now now it is at 11 right now on my thing, and I can barely hear it.
No, like I can barely make
much
it out.
quiet. Yeah, I can barely hear it now.
That is two volume differences. Why does it go from blaring in my ears to I cannot hear anything?
It's the power of the Snyder Pope.
It is the almighty Emmerich.
I hate it so much.
Oh, Hoshi's asking to join.
Yeah, I already got all the people. Yeah, probably when another stream I'll bring on people. But we got a few more people that had interest in being invited on, and then if they join, if not.
Yeah. Anyway, preamble. I am just messing with my Titanicus figure.
There we go.
He is absolutely magnificent. Well worth the wait.
Those
are Titanic creations. They deserve it.
And then let us bring in the last person, the 98 Clitty lover himself, the Vic.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Vic.
Hey, Vic. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
The one, the only. And now that we've got the gang all here, now I can rearrange everything as well. So now we can begin on Gigajeras. I would put it specifically in
Godzilla.
StreamYard itself, only because there are over 27 slides that I made. So as a result, there is no way. And with all the pictures and stuff, it's not going to be a big enough file. It's not going to be a small enough file size.
You should have made 98 slides.
I do have a 98 slide.
Also,
unfortunately.
Hoshi, good luck on your job interview, dude.
Yeah, good luck on your job interview.
Yeah, get the moolah, buddy.
Good luck.
And speaking of jobs, although it's not a full-time one for me, I get a $5 donation from JDFEA. Can't join. I'm too busy at the moment. Separate stream to hear my point of view. I can do a follow-up on this because there were people who were interested in joining. So definitely I can bring you on for another one. And maybe it could be like you, Hoshi, and a few other people. So yeah, definitely, my man. But let us begin. Share screen right there. And let's see. Nope, that looks perfect. All right, cool.
Oh, shit. Oh, you use PowerPoint?
Yeah, I use PowerPoint.
Mm.
I prefer, it just feels nicer over using like Google Slides.
He's using the old ways.
The ancient ways. Do not cite the deep magic to me, witch.
It's at the end of the Snyder Cut where Darkseid's like, we'll use the old ways after he forgot what the anti-life equation was.
I'm dead. But yeah, I want to see. Can I?
Well,
Yeah,
don't you mean
can I do it like that?
Snyder invented the anti-life equation?
Snyder invented PowerPoint.
This is why I also need a dual monitor, because I could probably put this up on a second monitor and have it full up. But in this case, it's just gonna be like this for.
Don't you already have a dual monitor? Or
no, I have another computer that I was using to look at chat while I was full face, but it wasn't as it just didn't work as well. Plus, like, it was really annoying to set up sometimes because my other computer is super old.
Gotcha.
So, I guess before we go into the first slide, I guess we'll go from top to bottom. Kind of general thoughts about how one ought to write Godzilla, and then we'll start.
Big lizard.
So I guess, are we just going from top to bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, actually, where is it? Because in my Shin Godzilla script, I have something that I can just quote from it.
So a teaser.
Yeah. Hang on, where is it? There it is. So what I just have written here, and I just say the platonic ideal of Godzilla is that he is related to nuclear weapons. He has powers like the atomic breath and atomic breath, and either or very high durability and or regeneration, have a thematic through line that consists of him being a force of nature, antagonistic victim of a tragedy, and an allegory for man's hubris and the unintended consequences of scientific progress. And when I talk about his character, I am saying to emphasize the tragedy. That he is a monster that very much, that shouldn't have existed the way he does. And that is ultimately his tragedy, in that in some ways, he is a victim of the very cycle of violence he himself perpetuates. Because he will appear, he is wronged in some way. Like, taking the 54 film. He is wronged through the mutation. He lashes out. The humans respond to that with more violence, and he responds by burning Tokyo to the ground, and they respond with killing him. It's just a cycle of violence, especially in 54, that just leads to his death. And that's the tragedy of it all. At least in 54.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Minecraft, your thoughts?
I think the best way to write Godzilla is aggressive, wrathful, and powerful. Emphasize the fact that he is not only difficult to kill, not only borderline impossible, but also unpredictable in a manner that, while I'm not saying go the evolution route, because that feels like a little bit of a stretch unless done well, try to make it so that every time Godzilla does something interesting, or Godzilla, it's always given a level of reverence. Every time he's on screen, give him the reverence that he deserves. And keep that wrathful part intact. Even if you are going with a protagonistic version, change that wrath into something that makes more sense. Say, I want to fight because something I did eventually learn to care about is in danger, i.e. Heisei, or I want to fight because this world, I don't give a crap about these humans, but this is the world I live in, so therefore I'm gonna do everything in my power to keep it. And I'd say acknowledge the tragedy. If that to me isn't the most blatant factor, but if you want, depending on the story, acknowledge the tragedy of the last of his kind, the circumstances of his mutation, what his abilities or this or this perception does to him, essentially treat him like the Hulk. Don't just use him for the willy-nilly stuff. Actually emphasize, like, maybe, like, depending on the story, focus on either the sheer scale of his hope and horror that he brings, or the character that he draws from. Like, keep that anger, that wrath, and transform and utilize it within a reasonable standpoint.
There we go.
If any of that made sense.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, we can definitely talk about the Hulk thing when we get to about 64 with
Yeah.
Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. Serena?
All right, so when it comes to Godzilla, as a character, I basically can agree with like a lot of what Karu said, and also Minecraft. You know, he's a tragic being. He represents, you know, like the dangers of nuclear weapons and like nuclear holocaust. He should be, you know, wrathful. But I do think you can recontextualize what Godzilla means and take some of the elements that he has, like the force of nature aspect, and heighten them. Like, I've always been a big fan of like kind of trying to take a character and do a recontextualization of what they are, especially if it like ultimately I think could create a better or an equally as good version of the character. Like I think GMK Ghidorah is like the best Ghidorah. But with Godzilla, you could, if you want to take the force of nature angle, you could have it that Godzilla's like appearance, like if you want to do like the monsterverse of like he's this ancient creature, you need to make it clear that the human, like mankind's progress, our use of the atomic bomb, our creation of this weapon is what awakens Godzilla, and that causes a knock-on effect that awakens other kaiju or brings other kaiju to us or causes devastating effects across the story, such as things like such as creations of weapons like the Oxygen Destroyer. Godzilla should be like the catalyst of like everything going from like bad to worse. Well, I guess you could say he's the catalyst of things going from 0 to minus. Like he needs to be at the center of everything. Like Godzilla getting out of the water should be kind of like ground zero for like the franchise. Like, oh shit, like everything that's happened can only happen because of him. I think that's a way to like contextualize Godzilla as a character. If you want to, and I think you can like redefine him, but you need to keep those elements of the nuclear weapons, the force of nature, and the product of man's hubris and their unchecked scientific advancement. I probably make like no sense what I'm saying. It's just I'm kind of going, you know, off the cuff and off the dome.
No, that definitely makes sense. And I think that's something we'll touch on like in my next slide. And I know he's been muted for a little bit. Vic, are you home? Are you dead?
Yes,
Are you
I am
living?
home.
There you go. All right, perfect. Your thoughts on how Godzilla ought to be written?
I think when it comes to how he ought to be written, it's to be true to form to whatever interpretation you want to either honor or write for. So if you want to write him as the like heroic version of him, you have to say like true to form and have it be consistent within your own universe and how you want to set the rules. Or if you want to go with the more original take, you stay true to how that character was written and use it as a platform to launch your own version for what you want for the world. Make sure it holds true to the values and holds true within itself. And that's about it.
There you go. Solid. And coming in from the bottom to the top with a steel chair, it is Kaskeg or D-Lau.
Hi guys, can you hear me fine? By the way,
Yo, you sound solid. Yeah.
You sound good. A little quieter than normal, but I can hear you pretty well.
okay, nice.
Perfect.
So hi everyone. I couldn't hear Serena's and Vic's definition because I was in the elevator. I just got home, so I was hearing that Vic said basically the last thing I remember was. You can use any of the different types of Godzillas and be faithful to that in a way that's consistent to the story you're trying to make. Did I get that right?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay.
There you go. It's like we fit in perfectly, so we can give your thoughts on Godzilla, and then we can go to my slide where I'll give my thoughts, and we'll start going through the incarnations.
Essentially,
Okay.
the question is, how do you think Godzilla ought to be written?
So I actually think there are ways not to write him that I wanted to prioritize when I think of how he should be done, just because it's what I see. I think that we cannot have him as a protagonist. Like I don't think like that works. I don't even think Kong necessarily works too well as a protagonist. Like Kong, for example, works because of his relationship to like Anne,
Women.
for example. Yeah, and I don't think Godzilla works as a like protagonist of any story. So I think he should always be an antagonist. Um, we need, like, fun enough, like we're talking about how to write him, and the way to write him is that he has to represent a personal threat or personal issue to like a character. He has to be an obstacle to something. When it comes to themes and all of that, I think that, yeah, like as Kuro said, like nuclear weaponry would be, I think, the only thing he can represent. And I don't agree with the definitions of a force of nature, because I feel like that's just very, very generic. Like, force of nature can mean so many things depending on who you're talking to, that I would ask people to either define it before they use that as a a qualification of what he should be, or I would ask people to, when I tell them, hey, he's a force of nature, what do you think I mean by that, right? Because I think that everyone has like a different, even the notion of nature for a lot of people is different, right? Sometimes you say force of nature, and like some people think nature is all good and green and happy, and some people think that nature is just like impartial to people, like it doesn't really care, like Gamera. I feel like in a way Gamera is closer to being that, or for example the MonsterVerse Godzilla. And when it comes to like vulnerabilities and all of that, I think that he shouldn't just be beat by like conventional weapons necessarily. But at the same time, I don't actually have a problem with that happening if the story around it is good enough. Like, let's say that we are having like a more contained story about, like, I don't know, let's say that we have like a whole ass movie about what Shikishima has to go through on Odo Island on the first 10 minutes, and that's like the whole movie. I think that if that's good enough, like, and you can like kill him in a believable way with conventional weapons, but in a way that's actually like hard to pull off and very like specific and well planned to the point where it's satisfactory when it happens, I think that's fine. um I'm not opposed to that, because like doesn't always die, so most of the time he doesn't die. So I think that if he dies, it just has to be satisfactory to the story and the themes. And that's the thing. Not only he has to represent something personal to the character, and he has to be related to like the horrors or of nuclear war or nuclear holocaust. He should also, if anything, embody both those things and something else, like he does in -1 to a certain extent. Like, I think -1, we all know that the guilt is the primary thing because of the main character and what Godzilla represents for him. But the bomb is still there, right? Like, it's not, it hasn't been replaced. It's just like accessory sounds really superficial. It's like it's not condiment also, but it's kind of like the word I'm trying to say, complement.
Catalyst.
Complement. It complements
okay.
the themes.
Condiments
right?
are compliments.
Yeah,
So,
in a way. Yeah.
Anything else to add before I move to my slide, or
No. If anyone like wants to ask something or want me to define something, like that will be fine. But if not, then that's it. That's basically all I had to say.
I'd like to ask something. So about the force of nature angle, what if, for example, it's like a hypothetical, the force of nature, like if I were to define the force of nature angle, I would define it as Godzilla is like the manifestation of almost, I guess, the not the neutrality, but the anger nature has at mankind for creating this weapon that is mutated one of its subjects, and it is using him as essentially a conduit to attack them and put them in their place. I guess you could do something with that. I'm not sure how good that is as like a concept, but like, I just wanted to like throw that out there as like an idea of what you could mean by like a force of nature.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying not every single time that someone talks about force of nature that their definition will be like something that's invalid. I'm just saying that there's a lot of definitions that people normally will have. So when you say force of nature, I would just say that the best way to approach it is actually like saying force of nature and maybe like also explaining a little bit of what you mean. I'm not saying it's
Oh yeah,
like straight up wrong or anything. I'm just saying like
Yeah.
I think that it's a little bit too vague. And
Yeah,
a lot of people
defining-
again just
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It's more like perception. Like how do people understand what you're trying to say? That
Yeah,
could
I get what you mean.
differentiate it. Yeah.
Because like the Monsterverse is yet to really define what like the balance of nature really means, which makes Godzilla's motivation just kind of really muddy. Because in 2014, it's like, oh, he's hunting the Mutos to either set balance or like just like keep himself alive because they're parasites that kill him. And then the later films are like, oh no, he's all about balance. And then the Wingard films, he's like, I'm racist against apes. Like his motivation's just really confused in those films because they don't really have an idea what to do with him.
I would like to. I have two things I'd like to say, and I think we'll probably get a little bit more into this later, but just want to set the stage for it. I disagree vehemently with the protagonist thing. Like, there's a reason why I compared him to the Hulk, because like a lot of Godzilla's films, even 54 early on, at least somewhat acknowledge the sympathetic side of Godzilla's creation and why he like does the things that he does. 54 was wrathful, but it wasn't afraid to acknowledge why he was wrathful, both the film and book. Same with other films like 2000, Return, GMK, and actually pretty much all the Heisei films were not afraid to acknowledge like why he does everything he does. So like I think you could approach Godzilla as a protagonist from that angle, even if we do stick with the nuclear bomb, because like you said, and I think the nuclear bomb thing is a little bit weird because -1 has it as a compliment. It is still tied to him, but that's not what Godzilla is. Also, on the force of nature thing, I don't think Gamera is the best example to utilize because inherently he is like man-made. He's not a natural creature, or at least rarely is, or at least could barely consider to be such. If I may like substantiate your argument, I would argue King Kong is the closer analog. One, because of the natural force, but also because he is arguably both sides of nature in its regard. And this is me reading way too heavily into the original film, but Kong has like that compassionate side with Anne and that protective side with how he like perceives her and interacts with the world around him, but he's still wrathful. He still goes out of his way to attack others that he perceives could be a danger to him or those close to him.
Maybe I didn't phrase it the best way. What I was trying to say with the Kong thing is that he's like the best example of it, but still mostly he works because of his relationship to Anne. Like, you know, like they are foiled to each other, you know, like she has never really been taken care of by someone that actually, you know, like wanted to protect her. And he has never been, you know, like cared for either, right? Like it's that like loneliness that comes and like they start like seeing aspects of each other, and through that we see that. Of course, I'm talking about 2005 the most clearly, like I think that's obvious by now. And regarding the Hulk thing, I just wanted to say like the Hulk is not really the protagonist of the movies. It's actually Bruce Banner. The Hulk is what makes us understand like Bruce Banner better, and like they again work with one another, but they're two different people. And the Hulk is usually not the protagonist. Actually, he's in a way like he's never the antagonist, but he's like a personal antagonist for Bruce Banner.
He's a concept.
I get that.
He's a setting.
God damn it.
Well, the thing with the Hulk is that, like, depending on the writer, but as an origin, the Hulk was always like a personality of Bruce. He never was like an individually different entity. It's only really in later material where Hulk is a distinct character
like,
and like
also,
entity
like,
separate.
Because if I remember, and granted, I haven't read. I really need to like read some of these Hulk stories because I think they would help a lot with my take on Godzilla. But
check up on your local Hulk fan, by the way. Make sure
they haven't killed themselves. But like what I but like I guess to go into the Hulk thing, just based off what little I know of the Hulk, because yeah, Hulk was never a separate entity to Banner. Banner made the Hulk as a coping mechanism, like during his early years to help like him cope with his abusive father.
Yeah,
And that's how Savage Hulk
essentially
was
it.
born.
That's essentially it. Yeah,
And then
like
you also get Joe Fix-It, which is essentially made during Bruce's teenage years of what he thinks like a cool adult would be like. And then you have Devil Hulk, which is just like I'm not really remembering what Devil Hulk is.
I need
Hulk,
to
but he played too much Doom.
I need to get more into the Hulk's material. I know a brief overview, but like from what I know, the comparison is able to be drawn. It's not just like that's why when the death battle was a thing, I was like this is Godzilla's second best match behind Gamera because like they are borderline perfect for each. But that's neither here nor there. We'll talk about the Hulk later. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
anything
don't
you
know
want to
Hulk.
respond to real quick, or I can
No,
start
it
going
was
on
just that, like, when I was talking about the Hulk, I was talking about, I guess, modern Hulk, like the Hulk we know from the 2000s
like
onwards.
what he's become. So like Ang Lee onward.
Yeah, exactly, basically that. I have no idea about Hulk before that, and then when it comes to the Force of Nature, I do agree with Serena's, like, her specific take on it. We cleared that out. And Minecraft, you were saying something about the Force of Nature, but I got distracted because of the other 2 points.
Essentially, what I was saying is I don't see Gamera as like the good
Oh,
example
yeah.
on this front.
Yeah. Sorry. No. I think that maybe I just haven't seen the Gamera movies in a while. I thought that he was in a way like connected to like the spiritual side of things because of
The
Mana.
Heisei
So maybe
film-
I got confused. Maybe
Yeah,
it's a little bit complex.
The Heisei films onward do that. Showa doesn't really go all that mystical aside from Jiger, but
it's more like a religious thing for Gamera in his first film, and then Jiger is the other one that's kind of like related to mythology. Baragon's similar. I see Varys, Zegra, and
Giron.
are all just aliens.
And then Gallus is just a prehistoric animal.
It's just that Gamera is so different from Showa to Heisei that I legit just forget Showa even exists.
It is whiplash.
It is. It literally is. So when I say Gamera, just for context, I will always be talking only about the Heisei one. But
like
even then, I think that maybe
like
I made
Heisei onward. I get that. I was just like, honestly, Zim, I like when you announced this, I am half considering stealing this idea for Gamera specifically.
How dare you?
Listen, I'm doing that for Archimedes as well. Like I already stole the idea for an Archimedes discussion. I'm doing this.
Fine, I'll let you have the Gamera one. Not like I need the views or anything.
I still need to schedule the Archimedes one and get to work on the Odyssey one. I already started the slides for that. Anyways,
Braden's
Godzilla.
Gonna steal this for the court case so we can get his child support back.
I'm dead. But yeah, I guess I might as well. I'll go into mine when it comes to Godzilla. I think, like, first off, he needs to be related to nuclear energy in some way. The reason why I say nuclear energy rather than just atomic weapons, it's specifically due to it was Eisenhower's speech, which was later dubbed "Atoms for Peace," which appeared, like, the speech was done in 1953. I'm going to put a link here for people who want to listen to it. And the whole point was that while there was really no way to put the genie back in the bottle when it came to like the proliferation of nuclear weapons, to like have a more peaceful society in future, the idea was instead of having countries start to develop nuclear weapons, we would develop nuclear technologies such as power plants and the like, and more civilian-based tools related to nuclear energy alongside these nations in order for a more peaceful transition of power. And as a result, this would be regulated by the United Nations in order for there to be a governing body that could also oversee in terms of things like peacekeeping, as well as regulation and inspections, things of that nature. So that's why I say nuclear power rather than nuclear weapons. And then as for attributes that are least possessed by the first incarnation, I think atomic breath and ambient radiation are one. I think that Godzilla almost always should emit radiation of some kind, whether it's like a toxic amount or not. I think can depend, but I think both those are important. And then immunity to conventional weapons. I think that when it comes to Godzilla's immunity to conventional weapons, I feel that is important because if Godzilla is able to be mutated by nuclear energy or the explosions of nuclear weapons, then he should at most be able to take the power of a nuclear weapon at least several times over in order to survive. And as a result, it just compounds the theme of him being related to what is still ostensibly the most powerful weapons that we have access to at this time. I think that you can tell a story where Godzilla is weakened due to more powerful weapons becoming conventionally available to normal forces. I think that's an interesting story that people could explore, and one I've been thinking about myself for some time. But I think that by conventional weaponry, I mean anything that is regularly used to the same degree as like any other forms of technology, whereas that can change from era to era. So tanks, airplanes were not very common during World War One, and by all intents and purposes would be considered like super weapons of some kind. But as they've been refined and they are now widespread and able to be mass produced to a degree where they are part of a nation's military apparatus, that's why they are now considered conventional weapons compared to something else. So the context based on the era can change. Although I also think Godzilla works within certain time periods, but that's neither here nor there. We can get into that maybe in another stream. And I also think that Godzilla as a character should have an underlying theme and thematic elements. By force of nature, I do mean it in a similar way to Serena, but I also think in the sense that if Godzilla is able to be mutated by nuclear weapons, it does mean that in a sense, nature is able to produce it on its own, which would make Godzilla technically natural, even if in some cases they consider him like to be an unnatural being as a result. But I think that overall, the whole idea of nature being able to respond to the whims and ideas of man, I think, is tied into that idea of being a force of nature. I just think Godzilla is always explicitly an anti-war allegory. I do not mean that in the sense that Godzilla is a pacifist series, because even though Honda has been considered a pacifist, several of the films that he has directed showcase people fighting back against aggressors, whether monsters or rival nations in the case of Atragon or the Mysterians. So as a result, Honda's pacifism never meant a total abandonment of war and conflict as a means to resolve an issue. I think it meant the pacifism as that there was no need for aggressive wars, but there was always a need for defense in terms of maintaining the ideals that he believed in. So that's what I mean by anti-war, and addressing specifically the idea that people have when it comes to Honda being explicitly a pacifist. Those are not mutually they're not intertwined in the same way people think they are. I also think that he's an allegory for reckless progress. It is a sign of progress and progressivism that the nuclear weapon was developed in the first place. It wasn't a tool specifically to create and cause Japan to surrender, and it did do so. But it also once again unleashed the proliferation of nuclear weapons, as well as the striving to create bigger and stronger weapons in order to gain supremacy over the world. And that Cold War paradigm really hasn't changed all that much, even in the year of our Lord 2026. And then I also think that Godzilla needs to be an antagonistic victim of tragedy, because while Godzilla is a victim of what has happened to him, the actions that it partakes in are not in a way good. Godzilla kills a whole lot of people. So if he's going to be antagonistic, it is fine to accentuate his tragedy, but he is still overall the aggressor in this scenario. Just because humans mutate you does not then give you the license to what is ostensibly commit mass murder on people. So there goes that. And I didn't include this here because this is actually a re-edit of original slides I'd used in like one of my first debates with my ex-wife Brayden. But I think if Godzilla is going to be a hero, I think that transition needs to be slow. And Godzilla should never be just viewed as out and out a protector, unless it's like years and years and decades down the line where Godzilla has done more than enough good and his actions have shown that he is outright looking for the security of humans as a whole. But I think that Godzilla should, if he's going to be a hero, be a creature that does things in a way that minimizes damage around him, rather than just being like, oh, what Godzilla wants is objectively better than what humanity may want, which is oftentimes in the case of the Monsterverse. I think that Godzilla should work in tandem with civilization, not necessarily agree with all of it, but do things in a way that allows for there to be a coexistence that does not just rely on him being in charge of everything. So those would be my thoughts. I'm not sure if anyone has anything to respond to for that before we get into the first, technically 3, but 2 incarnations.
I'd like to ask something because you mentioned the speech earlier and the nuclear power. Would the speech and like the nuclear power of like, oh, we've had this genie out the box and we kind of just have to like make sure that we use this power of nuclear force responsibly. Is that kind of a way to like make Godzilla more like a heroic character in a story? Like, oh, we've let the genie out the box. Godzilla's a thing. We can't kill him, so we just kind of need to like coexist with him and like try and make measures that we can defend ourselves from him. And as Godzilla kind of grows into a more like not really like a protector, but more like just a neutral force that kind of sort of just kind of indirectly does things that are in humanity's best interest, like fighting rival monsters like Ghidorah, Gigan, all that. Is that kind of like the idea? Like,
I think that would be the idea
action...
because I think the best way to have Godzilla be a heroic character is to very intentionally world build around the fact that Godzilla and other creatures are a presence, like danger, but also just a constant presence in the lives of society now. And as a result, we need to work in terms of mitigating damage. And if Godzilla as a character is supposed to be a character, then there is going to be on some way that we can do things to either appease him. And Godzilla, again, if he's supposed to be a character with a level of intelligence beyond that of just an animal, will be able to have a more positive relation with humanity and not necessarily lose the tragedy. I think that there's still going to be, I think no one is going to 100% trust Godzilla. I don't think that is the case. But I think that overall, Godzilla should be a character that is looked at with not necessarily suspicion either, but like the idea that Godzilla
caution.
Caution. Like nuclear energy as a whole is still dangerous. If you handle it the wrong way, it can cause a lot of destruction. But if worked with in a beneficial manner, it can be helpful to all of mankind.
Yeah, I get you.
The thing I wanted to ask first, like the easiest part, when you talk about conventional weapons, would we count, for example, because I always think of Heisei, how Mechagodzilla basically was frying his brain with electricity. Like the means of delivering the electricity maybe was like slightly unconventional, but it was basically just frying him until Rodan Ex Machina appeared and saved him. Would you consider that unconventional since it's attached to Mechagodzilla in a way, or does it still count as some? Because technically, a tank could shoot just like the electrical wires, and
in that case, like with a tank like that, you'd have to specifically build a tank with the right penetrative power of Mechagodzilla, because Mechagodzilla's armaments are all in that diamond coating, so you'd have to then divert resources to creating a new tank that is not only like able to support the weight of the G Crusher, but then also be strong enough to like stay on the ground. Because hypothetically, if you shot Godzilla in his second brain, Godzilla's not just going to stand there. Like if that tank's just on the ground and Godzilla sees it hitting his brain, he could just grab the wire and throw the tank. And you'd have to assume that the tank itself is able to survive the output that Godzilla is able to put on it. And if it's able to survive Godzilla's atomic breath, that would make it inherently stronger than a regular tank, which would then put it into the realms of a super weapon.
Okay.
So it's like, for example, the Super X is like, in some ways, the Super X is like less advanced than some like fighters we have today, but it's still like with what it's able to do in other ways, it is still infinitely more powerful than anything we can output today. So as a result, that is why it is still a super weapon.
So essentially with the tank thing is you're just basically like a really like complex way of saying a maser cannon.
Yeah, maser cannons as well are like, maser cannons are interesting because if you look at them, they are exceptionally specialized tools. I would say in a conventional ground-to-ground fight or like just a regular war, a maser tank is pretty useless against
anything else.
Yeah, they are specifically anti-monster.
They're specifically designed for monsters, and like when we first see them, they're like it's not even in a Godzilla movie, it's in War of the Gargantuas. They're up against some of like the easiest to pierce, for lack of a better term, monsters in the franchise.
Hairy dudes.
But like I was gonna point out with like unconventionality, you have stuff like -1's finale or even Raids Again's finale. Like that doesn't kill Godzilla, not even close.
Yeah,
but it leaves him open for a conventional mean to actually work, which is in a way like
in a way uses the forces of nature against him.
You can use the forces of nature against him, but like Godzilla is still immune to conventional weapons, and I'd also say conventional means. But like, you're not usually going to drop an entire like mountain onto like your enemies,
or
triggering like a fault line and causing an earthquake. Or like essentially doing that in the 84, not really a conventional mean because you're not really going to have like conventional forces or conventional enemies sitting.
Or for like the third, or for another
volcano.
example, for another example, GMK, which I think that's one of the few times they've actively gone inside and took him out from the inside.
But like, as well as like the thing
like,
too, and like people talk about that like real quick. I'm sorry, I just want to say this real quick. It's like, because you mentioned -1, 2 with the Shinden and the D3, the Shinden was never a mass-produced like weapon. For all intents and purposes, it is also like a super weapon, or like I guess to be World War II, a wonder weapon of the time. And then the D3, while being more heavily adopted, was also a new up-and-coming experimental weapon.
Yeah, and I mean the use of the Freon gas too. But like for the other one, GMK, they go inside him. Like they attack him directly from the inside using a missile like that is very hyper specialized. Like, yeah, it's not specifically designed for kaiju, but it's utilized in like construction projects and all that they ultimately turn into like using for monsters. And we already see that it is capable of piercing them. But drill missiles obviously don't exist in real life.
They exist, but like not in the same way, because like bunker busters are essentially like drill missiles.
Yeah, but bunker busters are a thing, but this is not that. This is like a missile with a drill at the end. This is specifically utilized for something like construction.
Yeah, to like dig into his skin. Yeah. And
a
one
drill tank.
Then the thing I wanted to ask about the energy thing. Sorry. I have to move the cat a little bit. Sorry. When it comes to energy, like I would say that the definition of weapon is, I think, better than energy, because the thing is, nuclear energy kind of works for what you said, like if you want to make him a hero, but the thing is, like for what Godzilla was initially supposed to be, like he wasn't really meant to be a hero. So I feel like nuclear energy, like it's actually just a good thing, and it's only bad when it's mismanaged or mishandled, like what happened with Japan, where it is like actual neglect from the system. So I think that nuclear power, like that definition, is a little bit too nice for what we are trying to depict with, like a giant monster that's supposed to be like tragic, a victim, or like evil, like almost like most of the definitions of Godzilla of what he's meant to be are like regarding like the bomb or nuclear holocaust. And I think that differentiation is actually really important, because like nuclear power on its own is just good. Again, like you have to make it bad, like you have to actively try to like ruin the system.
Well, not necessarily. You don't have to actively ruin the system, because there's definitely cases where you have meltdowns that are not the result of overt tampering or overt negative intention. It's just like
mismanagement or neglect,
or even like just a freak accident. Like for some reason, there's just a system that doesn't fire off on its own.
Wasn't like Fukushima that?
Fukushima was like that.
Fukushima was a lot of things. Fukushima was badly built. Like that was.
It was like poorly constructed.
It was poorly constructed. There was other issues with it.
Could you say instead of nuclear power, unchecked nuclear power? Because it also comes into like the whole unchecked like progress of humanity. Like they've like this unchecked progress has led to this power that we have now used irresponsibly to create this this fat fucking lizard.
Yeah, as well as like another thing too is that the Lucky Dragon number 5, like that incident wasn't the result of them trying. Like, so I've heard some people say they were overtly trying to test it on people, when the results of Castle Bravo like irradiating them was never like an intended result. It was
that was a freak
No,
accident that
yeah,
came
freak
from
accident,
Windows being
yeah.
crunched
But
strongly.
that's different because like the like those type of things are testing for weapons. That's not testing for the nuclear plants. That's like bombs being tested. So again, we go back to the like angle of okay, we want to literally harm people with bombs. Like bombs are made to kill. So like that, I feel like actually fits what he's meant to be. But nuclear
Yeah, but-
power is not meant
yeah,
to
bombs
hurt
are
anyone.
nuclear power isn't meant to hurt like in the traditional sense, but like if you are trying to essentially assert yourself as the nuclear power of the world, you're gonna have to impose your will one way or another. Like you're going to have to be the ones inspecting, making sure other people aren't like using a good thing for bad purposes. As well as I think that even like post like pre and post bomb, nuclear weapons and then nuclear energy as a whole and its applications outside of just making bombs are always intertwined.
Yeah, I know, but that's kind of like what I'm saying. Like maybe when I said like bad intentions, I was a little bit like that was taken a little bit too literally. What I mean is that I think neglect is a negative thing. So again, like
It's a negative thing, but do you mean like do you think neglect, like what do you mean by that? Like
Because
like from a
if
consequentially example or like ontologically bad?
It's bad on a consequence in both ways actually, because here's the thing, like again with the Fukushima incident, we can say, oh well, maybe people weren't actually being like they didn't intend to build the whole plant incorrectly. Like I know that they didn't intend it, but it's still a negative, like while it doesn't have the negative intention, it comes from a place where it's still our fault and someone should have done a good job, and by not doing it you're causing all of this harm. So it's still, what will be the best way to define it? It involves a negative action or just inaction, because that's not how you're meant to build a nuclear plant. Like that's why people were so surprised, because the building was so bad, like the whole thing was so badly built. I think Kaiju Kana has a whole video explaining it and how it could, like, I think like flood super easily or something like that.
Yeah, it
I
was a
don't
mix of a
remember
lot
it.
of things.
A lot of things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
So
was
Is there
that-
a way? I guess so. I'm going. With the whole like powers versus weapons thing, I think what I said earlier, you can recontextualize what Godzilla means. You can, if you want to have Godzilla be more antagonistic, in your story, like 54 or -1, he can represent nuclear weapons and like the bombs. Well, if you want to make Godzilla more neutral later on in like a different story, you could make him represent more nuclear just power in general, because they still have the connotation of weapons, but also can be used as a force for potential good or neutrality. I think it could be like a case-by-case basis, though I do think the weapons aspect is an integral part of the character.
the thing when, like, what I would argue against that, because here's the thing, like I think we're kind of missing the point. Yeah, like nuclear power in a way entails weaponry too, but nuclear power is such a broad umbrella term. Yeah, like weapons technically count in there, but there's so much more that weapons lose power, and I just feel like, you know, weapons have an intention to kill, and those weapons coming back to like kill, you know, like everyone, not just your enemy. Like they just like appear embodied in a thing that's now living and breathing and actually walking towards your house. I think that's kind of what he's meant to be. And also, like, the thing is, even in Showa, it's like he went to from like the representation of nuclear holocaust to dancing. So like, should we even have a Godzilla that actually turns good, or quote unquote, like if he can even turn good at all?
I think that
after, like,
argument
everything
really,
else?
like, I think that it's hinged on the fact that because Godzilla's dancing, like, can you have Godzilla become heroic and not have him dance or be anthropomorphized?
Like after he
You
kills a lot
could-
of people, you cannot really undo that by fighting some monsters. I don't think that's how people would see it. Like I'm talking about not only what he has become in universe, which is a hero, but also what he has become in the meta sense, which is like when he has become a hero, he has also just completely forgone his original meaning, and he has always only turned heroic because someone wanted to make money off of him.
If you're gonna,
But I think
make
that's more a
him
meta
heroic,
argument
I
rather than
think
like
you
what can
should-
actually work.
I mean,
I
that's,
think if you're gonna
it
make-
is part and part. Sorry, Serena. I think it's both, But that's because one argument, one side of things affects the other. Like in meta universe, we have like that's the reason why we haven't really gotten like a Godzilla that feels like he's heroic, in a way that's like you can go then to 54 and say, yeah, no, these are the same character. Like they're just not. Also, like 54 dies, so technically we always get Godzilla 2. But even in Raids Again, it just feels like a completely different version. It never feels like it's well written, and that it comes from the meta sense of that's because Toho just cared about making money and making the movies for kids.
Yeah, but that's why the question is how ought to be written, and if we're going to exist within a world where this history exists, then like you have to come to terms with actually like making it as satisfactory as possible.
I was gonna say, I think if you're gonna make Godzilla a hero, he shouldn't be like an Avenger, like that's ridiculous. Or like stuff even like in the Showa era, they call him like, I'm pretty sure they call him like, I don't think it's in Zone Fighter, where they like, oh, Godzilla, the fighter of truth and justice, or something like that. I don't think Godzilla should be that. He should be a neutral force that just kind of happens to fight monsters that kind of benefit humanity in a roundabout way, but they also don't trust him, and they do have weapons to counter him. Like in the Monsterverse, it is confoundingly insane they haven't tried to rebuild the Orca to use as like a Titan prevention tool because of how powerful the Orca is. Because it worked on an alien. If it worked on an alien, it can work on just the other kaiju on the planet, and they can divert kaiju from. They could have diverged Godzilla from the different power plant, like the power stations that were building Mecha Godzilla. Like. Well, that's more of just a monster versus trash thing. But when it comes to Godzilla, hold on, let me regain my train of thought. Fuck. Someone else go. I think.
I was going to talk about 2000 for a little bit, or at least set the stage before we get to. I presume we're going to get to him.
We're going through every incarnation.
Yeah. Okay. So we are going through
lovely.
every incarnation, but like 2000, I think, is a really prime example of this. It's Godzilla is still destructive force, but he acts on a territorial instinct. He visits Japan for very specific reasons. I believe it's food in that film. Or something like that.
Which
but it's
one?
like 2000.
Yeah, it's energy. Yeah, it's
energy.
sources,
So like there's that animalistic nature to it. It emphasizes both the wonder and terror of the creature with both the G cells and like with that opening sequence. But also, he's not exactly a good guy. He's just fighting Orga because Orga hurt him first.
I remember what I was going to say now. So I think, like, when it comes to things like monster fights, often people would like try to make Godzilla the more heroic entity. Like, if he's going to fight King Ghidorah, most people think, oh, we're going to make Godzilla the good guy. I would actually I would like to see a universe where Godzilla fights King Ghidorah, but Godzilla is still the attack, the bigger evil, and Ghidorah is, Ghidorah is the good guy. Like, I would actually because like Ghidorah is an Asian dragon, and Asian dragons are usually benevolent creatures. I would really like to see like another like GMK-esque Ghidorah where Ghidorah is like the hero. And you know what? I would actually like to see Ghidorah win.
I think
he's
that's
always
the problem
lost.
with that is that like with Ghidorah, even though he's an Asian dragon, he's based on like the one Asian dragon that is like the antithesis to
Evil.
every other Asian dragon.
Yeah,
which
he
is
makes
evil.
explicitly
Yeah.
off Orochi, and I think that's why like everyone talks about I guess that's why I've never been as loyal to the Asian dragon thing with Ghidorah, because like Ghidorah is a destroyer. His nature is more in line with Western dragons. So like I don't have the issue with like them, as Serena once said, whitewashing Ghidorah like some other people do.
Well, no,
Ghidorah-
in King of the Monsters, they beige wash him, they race swap him at one point. They cyan wash him, they green wash him. They do anything to make him gold.
The browning of Ghidorah.
There's so much beige.
Like,
No, but Zim, you need to make another stream where it's just like how to write Ghidorah, so I can like 1v10 everyone.
Well, that's
that'd be fun.
I
be
think
fun
like
as
my
hell.
hot take is that Ghidorah is a very boomer coded character. And I don't think people realize that.
Explain.
Well, yeah, he's not Godzilla
Brief
Dark
explanation.
Nemesis.
In
Mecha
short,
Godzilla is.
Ghidorah as a character and as an antagonist draws a lot from alien invasion stories from the West. And then in the context of his first appearance, with the intentions behind the like Godzilla, Rodan, and Mothra teaming up, being similar to like nations as a whole, both antagonistic and allied.
against communism.
Well, no, not against communism. The idea was that like the West and the East should unite for the betterment of humanity and face external threats overall. And Ghidorah is a personified external threat, not a specific threat like Fear the Unknown or anything like that. That is what Ghidorah as a character kind of always was a force that unites humanity. That's kind of always been his thing. And it comes like from a optimistic idea that like, oh, if we all just work together, we'll be able to accomplish anything. And I think that in a like, if you were to world build it more, I think that the appearance of Ghidorah in a lot of ways should be tragic, because not all these nations are always going to work together for the best interests. Even if Ghidorah is defeated, there should be so much undermining and backstabbing that goes behind the scenes that even if Ghidorah is driven off, the nations are still at odds with each other. Which I think that like even if Godzilla is a more like
the real power of teamwork.
yeah, like essentially that. But like I think that even if like you're gonna make Godzilla a more heroic character, I think like the arc of the franchise as a whole should still be more tragic but tinged with optimism. So
What
like
I-
like
what
if I
would
ever wanted
essentially-
Godzilla to
essentially-
be heroic, yeah,
Wait, so essentially Gorath?
in some ways, yeah. But
Does
like
Gorath-
What I was
Gorath still has that like head in the air of we survived, but the world is in ruins. It's okay, we'll be able to rebuild.
I would say less that and
was-
more like people like as long as like people live eating like shit, literally, we're still going to have conflict in the world. But like there needs to be that hope that there are people who can change it for the better, even if you don't see it.
I was
Oh.
gonna say with when I meant like this would be the final thing about Ghidorah before we go back to Godzilla. With when it came to the Asian dragon comment, that was more like a satirical thing. When it comes like me and like a good guy Ghidorah, it's always been to me like Ghidorah as a character hasn't really represented much, especially as like Godzilla's arch nemesis. Because like with Mechagodzilla, you got like the mechanical doppelganger. With Orga, you have the fact he's like Orga, Biolance, and I hate to say it, Destroyer have more of like the arch nemesis material than like Ghidorah, because Ghidorah is just kind of like an alien like threat. And I think making Ghidorah a good guy could like invert, like especially if you take the series in a more fantasy element, you could kind of do like a tradition versus modernization thing with Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. If Ghidorah is like an old creature of like myth. This could be like a different thing that we talk about off stream, but like I just think the idea of like giving good guy Ghidorah another shot is interesting.
The thing with that, and I'm not saying that because the problem with Ghidorah is that, as you said, like he doesn't really represent anything. It hasn't really succeeded at anything either. So it's like even when you say, okay, he's like his rival, he's like he's mostly a joke. He's always literally always getting gangbanged constantly on screen, like to the point where I just want to look away. So like he's just evil, basically. He's just like evil monster, and yeah, it's like okay, so he's the outsider, but what does that actually mean? Like that doesn't really have anything of value to it necessarily. And when it has something, as Sim said, it's really naive, and it's not even Ghidorah being naive. Ghidorah is the foil to naivety, and so it's like Ghidorah doesn't have anything. And I feel like if you make him a good guy,
I don't think foil would be the right word there.
he is like a way for that naivety to succeed within the story. He's the excuse for that to work, because the writer
I'd
is
say
really
it's like
ideal.
he's like he is supposed to be the antagonist in an aspirational story.
Yeah, but it gets a little bit too aspirational at some points. I think when it comes to like Showa stuff. The problem with Ghidorah is just like if you make him a good guy, you take like the only thing he had going for him, and at that point, I don't even think that will be Ghidorah anymore. Like I don't really consider GMK Ghidorah a Ghidorah at all. Like that's something that I.
Orochi.
Yeah, but also like he's inspired by Orochi, but also like he's not.
Oh no,
really
in
Orochi.
GMK he literally like I think in the GMK
Oh, yeah.
he literally
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Orochi.
He's Orochi, so in a way it's like he's Ghidorah, but he's not. I'm
He's-
not really sure.
He's baby.
I think
He's a
part of-
baby.
And,
Ghidorah
like,
is nothing.
And like, I'll just say this, and then because we are an hour and 14 minutes in, and we're still on the
Yeah,
second slide,
I'm really sorry, guys.
I'll just say
No, this
I
is
think
what
part
I
of-
wanted.
I think part of why Ghidorah in GMK is the way that he is, it really just comes down to the fact that it was supposed to
Toho
be
meddling.
Varan.
Yeah,
It was
Toho
supposed to be
meddling.
Varan, yeah. So, let's move on.
Yeah, I guess, like, do we have anything else when it comes to, like, just general, like, how ought to write Godzilla? Because now we're going to get into the incarnations in particular and, like, where things sort of diverge. And we're going over both their designs and how that affects their characters and just general, like, where, like, do you get those divergent points to where, like, something can change for the better?
Before we do this, are we going to be talking about some scrapped works?
No.
Damn it!
Actually, I wanted to
No
answer
Stan
some
Winston
comments.
for you.
So I actually had like a quick question in regards to like the Hulk thing from way earlier,
Mhm.
and
Okay.
From 10
This
years
is-
ago.
this is a bit unrelated, but considering what we were talking about like material and stuff, because obviously, if you compare him to the Hulk, what Hulk stories would you have someone read in this case? Because like I was thinking of reading, because obviously I have my Godzilla story, World of Hyperfauna, that I'm working on, and I've always kind of compared, like as I've been working on Godzilla, I've thought a lot about comparing him to either Kratos or the Hulk, and I was wanting to see what stories from the Hulk you would recommend and just what I could look to.
I'd probably say, like, Immortal Hulk would be one I can think of.
I've heard very good things about Immortal
World
Hulk.
War Hulk would be another one. The Incredible Hulk, which I think that was like around like the ones that were done by like Paul Jenkins, and like I think the art's done by John Romita Jr. That would be
Hold
one
on,
I'd say is really
Hold on.
good.
I'm taking notes. So you said Immortal Hulk, World War Hulk. Isn't that the sequel to Planet Hulk?
Yes.
So I think maybe just read both then. in that
Yes.
case.
Actually, one sec. There was one article that I'm actually gonna link to. Immortal Hulk isn't that shit. I'm sorry. It's not that shit.
Hi, Black.
Hold up, what?
Let me put this in.
Praise be Snyder Hope.
Let me put in the private chat. I'll put it in a private chat for you as well.
All right.
Okay.
Dougie's drinking water.
Would those like
Um,
have some stories that you could recommend?
Yeah, those ones I'd recommend.
Awesome, thanks.
One thing I wanted to do was answer some of the questions, and I also wanted to ask, kind of like, do any of you want to answer to some of the questions that chatters are making before we move on?
I'll be right
A,
back.
a little. If there's something interesting, then yeah. It'd be
If
nice.
there's something interesting.
Okay, because
I responded to one of Hoshi's questions, which is pretty simple. Was there another one you want me to highlight that we could talk about before we go?
there was one that I wanted to answer because I feel like it's missing the point. And it's not to point them out. It's the leader of the Lost Souls says nuclear power can lead to tragedy and destruction when mishandled by humanity. First of all, I wanted to thank him because the word that I've been looking for all this time is mishandling, and I don't know if I used it. I think I said neglect. So thank you. And also, like, that's the point that I was trying to make. Like, it takes mishandling, but a bomb can be mishandled. Like, a bomb is just made to kill. That's kind of the point I was trying to make when I say that I don't think that.
I'm trying to find it right now.
It's at 15:59. Oh, but I think that my
That's not going to be my time.
yeah, exactly.
Let me see if I could find it.
Oh, I found it. Right, this one?
Oh,
Yeah,
there it is.
yeah. So what I'm talking about is that I feel like the only way for the original intent of Godzilla to work is if you just make him a weapon. Because of that, like in mishandling, it's all about intentionality, right? So a bomb, you
quick,
cannot really mishandle a bomb.
Before because you said Godzilla needs to be a weapon. You misspoke there, right?
I think, yeah. No, did
Yeah.
I say that?
Because you
Yeah,
said,
no,
yeah,
sorry.
because I was like,
He doesn't
wait,
need to be a weapon. Yeah, no, because like who's targeting him? Yeah, no. What I mean is
he should be the
if
result of nuclear weapons.
Yeah, not just nuclear energy. Because, for example, I think that Shin is actually a good example of someone that's a result of nuclear power. They're like being mishandled, and I think that Shin doesn't really he's really far apart from what like Godzilla was meant to be. He's like this completely different thing, which is kind of like a remake. In like they kind of wanted to remake 54 for
reimagining.
modern, reimagining. So he shouldn't be nuclear power unless you're trying to reimagine him. But then at that point, you're just changing him to do something else. I don't know. I guess
Yeah,
it
'cause, like-
depends on whether you think that, for example, stuff like Shin or MonsterVerse Godzilla or even Earth Godzilla are actually Godzillas. I
I
for
would say
example,
like
have come
Earth
to not
and
consider them.
Earth and MonsterVerse, especially with their origins, are the most divergent in my opinion. But again, the reason why I say nuclear energy as a whole is that you don't get like nuclear energy as it is now without nuclear weapons. They are tied inexorably. Like the only reason why nuclear physics became as big and like as funded as it is because of the success of the bomb. Like nuclear physics went from being like side projects to being like one of the biggest funded government projects after the bomb. So as a result, you don't get really like they are inexorably tied, and that's why I think it is fine to have Godzilla be tied to nuclear energy, but you have to do a lot more legwork as a result. Like same thing is like you have to be very careful and you have to be really skilled to make Godzilla a hero effectively. Like it's
maybe
not
that's
a simple
why.
task.
Yeah, no, maybe that's why I don't see it, because I don't think that it has ever been done the right way. And maybe what I'm trying to say is that maybe the reason why it has never really been done in a good way, like you can say maybe anti-hero at most, but like they have tried to make him like a literal hero and it never worked. And I'm just thinking maybe it's because it literally betrays the meaning of the character.
Yeah, like I would say, like I don't like I never. If I want to make Godzilla a hero, Godzilla shouldn't be jumping around, laughing, having fun, unless it's like in an overtly like a kid-friendly context where it's not supposed to really be
Like,
taken in a sense of like a
But Zim,
as,
don't
like-
you understand? Godzilla's done goofy things before, so it's okay for him to do goofy things in later
Yeah,
films.
but I also wanted to state, Titanus and Earth. Ultima was right there.
Ultima too. Yeah,
Yeah, I forgot. He's supposed to be something so different. He's not even Godzilla. Yeah, no, you're right.
That is barely Godzilla.
No,
That is barely Godzilla.
He's a
that's-
higher
and
dimensional
this-
being that behaves like a three-dimensional object.
Like, at least Titanus and Earth have vague connections to the nuke.
yeah.
Yeah, vague. But that's the thing. And this all connects together even with the Ghidorah thing, because I feel like when we say, okay, we can make them heroes or like stuff like this, we are all just saying we want the design and then we can do whatever we want with the design. That's what they did with GMK. That's what they did with Ultima. And I hear like, and I'm not here trying to calling people out or to call people out or anything. Besides, this is not like a hot take that Minecraft has, but Minecraft, for example, doesn't like Aquatilos, which is understandable. I love Aquatilos, but I know that Minecraft feels like it's like, like cheap to just use that design. And I feel like maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like that's what a lot of Godzilla fans do. They just want to take the design of a dinosaur with spines on his back and he shoots fire. And then if they like it because they think it's cool, they just want to turn him into a hero. And I feel like saying that he's supposed to just be nuclear power is just an excuse to say that he can be heroic when that was never the intent. And I think that's what happens when people grow to love something but not really understand it, because like a lot of fans actually grow up with Godzilla.
I would say like another thing too is that by this context, wouldn't the nature of like the paradigm of nuclear weapons change drastically over the years from 54 onward?
I mean, they are always a threat. They're always
No,
something
not
that
as
we're
a threat.
afraid
I
of.
mean like the geopolitical context around
Oh.
nuclear weapons as a whole, and like how
Yeah.
our relationship to nuclear weapons, fallout, the culture around it, all of that as a whole is going to inherently change. And like our view on nuclear weapons would change drastically depending on the context as a whole. Like let's just say hypothetically again, IRL alien invasion happens. We literally just like the world launches like all of its nuclear arsenal to stop an alien invasion. Like that, then like the thing too is like even like in the 50s and the 60s, nukes were almost adopted as conventional weapons. Like the Davy Crockett was literally like a rocket-propelled nuclear weapon that soldiers could carry on the field, and there was doctrines put in place for people to fight in nuclear wastelands. Like the context around nukes and whether they're seen as like a good or bad thing will change drastically.
I think we're
Depending on the
getting
context.
into. I think that normal people will always see nukes
Normal,
as only bad
like
things.
normal
but
people, like
then
that's
you get
also a
into
pretty like
No,
general
I get it,
thing,
but like
too.
if you go into propaganda, okay, maybe you can say nukes.
I'm not
are
even saying
so
propaganda.
cool.
I'm not even
mean,
saying that either. I'm just talking like I'm talking purely on like just a practical standpoint. And like you can talk about propaganda, but propaganda or just messaging in general will determine the zeitgeist of any nation.
Yeah, but just because people think of something, like whether it's for propaganda or like just media, or whatever, the fact that people see something as cool doesn't make it true.
I'm not talking
Like,
about cool. I'm not talking about cool. I'm
oh,
talking
cool or
primarily
in a positive light. Like that's
and I'm not
still
just
going to
talking about like
change.
positive light. I think also kind of narrows it down as well in its own sense. Because I think that like the relationship we have to like weapons and nuclear power as a whole has changed dynamically from the 50s onward. Like the thing is that even like in the past couple of years, there was this talk like, oh, we're so close to watching the bombs fly. We're so close to having a nuclear apocalypse because of the proxy wars that were going on in Europe, but it never happened though. Like,
Okay, but people are always scared of it still.
Not to the same degree, and like the context is never the same. That's the
Like
thing. Is like
context changes. Like I think you're right
That's
on
what
that.
I'm saying.
What I'm thinking is like you can reimagine him to fit the current fear of nuclear weapons, but the fear of nuclear weapons is always going to be the same. That they're going to explode all over the place. Then we're going to go into like a nuclear holocaust, and maybe we get into a fallout situation, right? Where
Yeah.
you see how your mom loses her nose and then she starts eating you alive because she cannot even think, right? Like we think of stuff like that, like horrible things. And
But
maybe
also,
with
how much of that is also the results of propaganda too? Because like people always talk about how this nuke or that nuke could destroy the world. When
Mhm.
like if we actually think about it, like there's so many other natural forces on the planet that are more devastating than nuclear weapons.
No, I think you're right on that. Like, I think that also there's a propaganda that is trying to fear monger people into being so afraid of things that they just agree with you. But that doesn't take away from the fact that nukes are always just like a bad thing. Like, it doesn't really
I
matter
just
if people
I
see
don't
it in
agree
a
with
more
that though. That's the
positive.
thing. I vehemently disagree with that.
But how would nukes be like not a bad thing always?
Because again, with the continued development of nuclear weapons, we have advanced so much when it comes to things such as nuclear research. Like you don't get nuclear without
Oh,
nuclear weapons, you don't get nuclear
no,
research.
I
As it
think
is.
there's a misunderstanding. Sorry, I think you think that I'm saying that we should never have like. I mean, first of all, like, yeah, we shouldn't. Like, what do we need nukes for? Like, we're just going to kill a bunch of civilians, right? But what I'm trying to say is not that we shouldn't research like nuclear power related things or stuff like that. Like the nukes that already exist, they're there, right? Like we cannot just like poof and make them disappear. What I'm saying is that people will always like nukes cannot be used for something good. Like maybe you can make them more like safer for storage and stuff like that. Like I think you're right on that. But what I'm saying is
Well,
like
then my next
it's a
question is
bomb.
like,
It's meant to kill.
is there ever a just cause for war? That would be my next question. Then I guess to
Cause
move
for
further.
war, yes, always, because conflict. There will be sides of conflict that will like literally try to end. Like genocide is a thing, and you have to stop genocide sometimes. What I'm saying is that nukes, like if you just have a bomb, okay, like that's a bomb, but like that doesn't make the bomb in on itself a good thing. It can be used for good, maybe like to destroy like a bigger threat, but it's still like an evil thing that's going to kill a bunch of people. And nukes
Well,
in
is it
specific are just
so you're
going
saying
to
that weapons as a whole are inherently evil?
weapons. I think it's something that I mean, I guess if you are just killing civilians and it's going to
I'm
happen,
not
it's evil.
like hypothetically. Let's just say like if you are in a like again, let's remove the context of it like a human versus human conflict, like human versus alien conflict, hypothetically, and you use nukes on a military target of these hypothetical aliens. Would that mean the nuke itself is bad inherently?
I mean, but I am talking about like the real world, like not in the movies.
Then
I'm just
okay,
talking about the
then I guess
notion.
like this to make the question a little harder. Then let's just say
really
like
quick,
legitimately. Like
sorry
a
to sorry to interrupt, but I actually have to leave. I will be listening, but I have to go to work. Sadly, I can't stick around.
Don't we love work, guys?
Because
No.
I fucking hate having a full-time job.
Hey,
It pays
it's
for
a
the
winner meat.
figures. It pays for the figures, Kuro. Like you couldn't have that figure, the higher figure you have, had it not been for.
It also
your
pays for the
board.
thumbnails.
Fair
It
enough.
does pay for the thumbnails. So I guess really quick,
And
if I
for
could
the
do some
horses.
shillings.
It's a win-lose situation.
I'm not, I wish I was joking. I want you all to guess how much money I've spent on Uma Musume in terms of gacha.
I don't
Kuru,
know.
that's a terrifying question. I don't want to answer. because I don't want to
didn't-
dignify your addiction.
I
Anyways,
didn't even know you did the gacha stuff. I thought that you maybe bought like a statue once or twice.
I do want to buy the statues, but I play the game, which is a gacha, and I have spent probably close to $200.
I didn't want to know that.
Oh god.
That's
Kuru,
not cool. That's
Kuru,
not
this is
something to be
you're
proud
gonna
of.
work before you lose your mind.
Kuru. I don't think you should be laughing. I think you should be like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, for real. If we took it as a joke, I feel like we will be like bad people, like just like feeding your addiction.
I hate you
The
so
addiction's
much.
gonna continue
Look-
to continue.
Look at what Rooney says in the chat.
I regret none of it.
You should.
And
You
yeah,
should
compared
really
to some
regret it.
other-
You
Compared
genuinely
to some
should.
other whales like that play other gachas, it's really not that much in the grand
Very
scheme
soon,
of
guys.
things.
One day we'll hear a Floyd in the background, and it's because he hired someone to dress up like an Uma to talk to him.
Well,
This is like
You,
one
you,
step
you,
towards
you
that.
assume as a man, Kuru only talks to gay men, so like it would be
But
obviously
anyways,
a,
if I can do some
femboy.
shilling, if I can do some shillings before I get, yeah, okay, yeah. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter at Kaiju Kuru. I'm also on Zim server. I'm currently just trying to work on expanding the stuff on my channel, but I'm hoping to talk about Godzilla, Uma Musume, various other like sci-fi and fantasy related anime. Also Resident Evil and a few other horror series that I'm gradually getting into. Metroid. And right, I did mention Uma Musume already. And yeah, I have recently installed OBS, so I might start streaming soon. I have some ideas in regards to that. And yeah, the Shin Godzilla video is underway, well underway actually, the scripting process. It's very much, I want to say I am about halfway done with the script. There is some current like things I'm thinking of reworking. At this point, the Shin Godzilla video is probably going to be divided into parts, going over everything so I can lighten the workload on an individual level, and also stretch it out so I can milk that sweet algorithm. And yeah, that's all from me. Yeah, I have correct opinions. You all are dumb, stupid babies. Say the word. Fuck you, you're trash. Bye.
$200 on fucking horsewoman. No fucking way.
Anyways,
I was going to send him like a message saying, Kuru, do you need help? But I decided not to send it. He will see that I was thinking of doing that. I highly considered.
anyways,
I think he
Going
does, you know.
anyway,
Yeah,
now, Zim,
about the bomb thing.
Yeah, I guess
no,
like
Bomb
to go back to it. Hypothetically, you are essentially responding to a threat in a conflict, and you were given the use of nuclear weapons on a military target, and you have like with how robust our surveillance is, you can confirm there are no civilians at this location. Would that mean that it would be a neutral act? Because if we're saying nukes are evil, but we're responding to,
I mean, I think that would be fine. No, that would be fine. But the thing is that what caused Godzilla was like testing of nukes and like.
But testing of nukes to do what though? Would it not be that the testing of nukes in this case would be in the case of defense against an aggressing force?
I mean, that nuke that was tested that like killed the people from the Lucky Dragon didn't do anything good. Like,
But
it
that's the
was,
thing is that they didn't overtly try to kill them, though. That's
yeah, but they still does that. Like, that's the point. Like, nukes are meant to kill, and kill is what they'll do. You
that.
can
That's
point it at
still
a bad
also,
person or a good person, but the thing is, like, nukes are not.
but that would then make nukes again just not uniquely evil in that sense, because like if you're close to a bomb site, the bomb just kicks up enough debris that it ends up killing people. The action would essentially be the same. The reason why it is so uniquely devastating is because of the after effects of nuclear weapons, which are like mitigated, I think, to some degree with just how powerful hydrogen bombs are by comparison now, and like how different they are created. I'm not sure if anyone cut out there.
No, we're just
Oh,
listening.
sorry. Yeah, no. I was just listening. Yeah.
Because again, like if you used a bunker buster next to someone, kill someone with the debris, and you're testing a new one, and it just so happens that it's so powerful that it's kicking up so much rubble that it let's just say squashes someone nearby, it would contextually be the same as what happened at Casa Bravo, because they never were testing specifically to kill civilians or for that to happen.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like, they were testing bombs. Like, the bombs are meant to kill, so like it doesn't matter if the intention was not that. Like, that's the intention of the object.
But then again, my question would be: would that inherently
then,
mean all weapons are evil then? Because they're made to kill, even if
if you kill evil people, yeah. No, I think that if you use them for defense, like, that's a different thing. But the problem is that, like, for example, remember the 98 thing? Okay, I don't know if this is some. Can we bring that up since we're going to talk about 98 later?
Do we want to save it for 98, or we can do it now?
Okay, so, yeah, I think we should do it now, because remember that you said that the French in 98 are evil because they allow for harm to happen. And the thing is, people were harmed in the Lucky Dragon incident, so wouldn't that be evil even if that wasn't really the intention?
So in the case of the Lucky Dragon, the US had
Oh.
specifically asked people to leave the area within a certain parameter because that's what they assumed the damage, how much damage would be exposed to. So you did not come to this area because of that exact reason. Because of the effects of Castle Bravo, it extended outside of the range they assumed it would, which unintentionally caused the people in the Lucky Dragon to be irradiated. Whereas in the case of the French, they already knew that they had mutated something in French Polynesia. They knew about the Japanese trawler being destroyed, so they knew something was moving around destroying ships. And instead of directly telling the US, they only released the footage just recently instead of directly working through the US and allying with NATO and other allied nations in order to contain the issue and have as many eyes on the problem as quickly as possible. Because the French withholding the action affects 2 NATO allies, resulting in the deaths of civilians with a fishing trawler, and then later the damage caused in Jamaica, which is again another NATO ally, and then causing the deaths later on in New York because the US does not know as much as what the French knows. So one is intentionally withholding information, the other is being woefully unequipped to deal with what actually they were dealing with. That would be the difference. And that's why, like, I don't condemn the people at Casa Bravo for what they did. Like, I understand the rationale for it, and that doesn't also diminish the tragedy of the Lucky Dragon incident. Like, by all accounts, Lucky Dragon, there is no way anyone could say that the people of Lucky Dragon didn't listen to the US. They did exactly what they were supposed to do, and it is literally just how powerful that nuclear weapon is, which is causing them to be irradiated.
The difference, I would actually like to use another real life incident. The difference between something like this and Chernobyl is because the Soviet government were utilizing faulty nuclear reactors with Chernobyl, and for two, they actively chose to, like, and this is going off of my knowledge of the event. I'm not as experienced with Chernobyl, but they actively chose to hide or mitigate or like lessen the effect of what was happening, and that resulted in the deaths of innocent civilians and of people who were actively trying to like mitigate or like lessen the damage that was caused.
Mhm.
If any of that made sense.
Yeah, no, that does make sense. The Soviet government was explicitly like hiding it down. Well, the people at the plant were downplaying the issues, and then the government was downplaying the issues to the civilians and the people who were going in. It was only due to a select few people who knew that they were safe from reprisal. They were giving it straight and allowing the issue to actually be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Had the Soviet government not been what it was, Chernobyl probably would have been mitigated a lot quicker. And again, if the Soviet government wasn't what it was, Chernobyl probably wouldn't have happened at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And again, I would also say, like, I would say too, like, that's why I think that, like, I think that Godzilla could explore topics like Chernobyl in a like those problems that arise from nuclear energy in a similar way to how it is with nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with 98, and I don't want to like stall because I guess that we will get there in time, is that I think you're wrong with what the French did being the wrong decision, like that they made the wrong decision in the context of the movie that I watched. I don't think they had enough information, but we can talk about that later if you want to, or we can discuss it now.
Let's talk about it when we get to 98 because we have spent a lot of a lot of time on this specific.
I want to get to my baby Garagoshi so I can slander him.
Monsterverse was just put into one big slide, and I think it's like right at the end. It's like all the way at the end. Yeah, Monsterverse is all the way down there.
Oh boy.
So
where he belongs.
All right, we'll talk about Titanus. Anyways.
So let's finally go. We are almost 2 hours in and we've gone through 2 slides. The classic Zimcast way, which again in this case for the people watching on YouTube and the one guy on Twitch who I love and appreciate because you'll always be my homie, the one Twitch viewer. You don't say much, but I know you're there and I love you for it. Let's get into
Put the slides on 2x speed.
No! Didn't he comment once?
I think
didn't the Twitch guy actually say?
I think it was one person, but I thought it was a different person too. So like there's been times where there's been 2 people on Twitch, but I always see the one lone Twitch person and I appreciate them for it. But we're going into technically what is ostensibly 4 different incarnations because you have Maquette Godzilla / early concept Godzilla, 54 proper, 55, and then Volcano Monsters Godzilla. Because the reason why I say that is because you have this design, which is radically different from this design, which is different from this design. And then this design's interesting because a lot of its construction and how it's built influences King Goji and then the later Godzillas as a whole. So I guess we'll start off with Maquette Godzilla.
There are like 3-4 different maquettes, right?
The maquettes are different, but it's mostly in skin texture because you have the original the fish scales, the warty, and then the alligator Godzilla.
And then you also have the storyboard depiction, and I think the book has a different description for him as well.
The book description's very vague. Same with Anguirus in that book as well for Raids Again. So there isn't like a general look. There with the storyboard depictions as well. His appearance changes drastically from storyboard to storyboard because I know there were several people who were the concept artists who worked on the storyboards, and I think that those storyboards are determined by who drew that storyboard. So like there isn't necessarily a storyboard design because it's mostly like the storyboard design is from like a few shots, which is probably one artist, and then people taking that as the storyboard version, whereas the maquette version was designed by Teishu Toshimitsu.
And then obviously you have the suit, which
was overseen by Toshimitsu and then the Yagi brothers.
Yeah, and Shodagoji, my beloved, this has very recently become my favorite Godzilla design. They got it right. They got it right. Just
he's fat.
Personally, I like the puppet version a little bit more.
The which version?
The puppet version of the
Guignol, which is like closer to the
maquette.
The maquette version. Like one of the interesting things is that the head for the suit was actually reduced in order to to reduce on weight. So the reason why you have Godzilla with like the proportions that he does is because of it being a suit. Like I personally I prefer the larger head of the maquette's design, although I like the larger body and legs of the suit. But like overall, most of the traits are remain the same except like those smaller details. I also think like the more explicit fangs is better. The face being slightly more mammalian is better for Godzilla as a character, like design
Ears and
overall.
fangs
Yeah.
all
And then
way.
like the placement of the spines too is because with the maquette version you have the larger spines closer towards like the back, almost where the pelvis is, versus this spine here kind of being where the largest plate is and then descending down. And you see something similar to this layout with 84, but with most Godzilla designs for the Showa era at least, they are closer to how 54s are, which is almost like a hump shape to them.
Mhm.
By the way, have you seen any of those mammalian Godzilla designs that some fans have made? They, like some people have like literally just said, okay, what happens if I make him look like way more mammalian, and it
Yeah,
looks really
Like
fucked up.
Uru?
I think he was one of the guys that I've seen do that
But
actually.
by Zeke?
I don't remember exactly the names. Wait a minute. Maybe I have some pictures. Maybe they have the name, but I cannot really confirm.
What
Because
Yeah.
I've seen like 2 to
Was-
3 people.
DM them to me if you can find them.
Was the series? If you look up Godzilla First Contact, there's that design. It's from Zeke. I know him. I know him.
Godzilla KC Guts, I think it's called. I'll see if I can send it to Sim.
Yeah, because I can probably dip out of this and then share that via.
I have like a low resolution, but I'm going to try and zoom in first. Wait a minute.
Yeah, the resolution should be fine for the most part.
Okay, wait a moment. I'm going to send this before we move on, since we're talking about the mammalian thing. Okay.
I also have
This
I've never seen the volcano monster suit, or at least noticed the differences until like the statue was unveiled.
Mhm.
Bro,
Well,
looked
what's
like
interesting
his
is that the
face got elongated.
statue, yeah, the face is elongated compared to the 55 suit, as well as there is a really, really tiny dew claw on the suit that all recreations seem to miss when they're redoing it. I don't know
Really?
why that's, yeah. It's like because of like the picture I have here, it's cut off, like the feet are cut off, but it's like right back here. It's actually that little bit right there is where that extra
I can
claw
kind of
is.
see. I can
Yeah.
kind of see it, but like I'm looking at the head specifically. Yeah, I haven't noticed the differences because like body wise, they are very, very similar. But it's the head that the head almost looks. What is the term? What is the term?
Stretched.
Not stretched. It's reminded me of one specific dragon.
The Vermithrax?
Vermithrax.
I don't know. His head's kind of long.
You mean Vermithor?
I
No.
want to say Smaug, but that's not it.
Schmaug.
What
You
is
mean the dragons from like Game of Thrones?
Oh, I know what you mean by Vermithrax. Oh, okay, that one.
Dragon Slayer, right?
Yeah.
No, I
I haven't seen that movie in a while.
No, not the Game of
I
Thrones.
think that's
one.
literally
Those-
where Vermithor comes, where his name came from, was from Vermithrax, I think.
No, because like, fuck, I'm losing.
Dragon Tail?
No, not Dragon Tales. no, shit. No, because like,
Stop messing with him, Vic. You're confusing him.
Are you talking about the dragon from Sinbad? Taro?
yes, Sinbad.
That was really aggressive.
The Golden
That
Voyage,
that'd be a funny animatic. It's like
the
now.
Golden Voyage one, or even like Rhinoceros. Like Golden Voyage dragon or Rhinoceros, even, which
Yeah.
is same skeleton. Because like in my head, because like I was gonna say like Toothless for the 55 design, but even that one has very distinct. Like Toothless himself is very distinct, very distinct head shape across different versions. But like, yeah, no, the Sinbad dragon. Thank you. It was escape. It's like there are a lot of dragons, especially in the West, that have very similar head shapes, but the Sinbad one, that was the first one that came to mind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
By the way, I sent you the pictures.
You
I don't know
did?
if you. Yeah.
Perfect.
And the thing is, I think sometimes we
Oh,
forget
these
that him
ones.
just not. Yeah.
I'll show the top two.
The other one is more like 54 mixed with Shin, but I think that
Yeah.
we sometimes forget that when he looks too human, like we are mammals.
Mhm.
So when the listeners are like,
I'll
he
show
looks.
one more that like you didn't show.
Mhm.
It's a Palmer one.
Oh, RJ Palmer.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, there we go. So let me cross out this, switch over. Yeah, so the three I'll show is this one here,
what the
which I can
fuck?
ask,
Oh, is that
What-
is
what?
PJ Palmer?
and then this one. These were the two that you showed off.
Yeah, I sent like a zoomed in version, so in case you want to look at the heads in the other one, you can actually also have them a little bit better.
Yeah.
But you can see it fine.
Yeah, no, like it's pixelated, but it's pixelated fine.
I
Sure.
sent you one, Zim. It's an old model of Uru from Zeke. No, I think he's changed the design quite a bit since. So
Oh,
it's not
yeah.
too accurate.
Oh, hi, Sea Monster, by the way.
See,
Ooh,
And Braden's in the chat.
that looks like
ex-wife.
a man.
yeah,
I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like it's scary. Like this one is one of the
it's
creepiest
Yeah, he
ones.
definitely
took-
it looks uncanny.
He took the whole whale gorilla thing more seriously for his Godzilla. I could probably ask him if I just remembered to ask him.
Mhm.
This could easily be like a Beast Titan like thing.
Because I'm in a server with a bunch of like of the fan Goji community. Like I've spoken to MetalNeck.
Which one are you thinking? Which Fangoji one are you thinking of? You have
Oh.
like Fangoji Corp headquarters or a different one?
No, it's Zeke server.
Gotcha.
This reminds me
It
of when
was-
you look at the iguanodons from Dinosaur from Head On.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
I never.
I
made that
also
connection, but
I
now that
sent you
look
his
at it,
most
yeah.
recent one that also has the more mammalian look, but he's also kind of cute.
This one, like looking at it, like it also kind of reminds me of the Debonk Godzilla.
Boop Snoot.
Like it really reminds me. I think it's specifically because of
I
like, how
can
scaly it
absolutely
is.
see. I can
but it also
absolutely
still
see
has
it.
the
Just flatten the
jowls.
head. I could see it. Just flatten the head.
Well, also make
Yeah.
it spinier. Like give him
Yeah.
the Heisei spikes.
It's the eyes.
The thing is,
mostly that
the first
kills
contact
people
Godzilla doesn't
more.
really have that many spines. Like, hold on, there's a final image I guess I can show from his Twitter of the full like this is from like September of last year. But yeah, his Godzilla doesn't have like as many spines like more
Yeah,
traditional
it's-
Godzillas.
I know. Yeah, I've seen this one before. Yeah, it's very smooth. Like it looks very naked,
Smooth
especially at
boy.
the top of the head.
Mhm. Yeah.
I kind of like that for some reason. I don't know. Like,
I don't.
I don't know if it's.
This
if
looks like
it's
baby
as
Godzilla.
It
No,
has.
I
it
like.
has-
I like it as a design. I don't know if I like it as a Godzilla. Like,
No, I don't. I don't like the smaller spines. It has the same problems that Return's design has, for me at least.
It has like a very like it like I think Vic said it looks like a baby Godzilla. Yeah, like it almost looks like it's like a teen Godzilla kind of.
This could
Like
work
I
for
like the art
Junior.
piece. Like
Like,
the art
this could
piece is really
abs-
nice. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the
it's
art is
really
nice. This could
I
ab-
feel really bad now for like putting like a mutual of like a friend of mine's art on here.
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's
I
fine.
mean like
In fact,
what's it
like
called?
I think
Like we're not bashing it. It's just like
we're probably gonna get to horror. We're probably gonna get to some like horror gojis when we get to Shin, because
yeah.
Most of them aren't. The only really good one I can think of is like Black Mass and like Invasion of Godzilla until it like gets into the zombies, and also just Prey. But like Bloodbath is like fucking ridiculous looking.
We will get to the horror gojis.
Yeah.
Oh lord.
But like
Um,
there's like I think especially this one it feels very like Dimetrodon inspired, especially because of that
That-
dip in the jaw there.
That looks like Dimetrodon. I could see.
Reminds me of like aquatic mammals. That's
yeah,
the vibe
like
I'm getting.
otters too, which is
Oh,
like
like-
what Palmer did for his Godzilla because it's
Oh,
specifically
God.
otter based.
The fringe.
You know what's really
handheld.
funny about this image specifically? The Mothra like jowl. I guess you could. Is it the jowl
Yeah.
muscles? Yeah. That is the inspiration for the flappy jowl muscles to come out of my Ghidorah's mouth.
Oh really?
That
Yeah.
works better for King
It's
Ghidorah
funny-
because of the.
It's funny.
extraterrestrial.
Everyone mentions the Avatar stuff, but they never mention the Otachi inspiration or that. But then again, the Avatar one is more like apparent.
Mhm.
Utterly Gojira sea monster.
Honestly, Goji.
Oh, I just noticed that the Mothra. That's him opening. That's really nice. I didn't see that the first
Yeah,
time
because it's
when you
based
were-
on that one fish that like
The
opens
sarcastic
up its
fringe
mouth.
head. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I still
What'd you call me?
like that. Sarcastic fringe head. That's the name.
Why would you call me that?
Shut the
French
hell
head.
up.
Shut up, French head.
He's the 98 fan. He's the iguanodon.
He's the dawn of iguanas.
he
Yeah, like
he goes to the Crystal Palace Museum. He's like, I'm at my home. He just puts like the Trendmaster Godzilla figure there.
But yeah, like I think it's also the thing too is like with like the ones that are more mammalian, they always have like the raised nostril right there, and specifically the skull shape is always based on some kind of mammal. Whereas like in the case of Godzilla, it doesn't look explicitly like one specific mammal's head, but it has like all the traits of like mammals with like the raised nose, jowls, things like that.
Yeah, it's more like generalized when it comes to what mammal traits are there. Like
Brayden, you know I'm not playing Galaga. I'm messing with Blender. Stop spreading lies on my name.
By the way, do you guys think that Singular Point looks kind of mammalian? Like he doesn't look like a lizard. Yeah.
He looks
Yeah.
a
Like
little
his face.
mammalian.
Yeah, it's the face.
yeah, it's definitely that face.
It's funny. I like the concept art they released for like the official render they released for Singular Point when they're like, oh, this is what Godzilla looks like that one, like the drawn one.
The
I think
one where
that's-
it's just in the neutral pose with this kind of tail sweeping behind.
Yeah, I think that is like the best that design looks because in the actual show he just looks like really bad.
Like actually, let me
it's
just go
the
back to my
proportions.
slides. It's this one, right?
Yeah, that one. I really
Yeah.
like how he looks in that one, and in the actual
Same.
show he just
Yeah,
looks like
we
he just
will,
looks terrible.
We will rant about Ultima later, but like, yeah, 54 Volcano, all that. I think like
Who's this we? Is we in the room? Because I fucking love those designs.
I will tear you to pieces.
I also like the
Terrestrius, I
Singular
have a
Point
soft spot
designs.
for. Amphibia, I'm like very on Amphibia. All Quadlus, same kind of deal. But like, I guess like, given like how much we talked about Godzilla, like in terms of the prelim, I guess like we don't really need to talk much about the film. But
Yeah,
I think what's notable is the fact is that in comparison to what they originally wanted to do with Godzilla, they definitely de-emphasize his more animalistic urges in the movie versus like scripts and book.
I think, and I think that comes down
the
to the
fuck?
special effects used.
My animalistic urges.
What? Oh, no.
I will touch you.
I'm really uncomfortable now.
Good.
I think, but like, I really think that comes down to just the fact that it was a suit / puppet.
Can we turn that into a soundbite?
Yes, Kuru will be on it. I'm gonna tell Kuru to do it. But
like,
yeah, because I like they don't really talk much. Like it's kind of mentioned that there's animals that go missing on Godzilla's first initial sweep of Odo Island, but in comparison, later on when he does attack Tokyo, there's no indication that he's like going out his way for food.
outside of like most of the animalistic stuff is his reaction to like the birds, the clock tower, and the Tokyo Tower itself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that animalistic or is that just like reactions? I don't know if that's like animalistic necessarily. It's just
I
like
think the clock tower is the
living
most
creature.
Clock
like,
tower-
as a
no,
whole.
Animalistic. He's
I
I
can
mean,
say
like,
the
well,
clock
what
tower
would I
is
guess in this case? What would we
animalistic.
define as animalistic, Lau?
Yeah, that's no. What I'm saying is, I guess that's what I'm asking. Like,
For
just like any living thing that has like cognitive senses would be, like reacting to and looking at things. A baby could technically do the same thing. I don't know if we would consider a baby like animalistic because it hasn't developed its brain yet. Like that would be the question I guess I would ask Minecraft. Like, what would you define as animalistic? Like,
Can I
to
give
me, it
a
just doesn't
quick
feel like
example?
that. Yeah.
Well, one example for me that I've always liked about the 54 film is I interpret Godzilla roaring at the clock tower is him thinking it's the roar of like another animal.
Yeah.
Because it
Yeah,
kind of sounds like
understands.
his roar, and that's why he like kind of roars back at it before he destroys it.
Mhm.
Yeah, like I would say, like I would describe animalistic as anything that is or behavior that is more characteristic of like basic needs, more raw emotions,
Yeah.
or things are triggered
Like,
purely by instinct. So like
I
him
would
roaring
not
at the clock tower would
hesitate-
be an example. Yeah.
Like I would gladly call a baby an animalistic because a lot of it,
Yeah.
because babies are generally drawn by instinct or like what by either curiosity or instinct. Godzilla is almost certainly consistent with that, at least in 54 and Braids Again.
Mhm.
Godzilla was just mad he failed his math class, so he was roaring at the tower because he really sucks at telling the time.
Heh.
He's American in the end,
As
huh?
well as like
Yeah,
a lot of,
he represents America.
one thing that's interesting is that like most of the main stimulus is like lights, even which is interesting because even though Godzilla doesn't like bright lights, anytime he uses the atomic breath, that would also inherently mean that like he's creating like these large flashing lights. So it's just something where I think about. It's like I wonder what he's thinking when he does that,
Mhm.
because if he doesn't like bright lights or like bright objects, and then spews that out if that does something to him, because like he overtly like continues to destroy the electrical towers after he's hit, which could also just be due to pain. But then he ends up biting through the tower where the reporters are at, because you see them like doing the flash photography at his face.
Mhm.
And then there was the whole thing where Yamane tells him not to shine the lights on his face because that's only going to aggravate him.
And that's why 98 is so faithful, because he also hates lights.
Jesus Christ.
I'll touch you.
Anyways, yeah.
And like that's also carried over into Raids Again as well, despite it being a different Godzilla. I'd say generally, in terms of like how the two behave as characters, they're pretty similar.
I think
Except I would say maybe 55 is a little bit less aggressive, because like
55
after
is uggo.
Hmm?
55 is a bit ugly. It's
the
just-
designs,
yeah.
You know, I like it being ugly. I mean, maybe I just like ugly things, but like his ugliness is the type of
Wait, so why are
ugliness
you
I
not a
like.
Heisei fan?
Because Heisei is not an ugly design. He just looks really fat.
Well,
to the
like just
point where
Heisei in
he
general. Like you
he
said, you
looks
like
really-
ugly things, and I was like, why don't you like Heisei then?
There's a difference between ugly and bad. I would say.
but like I would say like the only thing I dislike about the 55 design is that because of like the elongated proportions, you do kind of lose something. Like I think 55 could have done with a better head and shorter arms. Besides that, everything else is pretty good. Like there's really good shots of like Anguirus and Godzilla squaring off that are really nice to look at. It is just that because of how long the arms are, it definitely causes the illusion of it not being a man in a suit to fall apart a lot more.
Mhm.
Obligatory man in the suit Kuru reference here.
And I will kill you, obligatory.
Please
Like
do.
okay, I have something here that I just wanted to show. Like the 55 design has like, this is the Yuji Kaida book. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, I
This is
have the same one.
Yeah, no, I love
Oh, that
this.
looks
And
really
when he
cool.
draws 55, like he just makes slight corrections to everything. Nothing is like super distinct. I think there's more of 55 here, but like that's the one I see, and I think that there's maybe one where he's like fighting Anguirus. If I
Yes,
find it,
yes,
and if
he
we haven't
does.
moved on yet.
Wait,
like,
it's further down in the book.
further down. Okay, let
Yeah,
me see.
This is
He's
the
going
first time I'm
Going
seeing
over
Lao,
to-
and he looks so cool.
Thanks.
He's exactly what I thought he'd look like.
Yeah. You look different. Like I swear to God, when I saw you, same. I felt like you were being dubbed. You
Why does
sound-
everyone say that? It's
You
so
sound
weird.
like so young compared to how you look. Maybe it's like the little mustache. Like we have that in common, I guess, to a certain extent. But like I feel like you sound. It's not that you
See,
look old. You
It's
sound
not that
I
bad.
decided
when
to
I,
take the
when
gambit.
when I first watching Zim, I thought he was white. So you know.
That was you're talking
That
about
was
the
a-
Instagram. You're talking about the Instagram reel, right?
I cannot find it.
The other
Yeah.
thing too, so with that, I had shaved before I left for Chicago, and then as it got closer, because that was I think Sunday or Saturday, like
Oh,
it
that
just started to grow
artwork.
in. So
Ooh.
yeah, with Kaide, and like anytime people draw 55, they definitely always make the proportions a lot better. They also
Yeah.
remove things like the folds. Like anytime most people when they do the actual like designs in like a digital or traditional format that isn't just the suits themselves, they do fix a lot of the imperfections, because there is like the statue of 55 that I think does something similar. I'll just, since I'm actually just having the PowerPoint here, I could just pop it in.
55 like looks so uncanny by accident, and I
Yeah.
just see why they used it as inspiration for stuff like
The man in
you
the
know
suit.
yeah, and I'm surprised, and just like overall horror shorts that fans have made, I'm surprised. Is Shin inspired by 55 to a certain extent? Maybe
To
has
my
anyone ever
knowledge, I haven't
mentioned
seen any
that?
interviews, but yeah, like this is one of the
Oh,
statues you
that's
get.
creepy as hell. Like, holy
Yeah.
shit.
Which again, I'm looking at the statue. That's definitely not an exact 1-to-1 of how the head.
Yeah, no,
looks.
it's an exaggeration. It's an artistic. That's
Or like
something
this
that
is
a
the
lot of
like
people
this
do.
picture right here is what people have used for like a lot of the like the suitmation trials. Use this.
Yeah.
He looks so like
I think 55 is just like the
he
impetus
just
for
looks really
horror
funny.
goatees.
No, he looks like he wants you to pick up the soap on a prison shower.
Pick it up.
He looks down at the soap and then he just looks at you like that, like
I want that
Or,
booty
like,
hop.
Even like the X Plus 55 has like a similar thing too, where
Mhm.
like you don't get the eyes as intense in the suit as you do with like any of the
can you zoom in a
recreations.
little bit more with that one? I think that the stare is actually kind of intense. I feel intense in a different way.
Yeah.
It's
He looks more like a monster than a dinosaur. And
He looks like a
that's going to
Trendmasters
depend.
toy.
I'm getting gargoyle vibes.
Like a bootleg Trendmasters toy to me.
I don't think parents would like to buy a toy like this to their kids. Like the kids
no. This
will
would
be
scar
crying.
kids. This would
This
definitely
will
scar kids.
No, for real. You know, I think you're being too nice. But I guess that's the difference. Like, do you want him to look more like a monster, or do you want him to look more like a dinosaur thing that's
Like an animal.
Yeah, this looks more like a monster to me, and
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it. It's it's a suit I do like. Like even though the proportions are obviously squished, like the Deathariel is nice too. Like, I like how he like his head is really nice. I like it.
He looks stoned.
I don't know
The
if
man-
he looks stoned.
The man and the meth addict. The meth addict and the man.
Oh wait,
Instead
no, I
of-
see it.
Instead
the
of
mouth. It's
The
the
meth
mouth.
in the
instead of
suit.
becoming instead
It's
of
the
becoming the
droopy
man in the
eyebrows
suit,
for
he
me.
became the stoned in the man. He became a ketamine addict after
No,
becoming the
even
man in the
better. He's
suit.
not the man in the suit. He's the man in the needle.
The suit
no,
is
the needle
Breaking
and the
Bad.
man. Yeah, the needle and the man.
God.
Say
Is
my
that- is-
name.
Is the suit
Gojira.
breaking? Is it bad?
Doesn't hurt.
Jesus Christ.
Do you feel it? Do you feel it,
I-
guys?
what?
The
I
hope.
haven't seen the Deathariel before, so that was surprising to me.
I love
I'm
the
surprised the
Deathariel.
for reals are still going on because when they
That's an
first came
older
out,
one.
yeah, I saw them all the time, and they haven't done anything in a long time, right? Or am I wrong?
No, because they did somewhat minus. I know that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
they
now
have
so-
really lost some gas. I remember in the King of the Monsters times, we were getting a fuck ton of things, like a couple of, like maybe 5 years after King of the Monsters. It
Shin
just
had several.
Yeah, Shin had
Yeah.
several.
no, and they started a new line which was a giant the for real
Yeah.
Mhm.
for Shin, and I
Or,
don't
like,
know if they continue.
Here's another one for 55. Like that also just looks like really uncanny.
Oh,
but I
that's the
like
one that
it.
people look at when they try, like that one reference with Just Pray, Shin, and all that. Yeah. Oh boy.
Zoom in on it a little bit. Can you do
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I can do
I
it.
can absolutely tell that's the reference because of the mouth.
You know what? I'm kind of getting the vibe. This one looks like more like some of those
62?
concept art pieces.
The teeth angling into the mouth, or maybe it's just the perspective. It reminds me of 62.
Yeah.
I think it's the perspective because I know what
Yeah,
you're
it's
like.
probably the
Are you talking
perspective.
about like this right here, like this kind of?
No. Can you zoom in way more on the head? Okay. Yeah. No, I think it was the perspective because I thought that the teeth were angling down into the mouth, like into the inside of the mouth, like 62.
This
does.
one, like the bottom row, kind of feels like it is.
Yeah, the bottom row.
Maybe
That's what I
maybe
meant.
I'm
Remove the fang in the
insane,
ears, it
but
looks
it
like
kind of looks like
62.
he's smiling.
Yes. No. What Vic just said. Remove this. Like,
Oh my
actually-
god, yes. He
Wait.
looks kind of similar to 62.
Close to that.
Oh my god, I see
I
it.
can
And
see-
remove
I
the
can see it,
fangs.
I can see it, I
Remove
can
the
see it.
fangs. Holy
Yep.
shit, I never noticed that.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
can see
I
it.
was I said that I was gonna say
Yeah,
that
like,
he looks
look
like he's
at that.
smiling, like he looks happy.
That looks like a skinny 62.
Yeah. Shall we move on to 62 then? Because I have things to say on this front.
I guess the last thing I want to do in like is the Mondo like 54 recreation, which Tanaka, I forget what.
Oh shit! This looks so good. And
Yeah.
I don't like that.
That does look really
Why?
cool.
What did you do to my boy?
Like, I love it. I think like the only thing I don't like about it is the dew claws. Like, that is the only thing I wish they had.
I-
just
It
give
looks
them
like the
all
Just
four
Prey
times.
design.
I'm gonna have to disagree with Zim, my father here. I think
I
the
will
Duke
slap
claws
you.
look pretty cool.
Like,
No,
it's
I-
cool.
Wendy,
No.
You're gonna
like,
You're gonna remove the microchip. You're gonna fucking beat me. You're gonna fucking slap me. Like, what's new anymore?
I was
kinda
about
like
to
these
just say
too.
something so bad. I can't do that.
You know what? Say it, little boy. Say it, bro. I
Hey,
don't.
I dare you to say it. Say it. Come on.
No,
You know, just
because
put it in the
it-
chat. Just put it in the
No.
chat.
I'll
In this
DM
chat.
it to you.
Oh no.
But I don't like this. I don't like this. The head is too boxy. It looks like the Just Prey design.
What?
I don't think it looks that. I mean,
You
from
don't
the
like
side, I
this?
think you might be right. I don't
Like,
think
I can
that as
pull
a
up
whole
Just
it
Prey
looks-
as well.
Let's
I
let's
think
save
that'd
Just
be
Prey for
pretty.
later. But like, oh god,
Zim, I just saw what you sent. Excellent.
what did you do to my boy?
No,
Made
like,
them better.
I don't see it being close to Just Prey.
Yeah, no.
Maybe it's the skin texture or something. But
It's probably
I,
the like the skin is like I would admit that maybe the skin, but like the head, not really.
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah, like when I looked at it on Google, like I just Googled it, and yeah, no, I don't think so. But by the way, Sim, and I don't want to drag this too much. It's just that I think that this is one of the best reiterations of 54 that we've had. I sent you a couple of pictures of this statue
Oh
that maybe
yeah,
a lot of people have seen. They just don't necessarily know which one it is.
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, this is like another
Oh,
good redesign. of
hello,
This-
beautiful.
I think this was like an old X Plus. I think.
that.
I
Yeah,
would-
that
that
is
looks-
X
I would-
plus. That is an
I
older
would
X plus.
burn. I would burn a orphanage with all the children inside if it made it this bigger.
That thing I
Hi,
think was like a
beautiful.
pretty penny.
Honestly, like if they remade 54 and that was the design, I'd be down. That looks really cool.
Yeah,
It's what happens when you mix GMK, I think, with 54 a little bit. That's
Mhm.
like just a little bit of GMK on the face, and then you just go
I
with
can
it.
see the GMK.
Adding a bit of
Oh my
GMK to anything
goodness.
makes it pretty cool.
yeah. Like
I
the
don't
only
like
thing,
the
like, let me move
proportions
it.
of the
Like,
thighs.
let me go.
I do
to
not
the
like these
side.
proportions.
Like,
you
the
just
only-
don't
like,
like
I wish
thick
the
fast.
like I wish the chest ridge that 54 has, that 55 has, and then 62 kind of loses was a little bit more prominent, and then just remove the dew claw, like give him the actual toe. But like the dew claw is cool. This is a cool design. Like I love this. Like I'm saving up money to buy this because I want it so
I
badly.
don't like it. The skin breaks it up for me, but that.
I don't like it as much.
Minecraft, your opinion is invalid.
We've
Shut the hell
invalidated
up.
you today.
Let's move to 62, please.
You
Let's
mean
go to
55, but fatter.
We've already talked about 55.
the fat 55.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so
I'm also-
chunky.
Okay. I need to speak on 62. I have a weird feeling on him because in the film he looks wrong, but in figure form he looks great.
You crazy?
I don't know what it is with the movie.
The thing
But
with
as in-
figures is that they could be stylized.
They're
So
usually
Yeah, I think that's
stylized.
it. I
Yeah,
think that's it.
SH
It's
monsters can't do
just-
an accurate
it's-
monstrous figure to save their fucking life.
No,
Yeah.
but like the monster art, like the monster arts in the NECA one, those
Oh,
are
it's
two
so
of the best
cute.
figures in their lineup.
No, yeah, I mean that's true, but the NECA looks nothing like the suit. Like the
Yeah,
NECA is
that's
the
the thing.
spirit and essence of the suit, but once you actually put one next to the other, you realize, oh, this doesn't look at all
Yeah,
like,
it
like
is.
the thing.
They tweak the design in a way that fixes it perfectly for me. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Like I'd say even Kaide's art also kind of does
Yeah.
it fixes it, but it's still I would say it's closer to the suit than the SH Monster Arts is to the suit.
Yeah.
This is my favorite design, probably. Like it's like the S tier. If I had to make like a tier list, this would be
Really?
like,
Really?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if it's my favorite. It's Ultima, then Shin, then Millennium. But then when it comes to Showa, like I don't know, like this ugly fuck
I-
here, this
I
toad
just heard
ass
like
looking
the
ass.
cries of Kuru when you said Shin.
I mean, Shin is just like great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the thing for me is like 62 used to be like one of my favorites, and I think it was just due to the fact that like I always liked his view, like his side view for his head. I always really liked. But then like the forward, not always as good. Like he has a lot of good angles, but like he looks really bad. In
like
others.
that is the problem. Like
I actually
side
really
view,
like
it
that,
looks
though.
out. I don't like his head. I'm sorry.
I think
it's so flat. It's
I
so
like his
toad.
head.
No, like it's so flat. It's so toad-like. It's so weird. Also, no ears and fangs. I'm just like, oh,
The best
wow.
one.
This one right here, the puppet.
No ears. Okay, that
what
one.
the fuck is? What the
What the
fuck
fuck is going on with his
Yo,
neck? His
it's-
neck is broken.
Wait, hold on.
It's not the best.
Yeah,
But-
that's like probably I'd say like out of all the Ginyals, that's probably the worst one they did was the 60.
Like his neck is broken, and then you have Mosugoji, which just, for one, that's the basis for the NES sprite. The thing is, the spikes are just larger, but like Mosugoji just fixes a lot of the problems I had with 62. Like proportionally, it just looks cleaner. The spikes are nice, and the head just, that head I could see being absolutely menacing. Like that
I love
fits Godzilla.
Mosugoji.
The thing
I-
too is that like the suits, like there is apparently like more details on 64 than there are on 62, and specifically the bulk was added to hide like the less detailed look for the suit
Mhm.
because it was the first time in color, and then they perfected it and they created more contoured urethane, which is why 64 I think just looks more proportioned better.
King Goji is brown, right?
No, he's gray with brown highlights.
Oh, okay.
I like
Got it.
the more retro dinosaur vibe to King Goji, which is why it's always been a favorite of mine.
I like that. I just like the head at certain angles, but like proportions for the body, I don't like it as
No,
much.
like the arm, like at a front view, the arms look real. Let me find the picture I'm talking about.
Also, Black says question to Zim: can you get an aught claim from End this?
Goji suit. Let me find that one picture that I'm talking about. That I'm thinking of. What, like the one picture I think of when I
Do you
think
mean
of King
any of
Goji.
this?
No, it's not. Let me see your screen.
Maybe can
it's
could you
not.
put up stills from when he's fighting the military and when he is
No,
like on the
it
cliff
is.
side?
It is another black and white photo. I need to find. Where is it?
Where is it? Where is
Google,
it?
Found it. I'll DM it to you, Zim.
Okay. Answering the DMs.
Yeah, the puppet that you showed earlier, of the Godzilla design on screen right now, is Down syndrome Goji.
Like that angle. That makes
Extra
his arms,
radiation.
that angle makes his arms look really, really stumpy.
Yeah.
He looks
Well, I
so
don't mind him when
happy.
Godzilla's
He has
small
a triangle
arms, but,
head.
like,
No, like,
it is like especially because of like how thick his neck is, and then how bulky for he is.
Wait,
maybe
can
it's
someone
because
send that image to me? I want to do something incredible.
maybe it's because I like a lot of the Millennium designs, but I prefer Godzilla having like larger, more prominent arms instead of like the tiny ones.
Mhm.
It's like
I mean,
2000 and Kiryugoji have it. Same with GMK.
98 has it, so I see now why you like that.
They're not bulky.
I'm joking. But the only thing I think this suit has an issue with is that the legs are so fat that clearly they just bend away from each other, right? Because they're so stiff. And the NECA figure also has a problem. So look at the leg in the like top corner picture.
Yeah, I can
it
see it.
literally looks like it's all over the place. Like the foot is aiming into a different place. The leg is going outwards. It's just then going inwards. Yeah, that's like the biggest problem it has. But I don't know. I like it. I like the shape from the side. I like it from all the pictures we see here. But the one that you just showed, yeah, no, that looks terrible. That looks bad.
so
He
bad.
looks beautiful. I don't know what you're talking about.
The figures stylize him enough to make it better. Like there was the Diamonds Edition X+1. Godzilla 1962. X plus Godzilla 1962. Diamond reissue. I believe it's the Diamond reissue. That's the one that Diego Doom covered, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Like, this one just fixes so many of the proportions for me. Like, the figures stylize it just enough that it doesn't look off. I don't know how they do it, but like, Sorry, I had to rant. I had to deal with that ranting shit. 62 is one that I'm weirdly passionate about. I don't know why.
Because you're a hater.
I
don't
think
even
also
hate-
we want to go
I
into.
don't even hate King
like,
Kong versus Godzilla as a movie. It's just it was one of my first Godzilla films, and what the fuck? And it was my first King Kong film.
I was gonna say too. Like, I guess we can also talk about like how Godzilla's character changes from here.
Yeah, because like this is where we really start getting into like the quote unquote goofy antics.
But like, just not just goofy antics. Like Godzilla's just overtly anthropomorphized here.
Yeah, part of like, I think the elephant in the room, and we've talked about this, is because like, Honda doesn't like the anthropomorphized. He didn't like the concept of kaiju fights, right?
No, yeah, he thought the idea of King Kong fighting Godzilla was just ridiculous.
So like he kind of, I think it's partially because the film is a comedy, but I need to rewatch King Kong versus Godzilla. It's been
Check what I sent you in your DM.
You're breaking up.
Beautiful. It makes the 60. Hold on, sorry. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
Yes. You're talking, this one you want to
what
show
I just
off.
sent in your DMs.
Oh no, that's Minecraft. That was Minecraft talking about.
No. I sent you Glory, probably my greatest art piece ever.
No, there you go.
See, Minecraft, how could you hate him? Like, he just looks so happy. He's like, what the fuck was that?
I sent you some interesting images, and if you want to talk about that one time he was in stop motion in this film. But actually, one thing I really like that they added in for this movie is they give him like an equivalent of like King Kong beating his chest with Godzilla like clapping his claws together. I actually really like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like really, definitely low end for stop motion, unfortunately, and like they only do it for like a split second. But I guess too, like the other thing is that if we're talking, because I know, Lau, you said Godzilla really can't be a protagonist. Like this is probably the first film where Godzilla doesn't like drives the plot the least in comparison to 55 and 54. I'd say 55 drives the plot a lot less than 54 does, and 62 he does it like even less so, because most of the film is primarily about shipping Kong to Japan and King Kong kind of running amok, and it sort of feels like Godzilla gets forgotten about as the movie goes on. I'm not sure if Lau has died or not.
He's probably asleep again.
He saw my masterpiece and just
He
died.
fell asleep,
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, Lau fell asleep again. Yo, if his camera was on, you just gotta see him just falling back in the chair, just going to me.
No, he's just like, he's just like on the floor, just like arms splayed out, just like.
King Goji and Mosu Goji always like fought for their place in like my top like 5 Godzilla designs. Because outside of '98, Mosu Goji or Mothra vs. Godzilla is like the earliest Godzilla film I remember watching.
I have awoken. Nah, I wasn't asleep. I just had to do something. Sorry. If anyone asked me anything or like whatever, I was, fixing some things in the house. Sorry about that. Are we talking about 64 right now?
Yeah, we're talking about 60. We're still talking about 62, but specifically about the writing in 62. Just
okay,
to refresh your memory, because I was gonna say you had mentioned earlier that Godzilla can't be a protagonist, but I would also say too 62, like even more so than 55, Godzilla isn't really the mover and shaker of the plot in comparison to 54, where almost everything like revolves around his actions, whereas most of the film in 62 is about King Kong, and with 55 less like it Godzilla is more of a mover and shaker than he is in 62.
Yeah, in 62, I think 62 is actually so. I don't know if I like the idea of having like a comedic type film after the first two, but in like its own capsule, I actually really like the idea of saying, "Hey, we're going to have this monster fight, and it's actually going to be like." The same way in which I see AVP, which is okay, you want to make AVP like ridiculous and stuff like that, and like really go for it and like make it fun as an experience because it's like an event. Do it like it's fine. I just think that it's better when you do it as its own encased little story instead of making it a part of something else, because then the tone comes like it enters in conflict with everything else. But yeah, no, 62. I like it. I like the design. I like
Wait.
the ideas of making him like this stupider like version of Godzilla that's like almost a kid at times. The problem to me again is only just the fact that it's supposed to be the Godzilla. Like this is supposed to be the one from 55. Like it's not. But again, just for the event of like gathering friends and saying, hey, let's see who wins in this like stupid fight. I think it's like completely fine. Kind of like AVP, kind of like Freddy versus Jason, but yeah, no, Toho did this thing before everyone else did, so I guess they just made a mistake of making it part of the actual continuity.
Well, I was gonna say I don't think Toho. No, I know Universal did it first, actually.
Well, technicisms, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like it just especially with like monsters at a certain point, like it seemed that both East and West really want to do that because they have Frankenstein versus the Wolfman, and in this case, King Kong versus Godzilla. But like even then, I don't really like because like you have to like because you were talking about like how we should be more consistent with the original Godzilla. Like, how do you rationalize that? Like, do you just like it separate from that?
So the thing is, I think that in the context of show, I think this is actually terrible. But as a fan, that like I just enjoy things sometimes. I cannot really stop my stupid brain from making bad decisions. That's why, like that's why I have like this Haya burning Godzilla right next to me, and there's an Anguirus right next to me. That's why I told Kur like, hey, I want to actually like lead you to the same path, but it's like when I look at it critically, right? When I think about it, it's like it's terrible actually. When I just look at it as something that is like this fight that happened once and like it was like an event, it's like okay, I can understand. Like I like the idea, like with Brand New Day. No spoilers, no one gets scared, by the way. I know everyone here probably has seen it, but just for the chatters, I'm not going to spoil anything. With Brand New Day is one of those cases, and also Alien Covenant, where I can see the ideas, and the ideas I like. I just don't like the execution and the context of the ideas. For example, no. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to spoil it. The thing is, ideas work sometimes because of their execution, and sometimes they work because of the context they're in. But sometimes, for the same logic, if you have like these teams of creation and like, oh, we come from these gods that look like handsome Squidward, in the context of the Alien franchise, I think that doesn't work, right? But it's not an idea that I'm opposed to. Here, it's like, okay, if you want to say this is like a caricature of Kong, if this is like a caricature of Godzilla, and this is going to be like a comedy, and it's going to be like a satire, I think that's a good idea to do that. I don't think it fits in show, and I don't think it should have happened. In a way, like I am conflicted. Like I don't think this should have ever occurred, but also I'm kind of glad it happened. But also I need to like be consistent and say no, it's terrible. Like it's one of those things where you can like something and also be like, this is bad. But the ideas are not necessarily bad. It's complicated.
Well,
maybe it's just me wanting to like. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, like, for the Alien... Oh, yeah, no, wait, man. For the Alien franchise, when it comes to Covenant, I think Covenant, imagine that. Covenant the whole conceit of Covenant is to answer a question that I think is completely, like, broken. Because I feel like it's built on a bit of a broken foundation of explaining what the xenomorph is. I think that's just, like, as an idea, that's just like ridiculous because like that removes so much like what makes the Alien franchise so scary. It's
like explaining Lovecraft in a way.
Yeah, it's explaining Lovecraft, like literally. And I think there were some like I think the black goo is an interesting idea, and what they've done with it later and stuff like Cold Forge, and I guess now with Romulus, they've made the black goo far more tolerable than just like the whatever we can. Yeah, whatever we want, we will just create this X thing device that was like Prometheus. And I think Covenant and Prometheus has some really interesting ideas of like, if you took it in more of like a David trying to replicate the xenomorph rather than trying to create it. Because I think an android being created that is now faulty, which shows the false and human error. And then this android unknowingly passing that human error down into trying to create the literal perfect organism, which is the xenomorph, would be a fascinating story as like just a concept. But then turning into, we're going to explain where the xenomorph came from. It's such like a, we need to know everything in this world kind of thing that just kind of gets a bit ridiculous in my opinion. I just wanted to mention that because anytime Covenant's brought up, I like flinch like a abused dog.
No, but actually I think that's a good example, but maybe you should explain it for people in chat that might not be Alien fans. I think that the black goo, in the context of Alien, has become just a writing tool to justify whatever you want to write. But like the idea of this like corrupting substance that defaults everything and mutates it into like this form, it's like always goes to crab. You know how evolution always leads to crabs? Well, the black goo always leads to the xenomorph, and no matter how much corrupted the xenomorph is, it will always lead to the perfect version of the xenomorph down the line, right? It's like it's the end of all things. So I think that's okay. Yeah. I just don't think that it has been necessarily used properly in a franchise where it worked. Because the xenomorph is like the perfect organism, quote unquote. But the thing is, I don't know. I feel like you're still explaining him too much. So maybe you should have used like another franchise. Also, Leader of the Lost Souls sent a comment. Weren't y'all defending this movie in another stream? Which one?
Which
Alien,
one? Brand New Day or Covenant?
Or Godzilla or King Kong vs. Godzilla specifically?
Also, you made a comment. Well, technically, they existed before him and David as deacons, such as shown in the engineers' art in their ship. The deacon isn't.
And it's not really. He has. Oh yeah, you go first.
The deacon. So the deacon technically does. The only reason the deacon exists is because of a very, very specific order of operations from David putting the black goo drop into the drop, which the man drinks. I forgot his name. He has sex of shore. She gives birth to the trilobite. Then the trilobite infects the engineer, and that's how you get the deacon. The deacon, the deacon doesn't like really exist. The neomorphs were created from the neomorphs were created after the fallout of David's attack. Like in the lore of the end of the wider lore, the xenomorph is just an ancient species, and they've now retconned it that David only created the praetomorph, which is like an alternate version of the xenomorph, which is the good thing they should have done instead of like because in Ripley Scott there are interviews out there where he is saying there is the deacon art in the ship. But also, that kind of also looks like a queen alien.
I'm so
it has the crown.
To show the book. I'm so tempted. I have it right next to me. I'm
the
so
David's drawing book. Oh no,
Yeah,
the thing he's talking about is in Prometheus. It's in the mural. You know when they go in the engineer ship and they're like looking
I know.
around.
Yeah. But I think that it looks vague enough that you don't really know if it's a deacon or not. That's a problem. Like he wants to say things without saying it. That's a problem with Ridley Scott. He was a little bit cowardly in that sense.
And in a way, also it can also be interpreted as a queen alien because like with the way it's drawn, it kind of looks like there's a crown above it, which the queen has, and we know the alien species is ancient, so you could contextualize it that's them worshiping the queen alien as like the mother of these perfect creatures. But I think we should move on from the aliens because we're gonna me and Lau are gonna start writing Alien 6.
I wanted to say that. I just didn't want to interrupt. What is Black saying here? Because I was focusing on Leader of Lost Souls before, but I see that Black is...
Well, because Black's asking about like the odd claim for it's talking about the odd is problem. And I assume that he's probably referencing something else I said earlier, which now I'm trying to go back specifically because it's literally been 2 hours.
But I would like to state to the whole crossover thing, how the whole reason why King Kong versus Godzilla is a film is Frankenstein. Like, it is just that inherent mash of monsters coming together, because it was originally Frankenstein or Prometheus / a version of Frankenstein fighting King Kong, and then the whole shenanigans happened, and that led to this. We know the story. So that monster mash, like, that is an inherent concept that appeals to audiences. But yeah, also Mosu Goji also kind of has a bit of a soft spot to me because Mothra vs. Godzilla was my first Godzilla film.
Oh, that's cute.
So yeah. You just finding the things in?
No, what's it called? Because I'm just writing up. I'm typing something right now. But I know Minecraft. You weren't there for what Lau was talking about when it comes to the movie.
No, I was just listening to it. With the movie itself being a comedy, I half agree with a lot of Lau's sentiments. Actually, I mostly agree with those sentiments. That said, like, I think on a character front, yeah, him being goofy coming immediately after 54 and Raids Again, that is a bit of a tonal shift, like him doing all those gestures. That said, I don't think it's a bad thing to have him anthropomorphized.
I'm not gonna let you finish. Sorry.
No,
Continue.
like, say what you need to say.
Okay. I think that's almost character assassination because you're establishing stuff that it's like completely separate from what we've seen before, not only on the previous movie, which is Godzilla 2, but also with 54. Like, suddenly he feels glee, and it's like evilness, and it's like, you stupid monkey. Like, that's just, to me, it's like character assassination. Like, that's not
What are
what
like
it's
the
supposed to be.
most prominent examples of that, like in the film?
Well, like the way in which they made him like do this like happy clap almost whenever like if he like shoots fire at him, and then he's like, whoa, ho, ho, ho. The stuff like that. Also, like, don't they also make... No, actually, that's just technical limitations that they had at the time. I was going to say, doesn't he make like a really goofy move where he like uses his tail like Gorzor style? But that's not necessarily something that kills the character. No, not at all. That will have been an issue. Yeah, that like gleefulness he has.
Yeah, I think the gleefulness is a problem. That is what I'm saying when I half agree with you. But I think the fact that Godzilla still has like that rage in him, that still inherent need to go after things, even if he isn't like, he's not driving the plot at all. In fact, King Kong is the one who is the catalyst for the plot happening. And Godzilla's just kind of caught in the crossfire, ironically enough. But like, you still have those again, I need to rewatch the film, but from what I remember, there are brief moments of that rage and anger in him that that still correlate with 54. It's just translated differently with that glee. And I like it in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster because it is because it is a lot more like it is a lot more toned back, for lack of a better term. But here, I agree with you saying it like it cut this coming. Like even with the knowledge that there was a significant break between Raids Again and King Kong versus Godzilla, with many different monsters already establishing themselves, this coming immediately after Raids Again, it still feels jarring.
And even before 64, because in 64 he was back to acting more normal. So
Yeah,
like,
I was
this
gonna
movie
say,
was-
Lau, in this case, hypothetically, if you remove King Kong versus Godzilla from existence and it goes 54, 55, and then Mothra versus Godzilla.
Perfect. Now all you have to do is just make sure that he comes out of the iceberg. If you want to do that, you know, like continuity stuff, I think that you remove the problem. Again, like it's one
Or
of those
like,
things where sadly I really like this movie. I enjoy it a bunch, but it shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
It's
that's
at
the-
least more cohesive. You
I
know,
would
like
say, yeah, like I agree with you. I think removing King Kong makes it more cohesive. But like, if you're tasked with the issue of keeping King Kong versus Godzilla in continuity, like I think that you can still satirize the TV ratings and things like that, but like keep the characters more consistent, because like they have to make Godzilla a little bit more like playfully antagonistic rather than malevolently antagonistic.
Yeah.
They also have to change his like weaknesses to where something he was able to do in 54 or the original Godzilla could do in 54 is stopping him in 62, and then he literally just like walks off the script for us to deal with King Kong in Tokyo, and then we have to throw him back into like King Kong literally gets dragged to go fight Godzilla.
Yeah, thing is like with the electric fence thing, the fact that we know it's a different Godzilla, that kind of fixes the problem, because it's like
No, because then the problem
wait,
too is
no,
that
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
because why wouldn't they have used it in 55 then?
I take that back. I take that
And
back. Yeah, that doesn't fix it.
then I think you and I agree on the fact that it's bad. It's just that you apparently, for what I'm gathering, you wouldn't call it straight up like character assassination. While I would actually do that. I would call it.
I wouldn't call it
assassination.
full character assassination. I would call it just barely crossing the line into character assassination. The basis is still there. It's just over exaggerated to a point where I wouldn't even call it flanderization, because Godzilla wasn't really gleeful, but it's
like I guess like when you're using the word character assassination, that would imply that you're overtly like trying to destroy the character's reputation.
No. I don't think you have to do it on purpose. I think Arcane, for example, assassinates every single character by accident. I think.
Yeah, well, no, I would say like.
Oh no, it's not an accident. Like they making Vi becoming an enforcer and like gassing her people. Like they did that,
some
and then
some characters were done on purpose because but not all of them.
Because shitty story they were writing. But like Silco, he was assassin. I would actually agree. Like no, Silco, like they didn't understand the ramifications of the things they were doing.
With the language, character derailment would be better than character assassination.
Yeah, that's closer to what I'm talking about. It derails the character in a way.
Maybe I just have a different like understanding of like what I would consider character assassination. Like character assassinations, like bringing it like more like stuff that I think we've all seen. Transformers: Rise of the Beasts has actually. You know what? I'm gonna start slandering my favorite. Oh, sorry.
Real quick, I was sorry. I was just gonna say because like. With a character assassination, when people are trying to assassinate someone's character, they're trying to do it in a way to
the definition says deliberate, malicious effort to damage, ruin, or destroy a person's credibility, or and in this case, a character. So you're right. It's when it's only done on purpose.
Yeah, well, with character derailment, it's done
derailment in this instance.
That they've previously shown. Like that would be character derailment.
Because I was gonna.
That's what I was getting at. So like,
yeah,
I guess to use Serena, a different Optimus actually, G1. That one is like post-film G1 Optimus is very heavily derailed from like the show and the film itself, and even how he's depicted in the film. It exaggerates a lot the leader foundation and like the caring foundation.
In the 86 film, Optimus is reacting to a very specific situation. The fact that most of his troops have been gunned down, Autobot City is like completely burnt to the ashes, and the Decepticons are like on the move. Yeah. Compared to something like he's acting specifically in how that situation demands. But then when they take that characterization and just turn it into the notch, like in Transformers Prime, where he's just like a vending machine of
I was gonna say,
platitudes,
like,
I would
season
call
3.
that like
I was gonna
character
say season-
derailing.
I was gonna say season 3 of G1 because that
I
has
haven't
that
seen
same-
season 3, so I don't know
I
much of
haven't
what he
seen
does
it
in
in
it.
full, but I've seen the episodes that involve Optimus Prime in them. I
Oh,
would
the one where like,
say
he becomes
that-
nightmare fuel.
Well, that one as well as the ending of season 3. That one
Will they bring him back?
that one like is character derailment because Optimus Prime is like that is the basis for Optimus Prime becoming more stoic and more of a quote unquote leader / idol rather than a father figure, for lack of a better term.
Well, no. Optimus Prime was always a leader and an idol. Like G1
Yeah, but, like-
made that very
yeah, but,
clear.
like,
Like, hold on.
but, like-
Which I think you're meaning to say is that they're turning him into like a stoic, no nonsense,
Yeah.
very and that characterization has been persistent in like other like especially like Transformers Prime. And I think as everyone here that kind of knows, I hate that. I hate that they've turned Optimus Prime into like stoic, like cold, platitude dispensing, just like Optimus Prime from G1. He was warm, funny, inquisitive. He was a father to all, a love for new experiences. Now he's just dull, talks a lot, gives speeches, is a powerful combatant, very cold, stoic. He's a shell of his former self, and
Yeah,
I would call that like
and that's-
character derailment.
And like late in like season 3 of G1 is where that started. That's what I would say character derailment is. In fact, I think the fact that
wouldn't-
it's the same. The fact
I
that it's
wouldn't
the same,
say that actually. I would
I mean,
say
but
this
the thing
really
is, unless
began
everyone has
in
watched
Prime.
season 3,
I wouldn't
unless
even say-
everyone
Because
has watched
Prime
season 3, we
is-
cannot really.
Prime is the more accessible. Prime is the far more pop. Like people really didn't watch season 3. Is why like the cartoon failed and my G1 failed, and that's
Yeah,
then lead to
Okay,
G2
valid.
failing. And Prime is a very prolific cartoon in the fandom. It is widely beloved. It has one of the most defining Optimus Prime incarnations, and it came out around the same time as the movies. There's a reason a ton of movie fans are Prime fans, and it's because the movies are written by the same dudes who wrote the Prime show. Like so much of those shows bleed into each other because the writers are the exact same people, and that version of Optimus Prime has prolified itself as the definitive Optimus Prime in most people's eyes, alongside the film version. And that is why I say that Prime Optimus Prime has caused more damage to the character than Bay vs. Prime. Because most people accept that Bay vs. Prime is an out of character version of the character, but people generally will look at you with a straight face and go, "Oh no, Transformers Prime Optimus Prime is a faithful version of the character." He's not. He's an utter he's an utter misguided not even misguided. He is unequivocally the wrong step to take this character. It is sad what Optimus has turned into.
No,
Check up on your local Optimus Prime fan.
Okay,
I
let's
agree with you.
end.
Let's get back to Godzilla.
I'll end it with this. I agree with you. I was just using like the G1 continuity itself as the basis because it's the same continuity. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, no, like character derailment. That is exactly what I was talking about with Godzilla. It has the foundation of a lot of his aspects, but it emphasizes or adds new traits that weren't really there before, and it isn't really to its benefit. And then Mosugoji, like Mothra vs. Godzilla, removes that.
Well, I would say that I don't think it removes that. I think they do some things, but in a way that is less overtly like comedic. Like Godzilla getting his tail stuck in, it feels like something a more animalistic Godzilla could do, which is still funny, but it's not like trying to anthropomorphize him in a funny way that like
no, like that's what I was getting. That's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting. I was just miswording it, but yeah. But like it rolls it back a little bit. It doesn't get rid of it entirely, but it rolls it back. And then shall we continue? Because Ghidorah.
Yeah, sure.
Well, is there anything we want to add more specifically 64? And then we can probably get to Ghidorah, Astro Monster, and Ebera. And because I know I'll probably have to like end around in like an hour or so. So we'll probably have to make this like a multi-part stream series.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change this. I have to change all the things to like part 1 now. But,
sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
We rambled too close to the sun.
No, this was literally the point. It's like I kind of knew that this was going to take a while, and I guess it gives more people time to join for other things, but also catch up. So we'll probably do another one on Monday.
Shit! That's when school starts for me.
Really?
Yeah,
Wait, it starts in August for you?
yeah, it starts on the 24th for me.
Oh,
Dude, it starts on the 21st of September for me.
dang. I know I don't. I think my only other day next week's the 24th off, so I won't be able to do it on the 24th, unfortunately.
Mm.
But I can maybe do it Sunday if I'm not like. I actually no, I could probably just take some pre-workout and power through on a Sunday night. But no, you have
But,
school Monday anyway.
but by the way, Minecraft. So if we go to the next part, I wanted to ask you some things about Mothra later, but I guess we should watch the movie together in one of those watch-alongs we
Yeah.
do sometimes. By the way,
Yeah.
can I plug the Discord for anyone that might be watching? Because
Yeah.
we're watching the Showa movies, just so
I
everyone
will-
knows.
Yeah,
Sometimes
we're
we
watching
go there.
Back in,
everything. Remember,
Doing it
everything
right.
is of Iran reference. Nelson always mogs.
Praise be
and
our Lord and
Godzilla's
Savior Maguma.
Yeah, so far we
Yeah.
have watched. Well, you guys watched 54. We watched Raids Again,
Mhm.
Rodan, Mothra, Maguma, and the Mysterians. You guys watched those
Yeah,
two
and
on your own.
Varan.
Yeah,
And Varan. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
there for Varan.
everything is of Iran reference.
But yeah, next one up would be, because we're doing two at a time, next one up would actually be King Kong versus Godzilla as well as Atragon.
Yeah, fun enough. Yeah, that's the next one. So if
And
you
then I
want
think
to
Matango's after that
see
one.
what we think or what we comment on it, like just as a group, like you can literally go and talk to us if you're in the server. We
At
just have
the end of the Showa era, I will be dead. You will find my corpse just in like a dumpster, with just a note
Yeah.
saying King Kong versus Godzilla killed me.
Mhm.
maybe. Oh, by the way, also Black was asking a bunch of things, but like Minecraft, he was asking you, does existence mean merit?
He's always asking that.
I could say, like, that one's
Like
one that I'm gonna.
in relation
Where
to
did he
King
ask me
Kong versus
that?
Godzilla, I think that was some time ago. Like
No,
that
no,
we-
no, no, no. I know where it is. Let me. It's right here, about 4:36 on my end, which would probably be like 2 hours or so back. It's right above Leader of Lost Souls, saying about Mothra versus Godzilla on DVD.
Yeah, so is that about the King Kong versus Godzilla? But like, is that in regards to
I think-
when I said that I
Could
think
you
they shouldn't
clear?
exist?
Could you, if that's a general thing, because depending on the context, that is a very, that's a very complicated question, and that's one that I really like. That's one that I need to keep thinking about, especially since some of my stories tackle that very explicitly. But yeah, I'm gonna need to think a bit on that front. I think
Wait, what? What's
Like,
Rooney
it-
asking?
whether or not existence is this would inherently mean merit.
Mhm.
Because and like I said, like,
Um,
philosophy isn't my core thing, and like I said, this is something I need to think about a bit more, especially since a lot of the stories that I am writing or did write or are or do write tackle that very heavily. So
He says the
yeah.
context
And
is just
actually-
fiction. Does he mean like does existence equal merit? As in, does fiction have merit if it exists? I guess.
Does a piece of work have inherent merit if it exists? Yes and no. Again, that
it's
and this,
neutral
take this
to
as
an
a very
extent
loose answer. I will say,
because
I would because
I
would
found the
argue-
second. Just for context, I found the second part of the question. So he in one says another thing I like separately. Not same Minecraft, not same. Does existence equal merit? And then he says, or rather, does existence of a thing justify the thing's existence? Funny enough, this is something we discussed. Now that we plugged the Discord,
Yeah, with Varan.
With
Not
Varan,
even-
yeah, we
like,
talked
this
about
is
it
with
with
Varn
Varan.
specifically. We generally talked about this.
I would guess like in
Um,
the case of like I know he asked you, not me. Like I guess to throw my hat into the ring. Like my question, like for most people, would be like, is what is the purpose someone is creating a piece of fiction for? And then you can
Mhm.
judge it from that, whether it
Like that-
if it,
like
if it
that's
fulfills
the-
its role, it has merit. But I would also say too that even if something doesn't fulfill the role it is meant to, being able to dissect it, examine it, and see where you yourself could also improve as an artist would also mean it has merit as well.
Like,
Because,
no, like,
like-
I was gonna say that, like, essentially, thank you with that on that front, because that you took the words right out of my mouth, but also the fact that said piece of existence, if we're discussing specifically fiction, said piece of fiction could lead someone else to create something either more substantial or something of the sort. Like, Gamera Super Monster isn't a good film, but it has its merits of existence because it eventually would lead to, like, it would eventually build upon eventually, like, future works would build upon the past films that it had already established and create works greater than it. That is probably not the best example, and again, I'm speaking very loosely. Like I said, this is something I really need to think about, and honestly, Rooney, if you want to do a stream on this topic where we, like, talk about it, I gladly would join that. But yeah, like, that, I'll keep with that as a very loose answer for now.
You will commune with our great Snyder Pope.
Presumably, the Maguma Prophet and the Snyder Pope shall discuss
In slow motion, of course.
in slow motion under a
It will be
snowstorm.
5 hours and it will be 2 words.
No, not even 2 words. It'd be just a bunch of, like, nothing. It would just be like a bunch of, like, people, like, talking, but, like, nothing, like, literally, like, nothing of substance being said. It's just like a PNG of Zack Snyder as the Pope and a
I guess
PNG
we
of
also
Maguma
ask,
as the
like, would
Pope.
those things exist without those other prior things? I think that. Also, okay. I know that's probably in reference to the other comment that we're doing.
Yeah, because this is a very
As well as
complicated
we'd also be
question.
defining merit versus philosophically versus merit in, like, the common use.
Yeah, like, philosophically versus definitionally. I think this feels like a conversation that we could save maybe for a stream of its own right, because I think, in fact, I might actually, because for my stream series, since I finished the Millennium Era, I want to do a series of streams on the King Kong films, and I think King Kong specifically, because of the nature of what it was trying to be, that could be a really interesting prompt for how, like, for asking this question. Like, what is the merits of purely entertainment? What is the merits of creating? Why do we create work in the first place? And what can this lead to? I think.
I guess to semi-answer Rooney's point, even though he didn't ask me, but I must commune with the great Snyder Pope. I think to an extent, something existing has merit in the fact that it can be a lesson for future, like, especially like in the creative industry, for future creatives, like what they shouldn't do or what they can do. But if something is like just complete slop, like the Minecraft film, for example, there is an argument that can be made like this thing doesn't really have the right to exist because all it is doing is like polluting the industry with more shit, and that it's being rewarded by teenagers, more like by kids and like immature adults who are going to see it for the meme. And like, I'm not immune to this. I saw the Minecraft film with my brother as a joke. You know, I'm human, but
I went to see it twice theatrically.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I love the film. It is an atrocity and a half, and I doubt this thing should have been made the way that it was, but I fucking adore it.
Call it a fast food, so Up From the Depths can have like an aneurysm, please. Call it fast food.
I mean, it is essentially a Baconator from Wendy's.
I think we're also kind of
I've never had a Wendy's, so I don't know.
Several conversations and tangents thing again.
But yeah, no,
I guess do we have anything else we want to say on King Kong versus Godzilla? And I know we haven't talked about Mothra versus Godzilla at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really think there's much to talk about with Mothra versus Godzilla without going into the original Mothra. Actually, no, since it's specifically Godzilla's characterization, I think what I said earlier, it is a little bit jarring to go from Godzilla being as anthropomorphized and as comedic as he was, and then less anthropomorphized, less comedic, but still having those mannerisms in there, but it's it is closer to Raids Again, or even 54 actually, where like he's I think I last watched Mothra vs. Godzilla back in April, so I remember the film fairly well.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, as a movie, like, it is very much like a movie that has Godzilla in it, but doesn't really touch much on Godzilla thematically. Like, the presence of Godzilla is alone is pretty much what is keeping, like, what is thematically relevant to Godzilla is tied within the film.
Yeah, the thing with Mothra versus Godzilla and King Kong versus Godzilla is that it is a King Kong movie featuring Godzilla. It is a Mothra movie featuring Godzilla. Like, Mothra versus Godzilla is more of a sequel to Mothra than it is Godzilla, than it is King Kong versus Godzilla or any other kaiju movie before it. King Kong versus Godzilla felt like, due to the nature of how it happened, is essentially Toho's take on a King Kong film on King Kong as a character and the concept with Godzilla featured in it. Because I guess
I don't even say the concept of Godzilla. I would just say like
King Kong.
Yeah, no, I would just say like Godzilla in like a general because character-wise, Godzilla just doesn't really act like he has for the previous two films. That's more like Godzilla's.
I was saying I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying it's like Toho has the excuse now to utilize King Kong, so they're gonna use it, and they were also interested in bringing back their own monster. So they figured, hey, we have King Kong, let's do it, and hey, and Godzilla's here too. So, like, because obviously King Kong is a greater name by contrast, even in the East. So obviously there's that marketability, and King Kong is more of a greater focus of the film. It is closer to Toho utilizing the concept of King Kong, rather than actively deciding who would win this fight, Godzilla and King Kong. If that makes sense.
To a degree, I guess.
When like regarding this whole thing about merit and existence, like I just wanted to ask, like, to clarify, like, Black, were you asking if we think that Kong, because I mean we were saying that we, like me and Sim, for example, we think that the movie shouldn't exist. It's just a thing that happened. Like, it will literally work better if, like, the Showa and 64 actually would work better if this one didn't exist. That's kind of what also Minecraft is talking about.
Well, like, I also got like really derailed because like both you and I agree that the film shouldn't exist as it is, and 64 is better as a result.
Minecraft also thinks to a lesser degree that it's just like derailing. I think we all think that.
Like, I don't think the movie should inherently not exist, partially for my personal bias, but like if I'm looking at the bigger sense, it barely does anything, especially with the knowledge that King Kong Escapes is going to happen in retrospect, and it's already doing its own thing. However, I would also posit the fact that this film was so successful, King Kong vs. Godzilla was so successful, and like Toho wanted to do another film with King Kong, that ultimately leads to King Kong Escapes being the way that it is, which itself was already based on the 1966 TV show. And I think King Kong itself is just a rabbit hole in its own right.
Yeah, well, like, I guess, like, in this case too, that, like, as the film is, I personally think that removing it, like, at this point, and 64 taking its place is better for Godzilla's character, and he is more consistent. Yeah. If you change, you have to change. I think you have to change a lot in King Kong versus Godzilla, but you could still keep like the basic idea that they want to explore, while still making Godzilla more thematically consistent with what he was before. Like, I'd say, like, it's a very big derailment of Godzilla's character here, which is then changed a lot in Mothra versus Godzilla, because in both cases, like, they tackle very similar things, Mothra versus Godzilla and King Kong versus Godzilla, because both of them have, like, a human essentially commercializing something kaiju related, and then Godzilla shows up. But at least in the case of Godzilla versus Mothra, they are dealing more with the fact that Godzilla has returned, which would be more thematically in line with the idea of nuclear horror coming again, and then in this case beseeching Mothra to help in terms of stopping Godzilla.
Which Mothra itself was also, well, Mothra itself thematically is interesting, but like it delves into the concepts of taking from other nations, touching things that you shouldn't deal with, and desecrating sacred artifacts, which Mothra, like I said, Mothra versus Godzilla is more of a sequel to Mothra, but it's still, it kind of blends both of those attributes.
Yeah.
Of like,
because like think about it too. Like if you like, I think in a lot of ways, if you slow down the footage between Godzilla and Anguirus, I would say like the choreography for Godzilla and Anguirus and a lot of like the looming shots you get are better in 55 than they are in King Kong versus Godzilla. Although I do think like the use of a lot of the wide shots, the military engagements that Godzilla has in 62 are better, and I think that's why it's a better draw, on top of the fact that it's a King Kong film as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if anyone else has anything to add about that.
Off the top of my head, that's pretty much everything I want to say, like teaser for future streams and all that. I think once I get to King Kong versus Godzilla and on my channel, we'll probably be able to talk about it a bit more in depth. Because this film, I think, is very overlooked, especially with the MonsterVerse now having had them cross over twice. So,
in regards to Godzilla, Mothra versus Godzilla, I wanted to ask you guys something. Do you remember why he comes out of the ground? Like, I'm not like trying to do anything.
He just got swept up with like tsunamis and the storm and stuff.
Yeah, Godzilla was essentially knocked out underwater, and
I think that's why they find like his scale, right? That rock thing is supposed to be like the scale of Godzilla.
It looks kind of bluish, so I never knew if that was necessarily related to him or not. But it is radioactive. That I remember that. So probably it is.
Yeah.
It would be interesting if he looked kind of bluish and like it's slightly iridescent, right? Because that's how the scale looks, but the suit doesn't look like that. I just think that
the scale looks like that. The suit looks like, again, like both suits. And I think it also depends on like the quality of the footage, and like a lot of like the figures around 64 either have him as like a dark greenish blue rather than like the charcoal gray that he actually like is.
I would also like to ask Brayden, like how much of that is film degradation and how much of it is also just, I mean, not degradation, like maybe our own like VHSs and stuff like that, or the TVs.
Also, real quick, I sent you an image of the NES sprite because I want to point it out. The Mosu Goji and the NES sprite are pretty much identical. The difference
I think that's like another thing too, is that like with a lot of like media, because there's this, let me also grab
I know GMK had some influence from Mosu Goji as well.
Let's see. Or like even like the Bandai is similarly like almost like NES adjacent in terms of its colors.
Yeah. Like, the NES is obviously a very exaggerated and saturated design, but, like, actually, I'm going to need to go through the film
like
again.
This is, like, one of the old X Pluses I had, which also, again, has, like, this kind of color for him.
Yeah, and then let me grab the Monster Arts, too.
The Monster Arts doesn't do it as much, because I can pull up a picture of the Monster Arts here as well. And it's, like, a lot more muted.
I'm also going to send you the NECA one, too. 1960, because NECA did do. I do wish NECA did 64 for the NES repaint instead of 84. Like, I like that repaint.
I hate that figure.
I like the repaint, just not the design I would have utilized. This is closer. Fuck, I would have done 54 even.
That's what I look like when I look at the 64 figure from NECA.
That's like, the face was really weird on it. Like, I'd say 64's colors for the NECA are a little bit closer to what the suit actually is.
That one's straight up great. Actually, I would have liked it if they did what they did with 62, where they made it like greenish. Here, if they had made it like a little bluish, I would have loved that figure.
Yeah.
A little.
You know-
No, I would have loved it. I would have liked it a little bit more.
A figure I don't like is the reaction figure because his snout is so droopy in that one.
The reaction ones are
I
really
like the
stylized.
droopiness with this
Yeah,
one.
the
Actually.
weird thing is
I-
that the reaction also like it almost looks like this here looks almost like a redo of like 74 kind of.
Yeah, that's closer to 74, not Mosu.
Have I been muted
Yeah.
this like whole time?
Yeah.
Looks
I
like
mean,
okay,
you
I was
haven't
just-
said
yeah.
anything for some time.
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
for me.
I was just gonna say like I was because I think I said but no one but I was muted. Like I'm sorry if I'm not really saying anything of like value. It's just like I don't really like have much to add.
Yeah.
At the
I mean, you
moment.
haven't seen the movie yet, so.
No, I'm a Godzilla LARPer.
Okay,
yeah,
fair.
like a
We'll
lot
get
of
to
these
it.
figures all do that.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
that one on the right, like the far right, that is
This one?
closer to the NES colors.
That is the
You're far
Memorial
right.
Box one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Memorial Box, one of the old Bandai's. I think that's the
Neca.
Emergence
No,
one.
that's
That's the emergence. That's the
yeah.
emergence monster. It's the spine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the Emergence
Natural.
SH. And then I think this is just the NECA box.
The NECA
Yeah,
box.
that's the box.
Yeah.
That's the box.
Beautiful box. Like I love the boxes more than the figures.
The
No,
boxes
NECA
kept getting
Yeah.
better and better.
NECA,
Yeah.
NECA killed it with the boxes.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
That picture you just showed, funny enough, you were talking about 74, and it kind of reminds me of the head of my. No, sorry, the picture you showed of the
The
close-up-
reaction one.
No, of the close-up of 64's suit. You know, when he
The
looks like
face.
he just woke up. Well, because he technically just woke up. It reminds me like a little bit of this like salamander-ish look that my 72 SH Monsters has, but that one's stylized. I don't know if maybe that's too accurate.
Well, there is like in the what's it called? In the 7 Years book, they state that at this point they started using the same mold from 64
Yeah, it's-
onward, but then modified the suits as time went on for the production, which they just kind of let it sort of go because they felt that it was better to have Godzilla change in those ways, which I don't agree with, like personally, in terms of their philosophy behind that. But like I can understand like the mold kind of looking different every
Yeah,
time it was
we'll-
used just based on
we'll-
materials.
We'll get to that when we like get to that. But yeah.
No, I was gonna say we're probably gonna get to it now.
Why does this
because we're gonna
Godzilla
switch
look like
over
it has
to-
cataracts?
Oh right. Because they modified the suit for.
Yeah, Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. Which
Sorry,
the suit
I had-
itself isn't
Sorry,
really
I had to do that
modified.
transition.
It's mostly just the head itself is changed.
Mhm.
And like especially with depending on where you're looking at it, like this right here looks close to how his head looks like in 67
Mhm.
with Son of Godzilla, and this looks closer to how the head looks in 65, which is
Oh
why
my
I can
God,
definitely
you're
agree
right.
that they were definitely using the same mold, but probably whatever materials the mold was made out of is what caused these variances to occur.
Yeah.
And the problem on that lower picture is that the eyes look so close to the top of the head. It's like
The
there's
head
no
is
way
modded.
there.
The head is definitely changed because
Yeah.
the jaw was broken in the first film, so they had to redo it. And I think and again, the mold is what's causing the variances.
Is it the same suit in Astro Monster too?
No,
Or- Okay.
no,
Because I know it's not the same suit in Ebera.
it's so 65 gets a new suit, same mold, and then 65's suit is the same in Ebera, but they had to use the head for Jira, so they had to make a new head. But the water damage is what causes it to look the way it is, which we can get into. But I guess
Gotcha.
with like 64 for Ghidorah, because you have two 64 films,
Yeah, which one
Ghidorah
is
feels
the-
more like a
what's the-
extension of
what's the name for
62.
What's the name for the Ghidorah suit?
I do not remember, but it's not like a regular
Ghidorah.
name for it. It's not Gido Goji because that's for Heisei.
Yeah, headed monster Godzilla suit name. That is. It is.
I think it is just Mosu Goji for both versions.
Sundai Kaiju Goji.
Okay.
Or wait, no, that's according to Wikizilla. Is it
Yeah.
just Mosugoji?
It's essentially Mosogoji, but I think
It's literally
it
just
is
said
technically-
Mosugoji. Okay, that's
it
confusing.
comes off for nicknames as both Mosogoji and Sendai Kaiju Goji. So like I guess calling it Sendai Kaiju Goji is fine.
Let's just stick with Sendai for short.
Yeah, but like I was saying, for this film, this definitely feels closer to 62 than it does to Mothra versus Godzilla, with how Godzilla acts. Like, this is where you get the continued anthropomorphization.
Yeah.
Godzilla speaks, all of that.
Godzilla gets his
Yeah.
nuts shot twice.
This is when it goes downhill to me. To me, like I'm not saying that it's wrong if anyone likes it, but like no.
I like it here because it works for what the film is trying to be thematically, and it's not as over the top as 62.
No, it's not. It's not.
I would say
don't
honestly, it
think
feels
it's
like a
close.
bit more over the top than 62 because you have like more Godzilla like laughing. Godzilla literally
Like,
speaks, and like the dialogue they use for Godzilla is very simple. Of course, it's monster translated into Japanese, which is then translated into English.
What I would say is that the concepts are way more aligned to like a non-comedy. Just well, but actually, now that I think about it, like the details of the characterization are somehow closer and at the same time like further apart. Like it's just a different way of being wrong.
It's a different like part of why I say this is better than 62 isn't let me rephrase because it is more exaggerated than 62, but like the character beats are still in line. Like, yeah, he's still gleeful with Rodan, but there's still that foundation of like anger and destruction and all that. And that's kind of why I like it less than
one of the things I wanted to ask to you, like you said that it works for what the movie's trying to do. And that's something that as soon as I heard it, I was like, but should the movie have tried to do that? That's the question I would ask. Like, because I don't think that I get what you're saying, because it's literally what I was saying. Like, I like ideas sometimes in their vacuum, but when you put it in the context of the franchise, I feel like we are like frogs, and Toho is like slowly boiling us. Like, they kind of burned us a little bit with King Kong versus Godzilla, and we started noticing, hey, like maybe this doesn't fit here. But then it's like they start doing it slowly. They say, okay, let's back up, but we're slowly going to boil you. And at one point, we kind of have to say, like, maybe here's where things started going like really, really wrong. And like, I don't know, I feel like this is where it started going wrong, because like, yeah, maybe it works for what they were trying to do, but should they have tried to do that? Maybe they were so worried thinking about whether they could that they didn't stop.
No, it's hard to think if they should.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I'm in agreement with Lau on this. Like, I like it for what it is, but I think in the case of like, again, like I'm saying, it feels like you skip over how Godzilla acts in 64, and he's acting more of how he is in 62. Because like, if Godzilla could talk in 64, why didn't Mothra just try to communicate with him in 64? That's like a big thing.
And not only that, it's not even the same. It's the only consistency with how Toho makes these movies is that they're all inconsistent, because it's not even goofy, as we said. It's not even the same way of goofiness as 62. It's completely different.
No, I'd say
I'd
it's pretty much the same kind of goofy.
I mean, maybe it's on the same scale, but I would say it's parallel to it. Like, this is not trying to be comedic. I feel like this at this point is just like bad writing. It's just them like being like, okay, yeah, whatever. One had like the intention of being comedic. This one has like we just want to make it for kids. So I don't know if that's related to comedy, but I guess that then we were talking about genres.
I think that would probably be related to comedy too. Because if you're writing it for kids, you're gonna just make it more inherently comedic, softer, and lighter.
Yeah. There's just like a difference of the comedy that you write for like everyone and comedy that goes specifically for kids. And I feel like maybe this one just goes more in the kiddish comedy direction, you know?
Yeah, which is why I think like Mothra versus Godzilla is a lot better, because
I like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster quite a lot, but yeah, I am with you on that front, Zim. Like, Mothra vs. Godzilla, both on a character front and just as a film, is significantly better.
Mhm. Because like I could see 64 Godzilla fighting like 65 Rodan.
Mhm.
Or not 65 Rodan, 56 Rodan.
50, yeah.
Yeah.
56.
Like I could see that Godzilla interacting with like the original version of Rodan
Yeah.
versus like how they change Rodan, but then also change Mothra in a way as well.
They made
They
Rodan
changed
ugly in
everyone.
this one.
I am.
What'd you say?
Dude,
Wait,
they
what'd you say,
fucking
Vic?
like
I hate how
Ro-
this Rodan is
Rodan.
designed in
Yeah, no,
this
it's
movie.
horrible, and
It's-
those like
yeah,
spikes on his
he
face
has a
look like
flaccid beak.
He looks like
has a
he
flaccid
looks
beak.
like a college. He looks like an old college professor, and that's not a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
you know.
That's
Funny
too
enough,
nice to him. His
No,
beak
that's
looks flaccid.
actually
He
no.
looks
That's
sad.
actually no. That's an insult to my college professors.
Like
They took the red cat. Well, actually, Ronan's never really. He's been more of a reddish brown.
he's always been a reddish brown, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
always been
Yeah.
reddish brown, but it's like they made the head extremely. He looks depressed. He just looks
Mhm.
depressed.
Like I would say, like
Yeah, I would
and I
be.
think
I
like
would
the
be
other thing
depressed
too is
too.
that they
If I was
designed
Rodan.
Godzilla's like when they redid the head, they wanted him to also be more softer looking too to appeal to
Mhm.
kids.
Yeah, and like
Which
I think-
like you also don't get like the same kind of stares you get in 64, despite it being essentially like the same suit with essentially the same head.
This
okay,
one doesn't have
Rooney,
cataracts.
okay, Rooney, Roald Dahl is really good when it comes to character design. That's an insult to Roald Dahl characters.
Well, it looks like a Roald Dahl character because Roald Dahl characters are designed to be a certain way, whereas Godzilla originally isn't designed to be that way.
Yeah, fair.
you know, like when it comes to also those spikes, those ugly ass spikes he has on his face. I need to vent about this. I just hate it so much. Like, because they look like I don't know, like it looks like he has boogers in front of his face. You know those things that you have in the morning when you wake up. It constantly looks like that. Like I just think this is
You mean
the
like eye
ugliest
crumbs?
Rodan. Yeah,
Give me a minute.
yeah.
Zim, I'm sending you an image of that Rodan. Just
Oh, I'm sending some images. Actually, I have this guy as a meme. Actually, I'm going to send you. I have them here.
What peak will be bestowed upon this?
You'll see. You're
let's-
gonna
let's
fucking
go.
see this one. Okay,
First
Sim, look at
one.
this.
I
And this is
haven't
not
sent
not
yet,
even the
but-
only one.
No, I know, yeah.
Well, let us seize it. Yeah.
And that's not that's when you look at someone. You know when someone says something that's really gay, but not in the sense that it's gay, or in the sense
so
of you have a
so
nice
anytime
ass, bro.
Braden
Like,
speaks.
yeah, basically every time
Anytime
Braden
Braden
speaks,
opens
and I just look at him like this, like, dude. And
Like,
now I
that's
sent
just-
you the second picture. Yeah, no, this is not the same guy.
Like that's just good.
And now
Well,
Sim, I sent you another one from the front because this suit cannot stop being ugly.
Yeah.
from
Like the
every
suit, like I would say,
angle.
like the rest of the body is fine. It is literally the face, and because of how forward facing his eyes are and how small his beak is, it never looks right on this Rodan.
It has the same problems as 62 to me. It really does.
That's defamation.
Yeah.
Develop.
Guys, just so you remember, Kuru is a traditionalist conservative for these designs. You know,
And
he probably
he
thinks
likes
that this
Heisei.
Rodan's good. Yeah, he
And
likes
he likes
Heisei too.
I like
Yeah.
this.
And
I'll
Ride
fight every
Ghidorah.
one of you. I will literally
also
bend
likes-
every
he-
single one of you
he-
on my knee like
I
a
have
man.
no opinion on Heisei.
He also likes Ride Ghidorah, so I think
I thought you
Zim
liked
will
Ride
start-
Ghidorah.
No, he
You
loves
know,
Ride
you-
Ghidorah.
No,
He's
you. I thought
100%.
you liked Ride Ghidorah.
I fucking hate that design.
I thought he hated Ride Ghidorah. I guess like I'm literally not focusing on my children's hyper interest as much as I thought.
Yes, but you're not focusing on our autism, Zim. How could
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, like
By the way, sorry for the rain to Rodan and my rants on this design.
no, that's okay. That's okay. We already did it with Ghidorah earlier.
Yeah.
Ah, okay,
And-
okay.
Well, I guess like since we're at Ghidorah too, like it makes sense for Godzilla to fight against Ghidorah just naturally. But like the whole like, oh, let's all team up to fight Ghidorah. Like that whole thing, like again, it just further derails his character.
It's unnecessary. Yeah, you
It
could
comes,
literally have gone
like-
for it's basic, but when you go for like territorial stuff, and like Ghidorah is the new guy in prison. He's like, I had to find the biggest, baddest guy and beat the fuck out of him. Okay, maybe you can do that. Like you're introducing him, so he could
I
be
could
smarter.
see
in that
it
sense.
as like I could see you justifying the team up as like a temporary symbiotic relationship between 3 different animals because their entire home world is being destroyed. Like it's what I said earlier with Godzilla.
Oh.
Or actually, I think now is the time to talk about the Hulk.
Well, I was also like, I think too is like you could have God's like the thing is that Godzilla's grievances with humanity make sense for Godzilla to believe them, but they are delivered in a way made for children. Like instead of like having the monsters talk, if the Shobijin who like are kind of alluded to as being psychic, will like explain that like Godzilla just doesn't like humans because of like vague notions of like pain or anger or like what's happened to it as a creature. It gets across the same sentiment without it being delivered in a way that is for children.
Hey,
Like,
Zim, could you repeat what you said because I couldn't hear you guys for a second and like.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I read your messages. I didn't want to interrupt while he was talking, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. So like Godzilla's the rationale that Godzilla has for like disliking humans makes sense for Godzilla himself to believe that, but the dialogue is written away explicitly so that it can make sense for children. You can have Godzilla have the same like ideas and beliefs, but deliver it in a way that actually could be impactful. Like if Godzilla is supposed to be a more sensitive,
I was gonna...
essentially, it's like it's written like, oh, Godzilla's like, why you bully me, rather than like, if like
exactly,
if Minecraft wants to get a go at it.
I was gonna compare it to the Hulk again because like the Hulk did this exact thing better in pretty much
Brand New
every
Day
incarnation.
changed you.
What?
Brand New Day changed you. You're a Hulk fan now.
I've been a Hulk fan for years. I was just happy to see him again.
Wait, but how have you not killed yourself yet if you're a Hulk fan?
because I've been through worse situations, okay? I'm also a Gamera fan.
You're a Gamera fan. Oh man, we need to get Minecraft into a suicide prevention hotline.
Keeping me alive, okay?
Check on.
Well, you were on. Check up on your local Gamera and Hulk fan. Make sure they're okay.
But like,
Minecraft, are you all right?
I'm fine. Dealing with a heart condition, ADHD, autism, and a lot of other things, but I'm fine.
Am I your heart condition?
No, I was born with it at birth.
Do you love me? Well, that went dark. Yeah, let's move on.
But like with the Hulk doesn't really sugarcoat a lot of his changes to becoming a hero, and a part of it is amplified by the fact that Banner is objectively a good person. Like even early on, the Hulk is an alternate personality of Banner, but Banner himself, on a moral level, is a good person. In the original comic, from what I remember, Hulk is born because Banner was saving a guy from a bomb. There's that. And the whole, and I remember Avengers tackled it, or one of the Avengers series tackled this. I think it was Earth's Mightiest Heroes, actually. They tackled the idea of the Hulk's nuance and why would he join a team, because the Avengers are the first people who haven't tried to kill him. And even when they have tried to kill him, it's because of very specific circumstances. And again, that's Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I need to do a bit more. I need to look into the Hulk a little bit further, but
just to clarify, what you're trying to say is that in the context of the movie, the fact that they made Rodan basically they're play fighting. You're saying that kind of works in the same logic, the same logical path was used. Is that it?
I'm not saying it's play fighting. I'm not saying it's play fighting because that was objectively the two of them going at it.
Okay, when they start throwing the rock at one another, and they're playing volleyball with the rock, I just saw that as play fighting.
Well, it comes off as play fighting because again, it's a good, fun
children.
visual for children. Yeah, that's
exactly. So that's how I took it.
That's them actually going at it. It's the same thing as with Ebera.
One sec,
But,
real
like-
quick, because Nika says, "Wait, you also streaming? This isn't even like one of our longest streams."
Dude, we've had streams double, triple this length.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Rooney's comments. Brand new day radicalized me.
Oh boy.
Jean
Rooney.
Grey deserved to die.
Jean Grey doesn't.
Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah. No.
We were low-key creating a better story, just like a random Discord call
No,
one day.
Just simply change things out. Just simply change how Jean Grey
All
works.
the elements
The fact-
are there, basically.
The fact,
You just-
like, if she was just more comic accurate, it would have been better. Like, if
Ironically-
you
Guys,
had done the Dark Phoenix,
but comics
You
are
would've
for,
been
but
fine.
comics are for lame pussies. You need a real man.
Let's not derail. Let's
Yeah,
not
let's not
derail.
derail.
Let's not
Sorry. My bad.
No,
Like,
it's not your
that's-
fault. It's all
but,
of us.
like, the Hulk. But like, when did the Hulk first release? Actually, I'm
Okay,
curious.
but it's not important.
No,
because, like,
no, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say this because the Hulk did this template pretty well. Like, this is something that the Hulk has done on multiple occasions. It's really early into his career. I think if it was closer to something like that, it would have worked better. That's my inherent thesis.
I mean, I still don't really think that I see the relation all that clearly. I thought I understood what you were trying to say. I just don't really see the relation between
I
Hulk
probably
and
didn't word
Godzilla.
it correctly, but
Well, I guess like the
It's
thing is
okay.
that with Hulk starts out usually is either really aggressive and like a hunted like creature,
Yeah.
and then through various actions continues to save more and more people, which then causes more people to be on his side into
Yeah.
then ultimately being accepted by like society as a whole. That's like the
Okay.
general like through line of Hulk as a character.
I don't know if we should apply that to like an animal that's like because I think that you need a level of
Stadia
sapience.
Pervious is why I opted for a solo stream with Zim. Solo streams are good, but like the bouncing off is better. Like I think bouncing off is
Like, maybe
always
it's not the best
and you get
comparison.
to find funny moments where we call each other mean words.
But like, yeah, maybe the Hulk isn't the best comparison, but like that was one of the first major things that came to mind. Because like in my head, and this was before the death battle even happened, I've been comparing them quite a lot. In fact, like that is a major comparison that does come up. I think Rooney's made the comparison too.
Oh, great Snyder Pope, give us your
in
wisdom.
I know it
I
wasn't
get
on
the
stream,
feeling
it
he
was in-
hasn't.
No,
I
it
get the
wasn't,
feeling he
but
hasn't.
It was probably in one of his videos. I need to double check. But yeah, like I don't remember where, but I remember he did it at one point. Unless it's someone else. Unless it was someone
Yeah,
else.
I think it was Beccarini who made a comparison in one of his videos.
yes. Well, yes, JDF. Two people can bounce off, but it's not the same collaborative thing because it's just the back and forth I'm talking about. Like, because I like hearing everyone's opinions like this.
Yeah. But yeah. Actually, Braden also adds another jumping off point. The Hulk has a sense of morality. Godzilla doesn't. That's another reason why. That's another thing I was getting at. That's why this is a little bit more jarring, because Godzilla hasn't really had a sense of morality. It's mostly just been whoever hurts me gets hurt back. Which actually,
Wouldn't
no,
that still rudimentarily be like?
no,
a
that
type
would
of
be morality. Never mind. I take that back.
Yeah,
Also,
it's just
I don't even
Godzilla's in
think
the
that's-
wrong.
Yeah, no, also I don't think he wrongs the people who wrong him. Like, then he will need to have sapience to do that because he will
Yeah.
need to know that someone blew him up, and then he will go to the US. Actually, he won't necessarily go to Japan. Like, I think that Japan. are
Well,
responsible
what's it
for
called?
the
I
war to
think
go
that
to shit.
Godzilla, on some level, knows humans are responsible for what happened to him. Does he know specifically what specific humans did it to him? No, which is why
Exactly. So
the creatures that
can
the
literally
people that he
not-
attacks are in the vicinity. Like,
Yeah,
just
exactly.
because you're ignorant and the actions you commit are incorrect does not mean you therefore don't have a sense of morality.
No. Just to clarify before we continue, like what I'm saying with this is he literally is incapable of going after the people who hurt him because of what you're saying. Like I think we're saying the same thing, just with different, like from different angles. You could say it's humanity in general, in the broad aspect, but that's so general that I wouldn't qualify him as him going after people that wronged him. And also, I wanted to ask,
Or I guess like to bridge it, it's more like Godzilla holds a grudge against humanity and holds humanity as a whole responsible for what some humans did to him.
Again, once more, it's like, does he understand the concept of what a bomb is and that humans did it? I think that then, if you go into the spiritual part, I think you could justify that, like with Jim K, But in 54, I don't see that. He's just supposed to be an animal. This is an example I gave once. If I go in the forest and there's like a couple of ants that I haven't even noticed, and suddenly I blow the fuck
don't
up.
think ants are good. What about like an elephant?
No, but here's the thing. Like, there's some ants on the ground, right? Like, I don't even notice them. And something blows up, and I go flying, and I lose an arm. Would my first reaction be, I wonder if the ants have something to do with it? Or would I just assume that maybe, like, I don't know, the sun just exploded if I was like a dumb animal, or that something happened? Like, I don't know if I would immediately blame the ants. I don't think that Godzilla would immediately blame humans if he doesn't really relate the concept. That's why I think that in -1, they fix this, because he literally sees explosions. Like, when he goes on land in the other island, he sees things explode. He sees humans. He understands, maybe to a certain extent, that there's a relationship between metal and this artificial stuff with people, and him hurting him.
But
and because
by
of
the same
explosions.
logic, we know that at least in 54's case, that Godzilla is like irradiated specifically by nuclear tests. So like, if
But
you're
how
seeing a
can
bunch
he
of
re-
if
how
you're
can
seeing
he
a bunch of
react?
humans, like if you see a bunch of small insects collecting around doing certain things, because I don't think Castle was the first bomb they tested. It was like,
But
that
how can he
area.
relate the boats and their tests to the people inside the boats? Like, he will need to see that, and since the movie doesn't show it, you kind of have to like assume a lot of stuff for that to happen. But in -1,
Well,
again, they
by this
literally
logic, then
see
why would
it.
he come to land in minus though? Because the explosions aren't caused by the people; they're caused by the machines. So wouldn't he just attack machinery and not
But
people?
In
I
-1,
to help Lau a little, the machines are next to the humans. We can, well, I'm not gonna say imply
Because like elephants and like larger,
he's-
more like animals that like are shown to have greater intelligence will attack vehicles because they understand that they have a relation to humans. That's why I said the
exactly,
ant
but
example
they
doesn't
have-
work.
Yeah, but no, I do think it works because it's the level of exposure. We don't have enough evidence in 54 to say that Godzilla has been exposed to humans using technology. To humans,
But they
maybe,
literally state that Godzilla was baptized by the hydrogen bomb,
and that's
had,
nothing to do, because then we go to the example of me exploding randomly, and I don't really know why I exploded. I don't know.
yeah, but
if
you
the
just
ants
said that
have
you
a
have no
relationship to it.
context. You didn't see the ants do anything. You just said you exploded, and
Exactly.
then blame the ants.
That's my
Except,
point.
no, but I'm saying that's a bad point.
But what if you saw the
Why?
ants building a bomb?
If
and
you
then
see
that
the
thing
ants
there we
doing
go.
exploded?
something, and then you watch something near the ants that the ants have been moving all around, set it off. Even if, like, let's just hypothetically say the ants are near a bomb, is the tinkering of what the ants are doing a problem? Or like in another case too, like if you why, like there's like plenty of examples of like elephants going out and killing the extended families of people who had nothing to do with them directly being harmed by like the first person they've already killed. Why would an elephant do that beyond just like killing the first person that actually harmed them?
Could I?
And orcas do the same. By the way,
orcas don't really do that to people because there's never been a
but
reported.
orcas, to a certain, for example, in Spain, it just so happened. But by the way, sorry, Serena, I just wanted to add this really fast because actually this is something that Sim is right about. In Spain, orcas for some time had been attacking boats at random, and the theory is that a boat must have hurt an orca, so now they just attack all boats. They don't necessarily understand that, oh, the boats are piloted by people, because they don't attack people when those people are swimming. They just attack the boats. Right, so I guess in a way that also maybe helps.
That would depend on the animal too, and like we
Yeah.
could get into the nitty gritty of like how advanced dinosaur.
We don't have
intelligence
enough information to.
But
to
like
actually...
I would say
was
there was
gonna
enough
say-
to make
I
the
was gonna say
connection that like
crows.
corvids too, but like animals as a whole can understand, even if like they don't necessarily see the exact specific people have done something to them. They understand that like humans as a whole, like humans naturally present a danger to them. And if like an animal is, well, we lost Lau.
Oh, Serena.
Wait, no, that's
Serena.
no, that's Serena. Never mind.
Yeah.
That they will then respond in kind to humans within a general vicinity. But like it also says something more about an animal intelligence when they go out of their way outside of like their expected territory to inflict something on humans.
Okay, then like
Yeah.
just so you know, what I was trying. Oh, but Serena wanted to say something before she like left the call.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I accidentally left because I swiped. So what I was gonna say is what I think Lau was trying to say with like Godzilla and the explosions is that from Godzilla in -1's point of view, he goes up to the camp, he sees the bright light, so he he would make the correlation like, oh, these like these bright lights at this metal tower, that's humans. And he sees the explosions of the gas canisters, and the humans are obviously there. They clearly occupy this space, and he would obviously most likely make the correlation, oh, they either create or they have some influence on these things. And you see Shikishima in the in the jet, when he's about to fire Godzilla. He would probably make the connection. These metal contraptions with these like weird colors and like different like markings and like these like, weird barrel-shaped things and these explosions come from humans. So when he gets bombed in Castle Bravo, he would go, "Oh, this is just a massive." Like he would probably think, "Oh, that guy who was in
This
who
is-
just like the two people." Hold on, just a second. The two people who like saw me like kill all their friends just did a massive explosion to try and kill me, and that's why he goes after humanity and like throughout the entire film because he's
That's
and like the
exactly-
novel kind of confirms
Yeah, no,
this when like
you
he
nailed
is
it.
actively going after humanity. Now we
Yeah,
don't
no,
know how
thank you.
54 was mutated exactly, so for all we know, he
Well,
could
no,
have
we
seen
know
like human.
specifically that 54 is mutated by hydrogen bombs because of the strontium-90. So we know
Okay,
that
but
he
it's
attacked Castle
underwater.
Bravo.
Like so here's the problem with all the information we don't have. In -1, we see him going out.
Underwater and bombs.
Exactly. So underwater,
which
so
would
how
be
does he see
essentially the
people
same as
doing-
54.
So, no. Here's the thing. In -1, we see him going out again. We see him going into the island. The reason why he attacks is because of the lights. He wasn't necessarily going to attack, but when you shine lights into him, because he's a like deep sea creature, probably. Again, I'm saying probably because like I'm just seeing that the movie is better made than 54, so I'm assuming that there's an intention, gathering elements from 54 and Heisei putting them into one, actually trying to make them actually coexist and exploit the benefits from both sides. And then he sees mini explosion caused in the camp. So when big explosion happens, it's the same concept, and I understand that he would relate that big explosion to small explosion, which is related to humans. What I'm saying with 54 is that you're assuming a lot of things if you think that he has seen people build these bombs, because normally
I never
they should
said
fall
I
from the
never
sky.
said that
No,
he's
no.
seen people building bombs
Then how could he relate the bombs or anything to people?
because
my
he's
question.
already interacted with people in the past before.
But he has not interacted with people with technology. We know that this was the times of sacrifices in
well, no,
Island,
there's
like,
he's been on. We know that Godzilla's visited Odo Island before. If Godzilla has
Mm-hmm.
been living in the Pacific, that and has been to Odo Island, it doesn't mean that Godzilla is stationary in a single place, which means that whether we have direct evidence or not, Godzilla has interacted with modern day humans before and has chosen not to attack them until now, explicitly
Wait,
after he's been attacked.
He's
could
also
it have
he's
people
also-
visited Odo Island
Wait, wait.
before? Like just generally, like people have like come to Odo Island.
Say that
Like
again?
in 54, if 54 is like canon. Have people because I need to watch the film again. Have people been to Odo? Like have people like come on boats to Odo Island?
Yeah,
yeah, but
So
they have, like,
hold on,
wooden
actually,
boats.
wait, hold on.
because
thinking about this
Masashi
now.
was on a wasn't on like a dinghy when he
I'm
from
thinking,
Odo
no,
Island. He was
like,
on like a
this now.
doesn't
regular.
even
If Godzilla could, if we want to say this, he may, since he's obviously been to Odo Island, it's like clearly like some kind of like semi-aquatic dinosaur thing. He may have seen these boats come into Odo Island, then he's muted it, then he like sees these boats and he's like, okay, these metal things, they come into my island, they bring these human things. And then one day he's just hit with an explosion. Maybe he can make the correlation that, oh, these humans, did that. They have these like metal boats and they nuked me for whatever reason. And that's why he goes on the offensive.
That's
Maybe
a
I'm
big
just
maybe.
yeah.
The problem is that it's a huge maybe because it assumes that he understands the relation between technology, modern technology, again, because like him seeing like the Odo Islanders doing their things when they're fishing. I don't see how you could relate
That
that to
wouldn't
a
just
bomb.
be Odo Islanders though. Like, they're
But,
that would
okay.
imply that he literally like we spawned him in on Odo Island and then we spawned him into the Pacific, which would be even more ridiculous.
Yeah, but then we don't have any confirmation of that. That's a problem. In -1, they do it right because we literally see it in the movie. So the thought process that Godzilla could have makes sense. In 54, you just have to assume
Wait, does
that
that
he has
therefore
seen
mean that
all of
we
this stuff.
like you can never really confirm anything in a film unless it's overtly shown?
If it's this much of an
No, 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 no,
assumption, I
no, no.
would
Just
say
yes or
yes.
no. Just yes or no.
Okay, could you repeat the question?
What?
Could you repeat the question then?
Does that mean that we cannot confer or infer anything within a reasonable degree unless it's overtly shown on film?
Yes, but I don't think this is a reasonable degree. I think you're jumping
How?
a lot in what Godzilla has seen, because here's
Why
the
would
thing, if
Godzilla
he-
be attacking boats then?
because of the lights, isn't that like the lights?
No, it's literally the dark when he first attacks the first fishing boat, so it has nothing to do with lights.
The movie says that it's kind of light sometimes. I don't know why he attacks boats. Let me think. So the reason why he attacks boats, I guess, because I guess.
Okay, wait. Before you continue, so Braden's saying he probably just hates the lights. There's no lights in the first attack. If it's noise, why would he be angered by noise then? Because that's something that's never said in the film.
The lights are inconsistent throughout both 54 and Raids Again, so I think
But
that's
inconsistent in
something we
what
can
way?
use for pro. Well, like Giamatti, I think he says that the lights are this thing that like angers him. Then in Raids Again, he gets paralyzed when he sees the lights. At one point, he's like having like a PTSD, and then when he sees the fire, he gets mad. So
well, no, because
walks
when the
over there.
lights, because in 55, when the flares are drawn, are what draws him away, and then when he sees the fire, that draws him back. Because you're saying that he has a PTSD one. I think that's inferring more into the text, would be exactly what I'm doing.
Didn't they say kind of like, oh, like this will make him remember, like when I say PTSD, I'm not like being literal, by the way, I was just like half joking, but then they say that this will remind him of the nuclear tests or something like that, and that's why he stopped. Maybe I'm misremembering.
No,
the
they do
subtitles.
say that, but not in a sense of like he's afraid or like scared of them.
Oh, so
And,
he just like stares?
It's like like again, I don't want to use the book, but it contextualizes as like an angry recollection essentially.
Okay, an angry. Okay. It's not fierce. It's just like
It's
anger, but
anger.
he stays in place. Okay, so then he goes.
But it's
then
not even
when-
like, well, no, because he doesn't just stay in place, because he looks at them, turns around, and then begins to move out.
Mm-hmm.
Could
Yeah,
I
and
ask him a question?
Real
Oh,
quick,
sorry.
I guess real quick, because then Brain says, "Did the first boat attack him?" No, the
No.
first boat. No, the first
Um,
boat is literally just there, and then he boils the seawater underneath.
Yeah, and then there's a boat that has lights. There's like this huge cruise ship with
That-
people like
yeah.
dancing, and he doesn't attack it. So I
No,
don't
he
know what's
does.
up with the
He
lights.
does actually
No, he
destroy that
doesn't.
one.
He literally goes up. Oh, maybe we're thinking about different scenes, but there's a scene
No, it's
where
the pleasure
No.
cruise.
No, the pleasure. So, like in the what's it called? He attacks the first two fishing boats. Goes to Odo Island. They do the what's it called?
Depth charges.
The depth charges. The pleasure cruise occurs. We don't see him destroy it on screen though, but it's inferred and then overtly stated elsewhere that pleasure cruise is destroyed.
it's unfair because like what we see on screen is actually like he rises from okay, I'm not saying this didn't happen necessarily. What I'm saying is what we see on screen is that he goes up,
Goes up and comes down.
he looks
yeah.
around, and then he comes down, and we don't see any distractions. So it's like I mean,
Yeah,
I don't think it's
because in
really
the
well.
what's it called, with how they show it in the book, he like rises up, goes
Okay,
down.
but I
and-
didn't see the book.
I
Like,
know you haven't read it, but I'm saying is like the inferred idea behind it was supposed to be that boat is destroyed, and like how he does it is different to how we see him do it in like anything else.
that's really bad on the movie then, because like that's not like inferred, like the fact that we see him go way back into the water, it just makes it look like he ignores the boat. So it makes
I'm
it
also
look
trying to remember if
inconsistent.
they actually state whether or not just like verbally if it was destroyed by the show.
I don't no, I'm pretty sure they didn't, because I watched 54 a couple of times now. But anyway,
I have too, but like I want to be sure for my own sake.
yeah, understandable. We can put like maybe we can discuss that some other time.
Uh,
But
I
the
was-
thing is, oh yeah, please continue. Sorry,
I was
that
just gonna
interrupting.
ask him a question.
Yeah, so
This kind of brings back to the whole like 50-40 technology thing. How, like, just asking you, like, how do you think 54 Goji would like rationalize that, you know, these humans are the ones that, you know, nuked him? Like take me like step by step, because I actually want to understand your thought process.
I would assume that
Um,
if anything, like I would even say like Godzilla assumes specific humans are evolved. I think there is enough information that you can contextually understand that Godzilla sees any and most humans to a degree as a threat to him, and then chooses to attack things within his general territory, which is the area
no,
around Odo Island, after
that's my
coming aboard
question.
and then choosing to attack there.
That's my question. Like, how would he rationalize that humans are like a danger to him? Like, they're the ones, like, not like specific humans. You know, like not like Juro from, you know, The Office. Like, how does he? How would he like? How do you think he would know like that, you know, humans are the reason he is like this, and, you know, like they are a threat to him as a whole? That's kind of what I was asking.
I just said that.
But we don't feel like that answers things in a concise way. That's why I'm saying that it feels like a leap, a little bit too much of a leap, because we don't know him well enough to justify that. I feel like maybe
I don't
look,
think by
I
that
think the
logic, I don't
franchise
think you
has
really know any
retroactively.
characters well enough.
But I think that what something we're doing might be doing by accident, and this is something that maybe people should like try and exercise. Is I feel like we have information now in 2026 as fans that it's so ingrained into our heads about the franchise and the characters and what they're supposed to be and how they're trying to be depicted, that sometimes we assume that in the movies things are that way, and then if you go and look back, you realize that maybe it's not well done. Maybe that's something that we introduce into the early show retroactively sometimes, because again I just don't see enough smartness, I guess you could say, in 54 for him to make those connections in a believable way. I just don't see it. I think that as a whole from the franchise we see Godzilla as that, but when you watch that movie I don't feel like it's really there yet. It's going to be introduced later on,
Because
and I
you're
think that's
essentially saying there's a missing link, right?
in
Between
a way, yeah. I feel like
Godzilla's wrath for humans and knowing that
Well, no,
humans
because
are the
what
one
he's
that did
saying
that
is
to
that
him and
there
then the
needs to
explosion itself.
explicitly show it on screen for us to make the connection that that would be the case. As for them talking about the pleasure cruise being destroyed, the meeting where Yamane directly states that Godzilla was baptized in the hydrogen bomb is a response to the fact that Godzilla is not dead and the shipping cruise, the pleasure cruise, is destroyed, because none of the people that are shown in that line are people from the fishing company, and they're asking who's going to compensate for the damages. So unless we're going to say that these are the same people from the fishing company whose two boats are gone, which I don't believe is the case, because why would they still be here, and why would they just go to the original, why would the setting change as well as a result?
actually I wanted to ask you that, because you did ask me why does he attack the boats then, and what I would say is maybe because the movie's just not that well written and he's just attacking the boats because the movie needs to happen. But like since I don't see the reason, that's how it feels to me. Like actually, why does he attack the boats? Because I just don't see the connection for him to connect boats, people, bomb. Boats, people, maybe, but people, bomb need to be connected first for boats and people to be added to the bomb. Do you see that? That's like the missing link part. Like that's the part of the equation that to me doesn't actually like make.
I would
The
say it
math
makes sense
isn't
given the
mathing.
fact that, one, there was already a bunch of naval ships that would have been evolved that are objectively involved in Castle Bravo.
That
The
is fair.
Castle Bravo
Yes.
bomb was explicitly tested on naval ships that were docked there to see how they would react to the bomb itself.
If I may also add to that position, Godzilla would have objectively seen boats because of the sacrifices thing.
But
The
no,
thing
I
with
would
this-
I would say no to the sacrifices thing,
Yeah.
because they'd probably be like small little dinghy boats. But like I want to pull up a clip of specifically like Castle Bravo itself and like what was there at the vicinity.
Mhm.
Now, what I would add to that is like if he's a cryptid, he clearly is not actually going to always be seeing these things. So it will be really convenient if he saw those things and he made the all of that like math equation in his head. Oh, people are bad outside of the
no.
movie.
He probably
Meanwhile,
saw.
in -1, we see it in film. That's
Well,
why I don't. Oh yeah, sorry, Vic.
we can infer like if he is in the vicinity of the bomb, he likely saw the ships that like and the people who brought the bomb there.
But isn't
So
he
it can-
hidden like most of the time? Like, isn't he supposed to be a cryptid? So like, does he
Well, I
have
mean,
Wait,
from what we
that,
see in the
that would
film,
imply
he
that
usually
Godzilla
just
can't
sleeps.
be. That
Or
implied. Like, one sec. Let me do this real quick because I was going to
Is
collect
the
some
debate?
pictures.
I'm just going to answer C while you look for that. He's asking, is this debate on 54 or -1? While I've been working today, so a bit of context will help. What I'm saying, and to be fair, I don't remember when exactly this started, Sim. I don't know if you remember, but what we're doing right now is I'm saying that in -1,
One
the
sec.
reason why
So,
yeah,
like, I would say, because Black says if you start instance, it probably is proof that it can be discredited. That by that logic, yeah, any inference of a film can always be discredited. Like, if that is the metric we want to use. But no, go, Lau.
Oh yeah, no, I was just giving C context because he was asking for it. So C, what I'm saying is that in -1, I can believe that we were discussing why he attacks humanity and all of this because we were talking about whether he wants to attack people who have wronged him. And my question was, in 54, how does he know that anyone has wronged him, right? So what I'm saying, C, is that in -1 on screen, and very easily, by the way, in like 5 minutes of movie, we see that thought process being justified, which is he goes on land. He's not necessarily. We don't know if he will attack people or not, but we see that someone shines a really bright light on his face, and so he reacts and he attacks. People get scared, so there's conflict. It could have been seen as a misunderstanding, but that's not really relevant. The thing is, people start shooting him, right? He attacks planes. He attacks like all of these little things that explode throughout that attack. So what I'm saying is that in Godzilla's head, in -1, he can relate people to technology and explosions. So to me, it makes sense that then when there's a huge explosion that like bursts his head open, basically, like we see his eyes burning and all of that, that mutates him. I'm saying that it's really logical to assume that that's the moment where he makes a connection and he like lashes out at technology and by extent humanity, because also he has seen people go into planes and he has seen people hiding in these places, right, in these trenches and stuff like that. What I'm saying is in 54 it doesn't make sense because how does he relate the explosion to humanity? Same is saying maybe he has seen like these tests happening, right? Is that your point, Sim, that he has seen the tests because of the proximity to the area of the tests? Is that it?
I would say it again. I'm sorry, Black. That doesn't actually contextualize what you said at all. Ask it again, please.
Oh yes. Would you say that your point then is that Godzilla should be able to understand the testing as human activity because he's in the area, so he should have seen it?
Not just in the area, Godzilla's directly stated to be hit by the bomb itself.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Sim's point, and what I'm
And
saying
my
is,
point would be, then contextualizing is that given everything we would know about that event, down to like the density of people, to the picture I sent you in DMs allow in terms of the amount of just human activity, ship, other plane, otherwise in the area, that it would therefore make sense for Godzilla to associate ships, planes, and these kinds of lights with people, and as a result, be more aggressive specifically in his territory, which is near Bikini Atoll and then Odo Island, which is in that general vicinity.
Mhm. Yeah, and okay, so basically -1 gives more definitive context. Yes, but also I'm just saying that there's no information that I can see in 54 that actually explains that. Because what I would answer to what Sim just said is, again, like, to me, I understand the relation to humanity exists because they say that they do sacrifices. So clearly there has been some sightings. But even in the context of Odo Island, these sightings have been like something that only old people know of, and most like young people. It's established that there's a disparity, so it's clearly not like a common thing necessarily. But it could be because of the mutation, like it could be because of that. But like the old man is really old, so it cannot just be the mutation. So he
Well, he's
doesn't.
really old, but like he can't be like ancient, like beyond like a reasonable human lifespan. Like
Lau,
this
could I
isn't like a
propose
50,
something to
like
you?
for three
Oh, yeah.
centuries ago when I was a young man, we heard about Godzilla. Like there's some there would have to be some level of contemporariness that would have to appear, even if like this guy is old. Like is he
Yeah.
like older than like is he like maybe like in his 40s, 50s, 60s? Like that's several decades, yeah, but that's not ancient history, especially if he knows about it. And like is like no, I wouldn't say bear witness, but at least knew about the practice. Like that time scale is not that large.
Before I answer, I
was,
want to let Serena say something because
So I was just gonna ask. So hypothetically, so because of like the scale of the nuclear test and like Castle Bravo, Godzilla probably, like if we're going with this hypothetical, Godzilla may have seen, like in your ant hypothetical, you see the ants with like the ants pilot these like boat things because they're coming in and out of your island to do sacrifices, and then you see these like big metal versions of them all around these like bit specific islands the people are on, and you see these big explosions, and then one day that big explosion hits you and you mutate. Would you then would that make the connection that, oh, the ants just hit me with a fucking nuke, I gotta go like get my revenge?
as a human, it would. Yeah, no, for real, as a human, it would. I would make that connection. Of course, in the context
wait. Would that make sense for a human of any cognitive level?
Maybe children, not necessarily. Like that, I cannot predict that. Like there are some kids that are smart. Some kids.
No,
are
I would
more,
say
like
it would make
naive.
more sense for children to act in that way because
of the
actually act
imagination?
more aggressively. Because
What
they'd
do
be
you
like,
mean?
"Wow, I just got hurt by something." I see
Oh yeah,
these
but
things
we're
here.
not talking about the reaction. We're talking about like the thought process. At least I think that's what Serena's asking.
But basically, what I just said is like the ant. Well, like, okay, actually, I'm just doing like a Godzilla's point of view. So he sees, these boats coming into Odo Island every now and then to do the sacrifices, and then he sees these like big boats near Odo Island. These like massive metal boats, and obviously they have people on them because he's made the connection. Oh, these people arrive on these little dinky boats, and there are these big boats. So these are like much like these obviously have humans on them. And he sees these like
just to intervene
explosions.
here because I want to make a clarification with what you're saying. I think that the boats that they might use in Odo Island, they're really primitive. They're mostly like for fishing. They're like little people boats. Like
yeah,
I don't know if you will see like a huge cruise ship.
Well,
and
not
necessarily think it's
necessarily,
the
because
but
again,
I was actually gonna say
Masashi
like
not in like
he
a
sees
dinghy
like
when Godzilla blows him up.
he sees like these like massive metal boats, and he's made the connection. Oh, these things have people on them. These big things must also have even more people on them. And he sees these explosions happening around these boats, which obviously the nuclear tests. And then one day he gets hit by one. Would you think he'd be able to make
I'm
the
sorry, but
connection?
right there I'm going to stop you because here's the thing. How does he
We
relate? How
we
does
don't
he know
see
that
it,
those
so-
explosions have something to do with the boats? How does he not? Why couldn't he, for example, think that the boats are also victims of the explosion? See, like there are a bunch of thought processes that I can say, yeah, that's possible. It is possible, but we don't see anything in the movie that substantiates
Yeah,
it
so
because
then
he
again,
doesn't
my
act smart
statement
enough.
again, I restate my point that unless we directly see it on screen, we cannot infer anything.
No, there are logic. Again, I mean,
No, because then you'd still have to sneak in some kind of inference based on something we don't see, and therefore logically threw away a solution. It
there's
becomes a matter of
logical
preponderance.
inferences.
No. There becomes a preponderance of evidence that would be required.
No,
rather
because with
than
-1, I'm also I guess I'm using some like
because like
assumptions that
in the
are
case of
logical and based on
-1,
biology.
who's to say that like with the explosion there, why would he assume it's specifically humans like doing it and he needs to act aggressively? Like if he can see Shikishima and see Shikishima come out of the plane, why would he then go to attack like a city which has no boats and no planes directly?
In this case, what I would say is, for example, just an example of me making an inference would be when I said that because he's a deep sea creature, because he brings deep sea fish, so he must also at least most of the time be in deep sea, and when he comes out, it's at night. So I would say because I see that there's consistency, right, and there I can see that there's a thought process in how he's depicted, because also I see that the creator has, to be fair, and he has an advantage that in 54 they didn't have, which is the power of retrospective. You already have stuff, you just have to make it make sense. I can say that he comes from deep sea, places, he cannot tolerate the light, and that's why he goes on the aggressive mode. That's me making an assumption on something that's not explained in the movie, but that makes logical sense. And I don't think that, for example, Gojin, who I know that Gojin might say, okay, you think, I think Gojin would say, yeah, no, that's a logical assumption to make, and he likes stuff like Shin Godzilla, where you can like make a lot of conclusions from different things. But when it comes to 54, what I'm saying is that there's such a huge process. Basically, his Godzilla's arc happens off screen, and then when he goes into like the rampage, I don't see enough intelligence to what's the word, to support that he could have gone through that mental process outside of the off screen, basically.
But so you're saying he doesn't act intelligent enough for you to believe that he could parse out, or at least
All
make
of
a
this
conclusion.
understandings. Yeah, this thought process. I don't see a creature that's capable of getting this thought process off camera, on camera. Like I don't see it on the movie. I understand that
Again,
maybe,
then I restate my point again, because again, even looking at -1, he doesn't really act in like the same way he does on Odo Island when it comes to his inquisitiveness. Because in Odo Island, the first time he actually acts aggressively is when the light shines on his face, and then when he gets shot in the face. Whereas in Minus, we see him hurl a train and then bite said train and then ram into a building, destroy several other buildings. The only closest thing we get to a 1-for-1 in terms of behavior is when the tanks shoot him and he uses the atomic breath, which would also be inconsistent because that's not how he acted in Odo Island, because he didn't have the atomic breath. Why wouldn't he just ram into them or just move across the land to do that?
Now, what I would say there is that in -1, you have, like you yourself are mentioning, you have the el antecedente. How do you say that? You have the initial spark of violence that creates a negative precedence with humans, and it's direct, and he can see it on screen. Like we see him experience this.
So again, I restate because you just said on screen. So I'm restating the point again that we cannot make that unless we directly see it on screen, then we shouldn't make the inferences.
I think that there's a difference between, like, for example, inferring something that, okay, so what I'm not asking for the characters in 54 to look at the screen or at the audience, or even talk amongst themselves and say, well, we believe that he has gone to this thought process. Like, I'm not saying that you should make it explicit. I'm saying that there is a degree that you can like actually work.
Yeah, that would just be a level of immersion, and that would require. And again, you don't believe that Godzilla possesses enough intelligence to make a judgment call, but then also make an irrational decision to then attack. Because I don't think that Godzilla is acting rationally. I think Godzilla is making connections and then acting aggressively.
So in -1, what I would say to the train is that in this case, actually, I would
again,
say,
that Brayden, yes. So Brayden, in your case, that is more concrete. Not really, because it's still an inference. Because if we're talking about inferences and the level of belief that we'll attribute to them, if it's all inference, as Black says, where it's all possible and probable, then it can be discredited. If that is the metric we want to use, which I'm fine with doing them.
Yeah, but the thing
let's just be consistent.
I'm not trying to use this. I'm not trying to use it as a weapon of okay.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that based on everything that we have said, let's just logically go through it like that. Then that's all I'm asking. Because in that case, any inference, if we personally do not believe that inference well enough, we could say, oh, it could be a flaw. Or we could say, oh, based on information that we can fill in the gaps with within reason, then sure, you can wibbly wobble your way around it. But if we're saying that, again, if it's based on an inference or a possibility and reason as proof, then it can be discarded. Fair. If we're talking about a off-screen inference that is more concrete, it would still be an inference, still be a probably, and therefore discarded.
So,
well, wait. Okay, Lau,
shit.
qualify what an inference is.
So inference, I think, for example, but the thing with inference is that we have to use examples because this is in a way in a spectrum, right? Because different people will want certain things to be spelled out. So what I think is we need to discuss of what a reasonable inference is. I think that's what we have been trying to make out here. For example, an inference that I made that I think is valid is that he's a deep sea creature, and that's
no,
why the
I'm just
lights are.
like just qualify what an inference is, because that's
So
what Black's saying
me,
that we're
to me,
not
an
allowing you to do.
inference is when you see something on screen and you for example are told, okay, so this happens because of that, but there's like a gap in between and you have to fill it on your own. But the evidence throughout the movie doesn't actually corroborate what you're saying. So like you are basically making a leap of faith, but there's nothing that actually reinforces it throughout the movie itself later on. For example, you were asking me about the train thing. Minecraft knows this. I think that saying that kaiju are curious is not actually characterization. I think it's really basic and it's really lazy. But the reason why I think that in -1, and it's not that I think -1 is like a perfect movie or anything, but what I'm saying is that the reason why I would say that it's more like Curiosity -1, kind of like with the tower in 54, which I was wrong about before. I don't know if I explained that when you said that he was acting like an animal. I don't know if I like gave to that, but I just wanted to make that clear. When yeah, he grabs the train and he holds it in his mouth and he just walks around. I would say that's more like just what's this thing, chomp, and he just moves it around. Like he's not actually trying to kill the people inside. That's why I wouldn't say that that's illogical, because yes, he has never seen a train. He doesn't necessarily know that train has people in it, but he just looked at this thing moving and he like wanted to pick it up like an animal. I think that is kind of curiosity to a certain extent, and his behavior towards his surroundings and technology and civilization, which again he has seen in the Odo Island base, is the same that was displayed in the Odo Island base. So the movie is actually showing you that his behavior is consistent. In the Odo Island base, he experienced violence for the first time. He makes the relations to humanity, technology, and explosions, or pain, you could even say. So when he goes into society again, he's acting logically. We see this train that's just moving there. He doesn't see it as that necessarily, or maybe he does. That could be an inference, I guess you could say. That I'm going to point it out right now. Why does he see the train as something different? I think that the train was just moving around, not
The
attacking
train
him.
was stopped, though.
Yeah.
And then
so
my
he-
next question would be, why does he do it for the train and not for the plane?
for the plane.
And then why does he after killing all the people decide to lift up the plane and throw it?
I think he sees Shikishima inside the plane, but he just moves on because Shikishima is like not really doing much.
Yeah,
So
but
you
like
could infer-
again, by the same logic, the train isn't doing anything. It literally is stopped there.
You're
we
right.
Don't know, and we also don't know what the first train that he literally chucks into frame is.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, didn't he see Shikishima come out of the plane or go into the plane at some point?
No, he does not. He's looking around, and we don't see him like make contact with Shikishima.
Make contact.
until
Yeah, not a
Shikishima's
direct eye
directly-
contact.
No, like
Okay.
directly see him. We do not, again, direct. We don't see him directly look at Shikishima until Shikishima's in the plane itself.
Mhm.
Which, by this logic, if we're saying that he's being curious, I mean, Black, of course, that's what you're going to say, but I guess if that's the case, then sure, let's go with that. Like, based on the metrics that we're giving, then sure. Like, that's fine with me. If for the sake of the argument, let's go with that.
No, actually, like I was going to say that because I was saying that actually you're right. I don't know if you heard me. Like I did say, you know what? Yeah, no, I don't know why he would attack planes necessarily, right? Maybe
You mean
because
why he wouldn't attack? Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, there will be a jump there in logic. It's like he doesn't need to attack the plane just because
I know
he's
you're not.
destroying everything else.
I know you're not making a definitive claim, but we're saying by the metric that we are presenting, then yes, it would be a flaw. But let's go with that for the sake of the argument.
Okay. Yeah, I guess what I would ask is, what do you see in 54 that justifies him having the capacity to have that thought process? Because I again, I'm saying that I see that in -1, even with the flow of the plane, but I see it with like the civilization and
As long
humanity
as
and
it needs
explosions.
to be.
But I don't
Um,
see it in 54. That's what I'm saying.
I would say in 54, given that we know for a fact contextually that Godzilla has existed for a long time, I would say it would be an even larger leap to state that he's never interacted or seen any other people. I think that that is a base assumption.
I'm not saying he hasn't.
No,
I'm
no,
just
that's
saying,
like that's a base assumption. I would say that it would take
okay.
it would be an even larger leap to say he hasn't interacted or seen people enough to where he couldn't recognize it, but chose not to be aggressive because there was no reason and like he had no reason logically in his mind to do so. So like seeing people and just sort of going about his business. However, we do know the fact, again, if we're to believe everything that the Odo Islanders believe is true, that he used to eat fish and like consume sea life. And then what the Odo Islanders believe is that by casting off someone in a little raft, boat, dinghy, whatever, it doesn't really matter, that
Actually,
therefore that would appease Godzilla and Godzilla would be sated.
yeah,
I think
that's
that
an
like
assumption that, for example, could we use that as an assumption for something that's good? For example, you just said, okay, we know these things, and then it's believed that sacrifices satiate him, but we don't actually know that. And the
I'm
rest
not
of the
even
movie...
saying well, no, I'm not even saying that Godzilla was sated by these things. I'm just
No,
stating that
I know
what I'm stating
I
is
know
that
you're not
Godzilla
saying that.
has Godzilla,
Yeah.
we know for a fact Godzilla has had interactions with people for some time.
Mhm.
We know Godzilla has lived long enough to know that. However, once Godzilla is mutated by nuclear weapons, Godzilla now overtly is choosing to attack things nearby. I think that once again, simply looking at the backstory for Godzilla as a character, we'd have to assume that Godzilla would have no context for what a boat is, no context for what a bomb is. It would not be able to make any conclusion, logical or otherwise, which again, my base assertion is that Godzilla is being illogical due to the pain it suffered at the hands of nuclear weapons and is now choosing to lash out at whatever it wishes to, which is why instead of attacking America, which is directly responsible for it, it chooses to attack Japan because Japan is just closer to its territory. And while Godzilla is indeed an animal, it possesses enough cognitive capacity to react in a way that is retaliatory, not necessarily like, oh, I'm going through these like ideas of like a philosophical idea of like revenge, tit for tat, stuff like that. Because once Godzilla is satisfied with its behavior, it chooses to return to the sea. Not that there is some planned out like uber rational understanding that this animal has for people, but a basic one that there is enough to get from point A to point B without it all just being spelled out on screen.
No, I get it, and I'm not saying that he like has super sapiens. What I'm saying is that I don't think that you need to have that much intelligence to like actually think, Japan, like yes, the nation of Japan and its people that were attacked by the USA. I'm not saying he has that much understanding, but I still don't think that we see anything on screen to say that he has enough understanding to do that, right?
Which is again
So-
why I'm saying that it's a matter of it being on screen or not. I think that there is
Yeah.
enough inferred to where even if it's not shown on screen, that you can make the assertion without a direct confirmation on screen. And I think that if we're going by the logic of if it's not really on screen and any inference can probably be discarded because it's an inference, that is like as a precedent, I don't think that's a good one.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. But what I would do as an example of why I think that we are closer to actually understanding each other than you might think is you mentioned the sacrifices and you said that, okay, we know this for a fact, but then you separated the sacrifices because the thing is we don't actually see any evidence in the movie, even though it's not really spelled out to us.
Of them causing a sacrifice or
No.
Godzilla
Wait. Just let me finish.
Okay.
So we know that they do sacrifices, or they think that the sacrifices work. That's the thing, and I think that's something that you pointed out yourself. The fact that there are sacrifices doesn't mean that he actually ever ate people, and that's something that I would say is not a bad assumption because we just never see him even trying to eat people. Like he doesn't have like this vestigial need to eat people, and then he doesn't eat anything. Right? So I would say that, for example, is something that we can not have in the movie, but we can infer through evidence throughout the entire film. Because when he like is across the hill, like rah, like roaring at the girl, and she's like he doesn't try to eat her or grab her or anything. So that's evidence of the sacrifices maybe being, and this is a maybe, right? It's a maybe, but I think it's a really like almost concrete maybe. It's almost a definitely. He never really cared to eat people. Like maybe that's just a thing that the Islanders did. And again, throughout the entire franchise, and also because Toho then did this on meta, but that's not in the movie. We have never seen him eat people, even
Yes.
in so there are inferences
even
we
by
can
this
make.
inference, but we could also just as equally say that Godzilla doesn't have any desire to eat people because the context behind how Godzilla is as a character then versus now is so different that it's choosing not to. Because at that point, again, you're dealing with a possible unradiated Godzilla versus now a much larger irradiated Godzilla. So the context wouldn't necessarily be one for one. And I could see someone who is saying Godzilla eats people could still infer based on seeing like, oh, Godzilla was trying to eat someone but then decided not to.
But he never tries on screen.
That's what I'm saying, is that someone could still make the argument based on the inferences that we were making.
But it would be a bad argument. That's what I'm saying.
In this context, yes, because
Yeah.
like in this context, yes.
So 54, what I'm saying is 54 is capable of having these things that we can infer and make a really educated guess on. But
yeah, but
again,
I'd say
would you
like
have-
even in the case of 54 isn't unique in that case because you could go to like an A plus B plus C for
Yeah,
like
that's
a
just normal
lot
movies.
of films, and I would say that like this doesn't make you 54 uniquely bad at presenting this.
No, I was using the sacrifices as a good example, actually. What I'm saying is, do you have any evidence on screen? The same way that I have evidence on screen that he doesn't eat people. Therefore, I can make the really educated guess on screen with the evidence that I have there and the evidence that I don't have also. Mix those two and say
Well,
he
no,
doesn't
because I'm
eat
trying to
people.
steel man an argument that I don't really believe in because I don't think Godzilla eats people. So like
No,
I'm trying
know,
really
I know.
hard to
I'm
make
just
an
using
argument
it-
that like
I'm just using it
don't
as an
think-
example to show you my rationality and why I cannot use that same rationale to actually justify how he would relate people to the bomb. Do you have any evidence on screen that he has that level of
Again, you
intelligence?
just said on screen. That's what I'm saying.
I know, and I'm giving you an example of me using evidence on screen and also off screen. But like mixing, the evidence on screen does not contradict what I'm doing, and it actually supports it because he actively doesn't eat people. And if he wanted to hate people, if he hated humanity, he would probably try to eat people out of malice, like Titans.
Would he
in Attack on
need to
Titan.
like does? But the thing is, like, if you're doing something on malice, does that necessarily engender you to do anything and everything that you yourself would consider malicious in its mind?
If he once ate people, I would say, yeah, it's educated. Like, okay, maybe you don't satiate me anymore, but I'm going to keep eating you because I hate you because
But
I
does
understand
he
somehow.
need to though? That's the question.
Does he need to?
Does he
Nobody
need to?
will be-
But does
no-
like could it be better? Maybe. But I'm asking, does he need to though?
No. He doesn't need to, but it will be more logical to establish that he ate people at some point if that's the intention of the author when they're writing the movie. So what I'm saying is, do you have anything? Okay, but let's answer the question. Do you have anything on screen that shows that he has enough intelligence to reach that thought process? Is there anything in the movie that he rationalizes to that degree in 54?
To do what? That
To
because you're
actually,
saying-
for
'cause you're-
example, look at people plus boats, then I see explosions plus boats, and then I relate explosions to people. Do we see anything in the movie? Like, does he learn anything, for example, about the wires? Anything that shows us that he's capable of getting there?
in terms of like, so you're saying, is there
Rationality.
is there any
Sapience,
rationality that
just-
would assume that, not even sapience, just like, is there enough in the film to assume that he could make a through line of just connecting
Yeah,
to
connecting
boats?
the dots.
Hi, buddy.
Because even with the flaw of the plane, which I will say it is a flaw, I did give you, for example, with -1, an example of him going from A to B to C. I don't know if that's because the problem is that doesn't actually exist in 54. You kind of have to just assume it because of like retroactive information that we have as fans from the franchise.
Well, I guess, but by that logic, then I'd assume that no creature that's not able to verbalize itself would be able to rationalize.
No. But again, here's the thing: like in -1, he's not able to verbalize.
And then again,
But
why
we-
does he? Why was there the inconsistency that I've already mentioned?
About the plane, right?
Plane and train.
Plane and train.
Plane
So
and train, and then boat,
the
because
plane
all three would
the
be
plane I
that
said
different.
the plane I said was a flaw. The train I'm attributing to possibly curiosity because the train was moving and then it stopped and he just picked it up. He wasn't
Then why
acting
did he?
aggressively
So then
towards
why
it.
does
And
he
the
act
boat,
with one different? Because he throws one train and then decides to chomp on another. We also don't see what he does with the first train, but how he acts with it is very different because we don't see him toss the train that was in his mouth. We just see it crumble out of under his jaws.
could he
and then
have
we-
kicked it by accident like Shin did kick that bridge, for
But
example?
then again, we be going back to the dilemma that we're getting to about inferences. The same thing could apply for the buildings. We don't see him directly
you're
trash the building in minus, but we see
Yeah, no,
him
you're,
like
you're
full
right,
on
and
football
I'm
tackle
using
one.
evidence from Shin as an example. Yeah, no, that I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, no, that's true. Sorry, I just don't. I just think that there's more
because I think
evidence
like that's the thing
than
is like whenever
flaws.
you're writing a monster, like the audience member has to like. There's always gonna be a level of I don't think a creature like this could rationalize to this degree over this specific thing to come to the conclusion that it's getting to, which is always going to be hard.
Mhm.
I think there's enough evidence that you are arguing to say that that Shin is acting, not Shin, Minus is acting the way it should. But I think that in the case of 54, because it is focusing on other things in the film, there you can make enough inferences to the point where it is still like there is a logical through line, even like disregarding anything that comes after 54, just talking about the material that is around that time. I think you can still make the assertion, because like if not, I would argue then that again, if we're talking about inferences, you can make so many other inferences about so many other films that aren't directly shown on screen that would discount it because the through line of action is exactly the same, and you'd have to ask about all these other smaller inferences not adding up.
Mhm. Okay, so like, should we just agree to disagree? Like, I do think that, for example, I gather more evidence, even if there are flaws in -1, to prove that -1 has more reasons to get to the thought processes that he gets, and we can have that proof. And like, we don't have that in 54, but for just like sake of the stream, should we just leave it here, or is there
I guess we
something?
can leave it here because I do have to like leave in like about
Okay.
30. No, wait, it's just like less than 20 minutes,
Mhm.
which I knew what I was getting into when I said, yo, let's do like all the incarnations. So
Yeah, no, and I just feel like this relates to future incarnations that we will see where the problem is bigger, and that's why I think that we should have the discussion, because, for example, Monsterverse, understanding balance and humanity's role in balance, like what like also he's really really smart, but also like he's huge, so bigger animals have more intelligence, so it's something that will come later in the franchise over and over at certain points. So that's why I think that maybe introducing it right now, at least might take most of the discussion out, so later on we can just refer to this or already have like a ground basis for that. I don't know if you feel the same way, but
no,
if not,
yeah, like
I'm sorry that this
I
is too
find
long.
like again, I find the conversation useful. It's just like I just realized I am literally up against the wall. I had the stream planned so early. I did not realize like how close we were getting to the time.
When we're talking about writing, no, these kind of things happen. We're not just talking about the science and stuff like that.
It's not just designs, it's writing, it's characterization. This is stuff that
As
we've
well as like
consistent.
how design affects a character in a movie.
Yeah,
Like
we've
even
spent
the
we've spent literal days, not just on stream, but like on calls talking about this topic, and it's grown much more fascinating as time has progressed.
C says part 2. This like honestly, like if this is any indication, this is probably going to be like maybe a 5 or 6 part stream series.
4 minimum.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. We'll probably be more experienced with the franchise by then, Serena.
Serena
Yeah,
like
no,
finally
legit, I
watches all
think
the
that
films before it's done.
having these discussions is how you really. I think having these discussions is how you actually get to truly understand things, instead of just watching the movies and just saying I like it or I dislike or I hate this one or I love this one.
Yes, all of this. Yes. No, like I literally would not be surprised if it gets to a 6 or 7 part thing, because like my guess is like we'll probably get, like, I'm thinking 65, 67 is probably going to be all thing, with maybe 72, 68 through 72 being its own thing, 73 being its own thing, Heisei, probably these two being their own stream, this being its own stream, minus being a stream and the Millennium being it. But like I do plan to do these on different days, so it does mean more people might be able to join them. So we have more time.
End it.
I'm thinking like, because like only because like I literally I do need a shower and then I need to drive somewhere. So I'm like, do we want to stop it at, we haven't talked about Ghidorah, or we've talked about Ghidorah to a point and we're going to talk about it and then go into Astro Monster, because I think talking more about Ghidorah is going to be essential in terms of talking more about Astro Monster, and I think Ebra is going to be a nice thing.
It could be I think it will be like a really good beginning for next stream if we divide it, maybe by
Ghidorah
like the big bad
guys.
Halves. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
no, I think it's good. I think that would be nice.
That's a nice segue. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking like as the stream went on, I was like, we're probably gonna stop at Astro Monster and start up with Ebra next time. But I'm thinking no, it'd be better to split Ghidorah here and then go into the next ones, because like only this is literally just talking about like just suit, because it's the Jira suit, and more specifically about that and suit construction. So like we're probably gonna blow through this one only because Ebra is the only other one part of it, and this Sun is gonna get blown through pretty easily.
Sun is gonna be very minimal when it comes to conversation. Well,
actually,
I think
Sun
Sun's gonna have a lot to talk about in conversation, because like the concept of giving Godzilla a kid brings up a lot of character attributes.
You know what? I think that we might start with Ghidorah, then we could go invasion of Astro Monster, because it's kind of the same thing. So we could start the next one with those two like at once.
Yeah.
Ebra is more of a weird thing, because do we want to talk about Ebra and Mothra in that movie, or are we just going to talk about Godzilla, because he's not really Godzilla in that movie, so we could skip through that one really fast.
Well, the thing is that like I honestly want to talk a little bit more about Ebra, because I think that like the basic things for that film could actually be thematically resonant, but because of like the type of film it is trying to be and the fact that it was never planned originally as a Godzilla movie, that's why this film suffers so much.
Yeah.
Like there is like, I guess like not to like play my hand too much, like the idea that like there's a random terrorist organization that is close to developing nuclear weapons is like thematically very rich to explore, and I think that had a movie of that sort been made with the same somber tone as 54, like it would be really interesting. But yeah, I think we should stop here only and pick up again with Ghidorah and continue to make our way, because I know for a fact we ain't touching Heisei or Monsterverse anytime soon.
Oh god.
Okay, so that's done for today.
Yeah, we'll probably end it off here. And at 4 hours, that's solid.
I just wanted to ask you, and if we can do this, could we just ask the other three people here what they think about what we were discussing, like briefly? Since I know Vic helped me a lot, actually. So thanks, Vic. But he has been muted for a little bit. I know he's here now.
Vic's always a quiet boy.
Okay. But
yeah, no, because Black says best. Like honestly, like when I was thinking about this a few days ago when I wanted to do this, I wish I wasn't doing anything else today, because I would spend the rest of my day doing this.
The pitch streams and like the Kaiju Punk stream, that as well as the retrospective, though these have been like, this is honestly a really solid start. I think
like this is what I want out of more Godzilla discussions like this.
Active discussion of the franchise. Like, yeah, okay, I was a little bit more fanboy here. I talked a lot, I will say, but that's fine. It's been like, it's interesting. Just going into the characterization, seeing how this has changed and going a little bit more in depth. And obviously, like I obviously hinted at doing this for Gamera, and honestly, I want to do it for Gamera too, because I think there's just as much to talk about with the fact that Gamera, and maybe I might do it for King Kong as well, but both of them have
I
very
would
different
be
characters.
interested to talk about it in relation to Cog, but I definitely want to do this in relation to Ghidorah too. At least the good thing is that Ghidorah, there's like much less films with Ghidorah.
Same with King Kong. In fact, King Kong is arguably more consistent.
I was
for
thinking
Ghidorah.
like we could do it for like all the big five. I just know for a fact the Rodan one probably would be the smallest
Mhm.
out of them, but yeah, no, I'm definitely I
then
definitely
I
want to
think,
do
like,
with Ghidorah too.
Yeah, and then like for beyond the Godzilla franchise, I'll probably handle that on my channel because Gamera is my thing, and I think since I'm planning to do a King Kong like stream series, it feels natural for King Kong to be on my channel as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'll probably drag you along for both of them though, especially for King
Let
Kong.
me see real quick.
I wish Gojin had been here, honestly, for this one. At least for the last part. I know that he probably would have sided with Sim more, but I don't mind. Like, I wish we had more people.
Honestly, I think like
about this.
depending on it, like I think he would have probably. I'm not going to assume too much. There's certain things I think he would have agreed with you more on, and more things he would have agreed with me more on.
Mhm.
But again, that's the beauty of it. Speaking of, in this case, I'm like wondering, would it make sense for me to do another channel similar to the stream submissions, but it's like stream notes, where
I think stream, yeah, like just things that we want to bring up in case we're not going to be there.
yeah, like either making a thread or a channel. I'll put that as a vote in the server. Which again, for anyone who's interested in joining, the links are going to be in the description and they've been across the stream already. Thank you to JDFVA for the donations. We're going to go into some shillings and then we'll end it off, and we'll pick up next time with starting in with Ghidorah and continue to make our way through the show era. So shilling number 1.
Oh, it's me. Can someone go else before me?
I will do Minecraft.
All right. You can find me here on YouTube, Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World. I have been working on some videos in the meantime, though I've been pretty busy with job hunting, streaming, and school starting in the next week. But I will be very, very excited. But I'm very excited to see where this goes. And obviously, as I've hinted, I want to do streams on King Kong, like every single King Kong movie individually, because I've already done that with the Millennium Era, and I enjoyed doing that with the Millennium Era, and gives me a chance to explore King Kong, as well as that I have an Odyssey retrospective stream in the works. I just need to get the slides going for that one and do a bit more research and probably read some of the other versions. But yeah, and I've also been writing my book, Light in the Black Lake, which I have finished the 3rd chapter of yesterday, and I'm currently starting the 4th. I have Instagram, Kara, and Blue Sky. I'm not as active on Kara and Blue Sky. I need to update my Kara. But I also have but I'm very active on Instagram. I've been drawing. I've been doing a lot of things. Also, go support Titanic Creations. They just recently dropped their Titanicus. It's a really good figure. Go join the Kaiju Hug Box. I'm an ambassador there, so I'm obligated to shill it, and it's pretty fun. Go join Zim server as well. Both the Hugbox and Zim servers do movie nights, stream nights, or just chatting, and it's generally enjoyable. And to go read Gaiatema, go watch Kaiju Girl Caramelize, new episode on Thursday, and it's bye.
I'll do next person.
Yeah, you can find me here on YouTube as the Kaijunaut, where I do film reviews, figure reviews, unboxings, art compilations, speed paints, and the like topic discussions. You can always find me here on the Zimcast sometimes, where we talk about anything but Godzilla. I also do have my Etsy shop open for my original Kaiju Pocho figures under Vic Monstrous as well. Or if you happen to know me through the Discord or on Instagram, you can contact me directly if you want to purchase directly from me. Expect more updates on the figure projects to come. Hopefully there's some video ideas I'm thinking about doing that I might put up on my channel, but you can always find me there as well, on Twitter and things like that under Vic Monstrous. So hopefully there's just more to come, and that's all you can expect from me.
Next person. Lau.
Oh yeah, sorry. I had the microphone turned off for some reason. So my Cascade also loud in real life, and you can just find me on YouTube, Instagram, or X. Um, I draw, as you can see, like this profile picture is something that I sketched in like I don't know, like 20 minutes, something like that. And yeah, if you've seen some things from me on the submissions, if you go look at my channel in the publications, and if you go look at my X, you'll see everything I do. And that's kind of it. I just draw a lot. Oh, also,
Oh,
sorry. One more thing. Also, I do streams on like creature design stuff. Just so you know, like I've done like 3 streams or 4.
there we go. Sarima.
You can find me at on my most active on Twitter. You can find me on my Twitter at Serena Farina with 3 X's at the end. You'll know it's me because it has the profile pictures, 2 of my characters. One's purple, the other one's pink. Where I mainly post my Monsterverse redesigns and occasionally get into spats with people on Twitter that are very dumb. Aside from that, I'm working on a Monsterverse rewrite where I'm posting some of my designs for the characters. I've just recently posted Shimo, the Frostwalk, Varan, and Methuselah. And I'm working on the Ghidorah model that will hopefully be out. It will hopefully be done by the end of August. But if I ever do release it, it will cost money because I'll be very frank. I spent way too much time and money on this project. I think if I am going to release it, it should be I should at least reap some reward from the amount of shit I've had to put up with this project. But yeah, I mainly draw. I'm in the Zim server where I give art. I occasionally give art lessons to people. And I have my own original story in the works that I am working on. And yeah, that's it for me.
And you can find me at Zimzilla99 almost anywhere. You just add a YT in front of it, or behind it actually, for PlayStation, although I'm on there much, an OG in front of it for Twitter. You also know the place you can find me, BitChute, Odyssey, Alt Tech Media is where I keep all this stuff in case something were to happen to the channel. I also have Instagram and DeviantArt where I post arts. Twitter is where I get into more spats with people. And then Patreon is where I am working on stuff related to my book project, which is Kaiju Quarantine. I got some stuff in the works that I am still, unfortunately, having issues with in terms of is getting stuff out, life, all that craziness. But I appreciate everyone who's been supportive, and I hope that you guys enjoyed this. Stay tuned for the next one and all the other crazy Zimcast stuff that is sure to come. Thank you for your patience. And I know someone says, isn't this the longest Zimcast stream? No, this isn't
Not even
anywhere.
close.
No, not even close. But I appreciate it. Thank you guys. And I'm Zimzilla. I will see you all next time.
See you, folks.